Parvale, because it is on recordings. Om Shri Ganeshaya Namaha, Shri Matre Namaha, Shri Gurubhyo Namaha, Sabhaye Namaha. Namaste to all, welcome. Again, a very warm welcome on this auspicious day of Ratha Saptami. It is being celebrated in India. Subhashaya for everybody. And the streaming is happening from California, San Francisco Bay Area. So our date is still 24th Saturday. It's 4:30 p.m. here, and it is 6 a.m. In Bharat. Again, welcome all to each one of you to Samaṣṭi the Connect, the third Upasana-SMRITI and SVASTA annual global summit, forging pathways from Sanatana Dharma to human excellence and well-being.
नमः सर्वेभ्यः उपासना-स्मृति-स्वस्था इति वार्षिक-समावेशस्य आभासपटले पण्डितकल्लजेभ्यः विद्वद्वरेण्येभ्यः हार्दिकं स्वागतं व्याहरामः। अद्य रथसप्तमी पर्वदिने समिष्टिपक्षतः वयं सर्वे शुभाशयान् व्याहरामः।
Dhanyavadaha. We have Sanskrit emceeing, supporting during the summit by Srimati Usha Shankar Garu. And please introduce yourself.
अहमस्मि शङ्का उषा राणी मम नाम। अहं तिरुपतौ वसामि। अत्र निवसन्ति। अहं संस्कृतकार्यं करोमि। I am Usha Rani. I stay in Tirupati. I am doing Samskrita works. I work in Arya University virtually. It is situated in California, the USA, but we work from India. So I'm a Sanskrit department assistant professor there.
Dhanyasmi. And I'm Satyavani Kakarla, the founder of Upasana-SMRITI and SVASTA, convener of Samaṣṭi summits. And big namaste to all. Thank you for listening to this project. A lot of great work has been going around the whole year, and we are here today to convene and celebrate the Samaṣṭi gathering today. Opening context here, we are deeply honored by your presence. This summit is a conference of ancient wisdom and contemporary inquiry of scholars, seekers, and lived experience. Before we begin, we invite ourselves to arrive not only into this session, but inwardly. Upasana-SMRITI is not an event we attend. It is a shared act of attention, of remembering, listening, and allowing knowledge to meet lived experience. Here, knowledge is not merely preserved but remembered, but it is reflected upon and practiced. As we gather across geographies, yet aligned in intent, we take another step in a lifelong journey of understanding. So let's begin.
उपासनेति सदः इयं ज्ञानवर्धनाय प्रयोगाय स्वाध्याय च उपकारिका भवति। समष्टिरूपेण अत्र समाविश्य वयं ज्ञानाराधनं कुर्मः। आयान्तु स्वागतं समीक्षा।
For the opening alignment, let's hear the Panchanga Shravanam as part of our it's a traditional moment of alignment with time, cosmos, and inner awareness. Please, Usha ji, Panchanga Shravanam for today.
तिथिर्वारं च नक्षत्रं योगः करणमेव च पञ्चाङ्गमिति विख्यातं लोकोऽयं कर्मसाधकः एतेषां श्रवणान् नित्यं गङ्गास्नानफलं भवेत्। अद्यतनं पञ्चाङ्गं विश्वावसुनाम संवत्सरः उत्तरायणं शिशिर ऋतुः माघमासः शुक्लसप्तमी। अद्य भानुवासरः अतः भानुवासरः अपि अस्ति, सप्तमी अपि अस्ति, रथसप्तमी अद्य आमन्यते। रेवती नक्षत्रमस्ति, ततश्च सिद्धयोगः अस्ति, गरजकरणं च अस्ति। अस्मिन् अनेन पञ्चाङ्गश्रवणेन किं फलमाप्नोति इति वक्तुकामास्मि। तिथेश्च श्रियमाप्नोति वारादायुष्यवर्धनम् नक्षत्राद्धरते पापं योगाद् रोगनिवारणम् करणात् कार्यसिद्धिः स्यात् पञ्चाङ्गफलमुत्तमम्। धन्यवादाः।
Thank you. So by listening, we pause and align ourselves with the moment we are in. Let's unfold today's activities we have chosen to. House rules here. We can start with a note, a gentle note. This is a live streaming. The Zoom meeting is happening amongst the speakers here, the panel, and it is being openly all over the world. It's streaming through YouTube. So please share this with your friends and family, the YouTube live link. We really appreciate this. Thank you.
कार्यक्रमोऽयम् आभासपटलमाध्यमेन यूट्यूब् वाहिन्यां साक्षात् प्रवाह्यते। सङ्केतोऽयं स्वबन्धुमित्रेभ्यः सप्रेम यच्छन्तु। किन्तु अस्माकं Zoom सङ्केतः प्रायः अस्माभ्यमेव नाम विद्वज्जनेभ्यः एव भविष्यति, अतः तत् न दीयताम्, किन्तु यूट्यूब् वाहिन्याः तु सङ्केतः सर्वत्र दातुं शक्यते।
Summit focus and agenda. Today's conversations are rooted in Upasana-SMRITI and SVASTA across these streams: Veda, Vedanta, Jnana, exploring ways of knowing, learning, and integrating philosophy with science. And then we have another stream of Anubhava, our pilgrimage, Yatra, Sthala Puranas, our stories, where we are coming from and how this Vedantic knowledge, Jnana, is helping us include the knowledge from our ancient Bharata. So it informs living being and well-being. This is not merely academic inquiry, it is civilizational remembering.
विज्ञानं दर्शनं च समावेश्य नूतनज्ञानानुभूतये मार्गान् वयमत्र अन्विष्यामः वेद वेदान्त ज्ञान इति विभागे। पुनः अनुभव यात्रा स्थलपुराणादिभिः कथनैश्च प्राचीनैः उक्तान् जीवन्तमार्गान् आत्मसुखाय स्वस्थतये च आविष्कुर्मः। अत्र केवलं शुष्कभाषणाय वयं न मिलामः, किन्तु ज्ञानवर्धनं कुर्मः आत्मसुखाय।
Housekeeping, a few gentle reminders. Please keep microphones muted unless speaking. Speakers will receive a bell at around 13 minutes. A final bell, actually, please do focus on that and keep it to 15 minutes request. And if possible, keep cameras on. Presence matters.
अत्र काश्चन सूचनाः दीयन्ते सावधानतायै। स्वीयवक्तव्यानां प्रसारणसन्दर्भान् विहाय अन्यदा वचनवर्धिनीं स्थगयामः। माइक्रोफोन् 15 निमेषावधि वक्तव्यपरिधिः भवति। अत्र 13 निमेषेभ्यः अनन्तरं घण्टानादः भविष्यति। चित्रदर्शिनीं कृपया उद्घाटयन्तु। मुखदर्शनेन प्रभावकारी भविष्यति भवतां वक्तव्यम्।
Again, back to the purpose of Samaṣṭi, the connect. Um, the intent is synergy. This is a space where individual insights meet collective wisdom, where scholars, thinkers, and seekers come together to understand our Bharatiya knowledge systems more deeply and more responsibly. May today's conversations ignite awareness, foster connection, and quietly contribute toward human excellence and well being.
समष्टेः प्रयोजनम् ऊर्जावर्धनं शक्तिवर्धनम् अन्तःशक्तेः वर्धनाय एव वयमत्र मिलित्वा वार्तादिकं कुर्मः। भारतीयज्ञानपरम्परायाः जनमनःसु विकासनाय विचिन्तकाः विदग्धाः अत्र समाविष्टाः। अद्यतनीयसम्मेलनमिदम् अन्तःस्थितस्वप्रकाशनाय उपकुर्यादिति आशास्महे।
And let's begin with an invocation, Veda Paarayanam, and invoking the Swasti Vachakam, the auspiciousness and the clarity by Veda Brahma Shri. I'm sorry, this is by Veda Brahma Shri Gurukulam Vidyaranyam students. And they have sent me a recording. So let's listen to the Veda Paarayanam by Vidyaranyam Veda Patashala Vidyarthis.
स्वस्तिवाचन पुरस्सरं समावेशोऽयं प्रारभ्यते वेदपारायणेन विद्यारण्यपाठशाला विद्यार्थिभिः निरुह्यते इदं ध्वनिमुद्रणमाध्यमेन अत्र प्रसार्यते।
So that was by Vidyaranyam Pathashala students. A little bit about their Pathashala.
एषः आसीत् एतदासीत् वेदपारायणं वेद आशीर्वादः च अधुना विद्यारण्यपाठशालाविषये किञ्चित् वयं ज्ञातुं प्रयत्नं कुर्मः.
So the Acharya Shri Madugula Shashibhushana Somayaji Garu, he is heading this mission in Hyderabad, near Hyderabad, and their details are in their website. Please do visit them. Vidyaranyam Veda Pathashala. They have a holistic approach on Vedic studies, formal education, physical and humanities departments. The kids are being groomed, and you can find a lot of activities, and they're really leading every year, adding more education to enlighten the kids and produce the wealth of future India. Sri Madugula Shashibhushan Somiyaji Garu, his mission is to foster a holistic educational environment that nurtures students with a Vedic background and instills Sanatana Dharma values while equipping them with essential skills to succeed in today's society. Goal is to expand Vidyaranyam to accommodate over 400 students and recruit high-skilled Vedic formal education and fine arts teachers. It's a humble beginning, and more about him. He is a renowned astrologer, a musician, and a Nitya Agnihotri. Guru Garu reminds all of us that society has always taken the responsibility of supporting Vedic institutions, and he urges everyone to visit Vidyaranyam to learn more about the Pathashala and their activities.
श्री माडुगुल शशिभूषण सोमयाजी महोदयाः विद्यारण्यवेदपाठशालां चालयन्ति. अत्र शताधिकविद्यार्थिनः सन्ति. वेदपाठान् ते पद्धतिरूपेण नाम पारम्परिकपद्धत्या ते शिक्षन्ते. तत्र ते वेदपाठार्थं पठनार्थं च बहूनि प्रयत्नानि कुर्वन्ति. अत्र तेषां वेब्सैट् अपि अस्ति, तत्र गत्वा द्रष्टुं शक्नुवन्ति. तेषां सामाजिककार्यक्रमेण वयं सर्वे अपि प्रेरिताः भवेम इति आशास्ये.
Next, we move to highlight sections where we recognize Veda Pathashalas, but the one which we have already highlighted, Vidyaranyam Pathashalas. And along with that, we also highlight organizations, institutions, passion projects to bring light of at Vyashti level what one is doing and to bring it to the Samaṣṭi level. And in that section, let us dive into a little, let's know more organizations.
तत्र अस्मिन् एव सन्दर्भे अन्यवेदपाठशालानां विषये अपि ज्ञातुं वयम् अत्र प्रयतामहे. अन्येपि बहूनि उत्तमकार्याणि ते कुर्वन्ति. वेदविद्यायै च तत्र प्रसाराय प्रचाराय च तेषां विषये अपि ज्ञातुं वयं प्रयत्नं कुर्मः. व्यष्टिप्रयत्नेभ्यः समष्टिपर्यन्तं यात्रा कथं भवति इति अत्र ज्ञातुमपि शक्यते.
So we are highlighting, can you see this? Yeah.
Yes.
Kanya Gurukulam, a spiritually based 2 years free residential program exclusively for 10th passed girls and interested women. Kanya Gurukulam near Mysuru offers free value based education, food, accommodation for 2 years, a unique education system where a teenage girl will get normal education, that is PUC, 11th and 12th, and learn Vedas and Upanishads, with which she can coincide with our Indian culture and handle the conflicts of life with ease. She will be trained to face the life and spread our Indian culture to the world. And Gurukulam related information. Renowned for his multifaceted brilliance, Shri K.K. Subramani, founder, Acharya of Kaveri Kanya Gurukulam, stands as a distinguished agricultural scientist who was honored with the National Award Harvest of Hope in the year 2010. Beyond his agricultural endeavors, his commitment to societal progress is exemplified by the establishment of Kaveri Sannidhi for Indian culture, a public charitable trust founded in 2013. This spiritual haven, initiated as Kaveri Kanya Gurukulam, is a unique blend of ancient wisdom and modern education, a not-for-profit organization imparting free education to young girls, as mentioned before, through a blended and structured system which facilitates overall blossoming of each individual. We have Acharya's photo here. Transitioning from his illustrious career as an agricultural scientist, Dr. K.K. Subramani, a disciple of Swami Dayananda Saraswati, now imparts wisdom gained from more than 2 decades of learning Vedanta under Swami Visharadananda Saraswati. His teachings extend beyond the classrooms as he shares insights from ancient scriptures on various platforms, embodying a profound commitment to enriching lives through knowledge. And we have Pujya Swami Dayananda Saraswati ji's activities, his yatras, Swamiji's visit to the Gurukulam in the year 2003 back then, while choosing a suitable location for the Kanya Gurukulam. Swami Dayananda Saraswati ji, born in 1930, Siddhi attainment in 2015, a revered monk who was prominent teacher of Advaita Vedanta, founded Arsha Vidya Gurukulam in the USA and India. The spiritual guide of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, he posthumously received the Padma Bhushan in 2016 for his outstanding spiritual contributions. Here we see Swamiji releasing the Kanya Gurukulam's brochure in his Coimbatore ashram. The first Vedanta class to the Gurukulam students was done in 2013. And we have a few more glimpses of Subramani ji with Swami Visharadananda Saraswati ji, Honorable ex-President of India Shri Ramnath Kovind ji, during his visit to Mysuru. And then with all the blessings of Swamijis and Guru Acharyas, today the Gurukulam is completely operated by Dr. K.K. Subramani Acharya, his family, and the senior alumni students of the Gurukulam. And ex-governor of Karnataka, Shri Vajubhai Vala Sir, facilitated Gurukulam as well in 2016. And he was the Honorable Governor of Karnataka, sharing a light moment. And His Excellency Shri Tawar Chand Ghelkot Sir, the present governor of, this is in 23, interacting with Gurukulam founder. Advaita Vedanta philosophy, they have a beautiful five-fold education system. They impart Advaita Vedanta philosophy, Bhagavad Gita, Upanishad, Brahma Sutras, Prakarana Granthas, Nyaya, Jnana, Pramana, and Manoshastra with Shankara Bhashyam. And they also have the agricultural wing, nursery activity, garden maintenance, interactions with local farmers. And then they have the commerce education, 2 years of PUC for 11th and 12th grade, personality development, spoken English and Sanskrit, written English and Sanskrit, basic computer skills, yoga, pranayama, meditation, sloka, mantra and Vedic chanting, human value education, and to top it, managing oneself, the management, under the guidance of acharyas and senior students, one shall learn independent life skills like lifestyle management, cooking and organizing skills, self-hygiene, time and financial management, overall physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual development. It's a beautiful composite system, and many girls are benefiting. Share the word, and some of the alumni students are seen here. Empowering women, empowering the nation. And they are empowered physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, as established earlier. And their vision is to blossom the girl student into an ideal woman, wise, educated, patriotic, service oriented, and devoted towards the society. We believe only she can help shape the ideal society of the future, as every girl is a potential mother. When a young girl is empowered in this way before her motherhood, she not only fulfills her role in the family, but also through her, the child invariably acquires the education based on spirituality and develops a firm foundation for life. I've been reading verbatim because I don't want to miss the vision statements. And thank you so much. And please, you can reach them at address and contact information. Kaveri Sannidhi for Indian Culture, Bommuru Agrahara Village, Srirangapatna Taluk, Mandya District, Karnataka, India. And their phone number 7899 478876. Also, you can reach them at 900-8790-709. And please do visit their website, kaverigurukulam.com. kaverigurukulam.com. And also, you can reach them at C. Kaveri, C. Kanya, Gurukulam, C. Kanya Gurukulam at gmail.com. Once again, C. Kanya Gurukulam at gmail.com. As you think, so can you be, is their vision statement. So that is about Kanya Gurukulam. And let's pick another organization.
कावेरी कन्या गुरुकुले वयं पश्यामः तत्र बालिकाः पाठ्यन्ते वेदान्तविद्यया सह लौकिकविद्याम् अपि ते शिक्षन्ते तत्र निवासाय अपि व्यवस्था अस्ति सर्वे तत्र गन्तुं शक्नुवन्ति ये इच्छुकाः तत्र शिक्षितुमपि शक्नुवन्ति सुब्रह्मण्यमहोदयेन अयम् आश्रमः कल्पितः स्वामी दयानन्द महाभागैः एषः उद्घाटितः आसीत् अत्र नरेन्द्र मोदी महोदयस्य अपि अयं महाभागाः महानुभावाः तेषां प्रेरकाः आसन् इति वयं तान् श्रद्धया स्मरामः अधुना अन्य वेदपाठशालाविषये अपि वयं ज्ञातुं प्रयतामहे
We have Hindu Mitra Foundation, and we have Shri Maladi Shrinivasa Sastry Garu, who is going to share about his institution, organization, Hindu Mitra. Let's listen to them.
Namaste, I am Dr. Maladi.
We cannot hear the audio. Please bear with us.
Audio it's audible.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah,
Srinivasa Sastry, founder, trustee of Hindu Mitra Foundation, which is a nascent organization based in Vishakapatnam, Andhra Pradesh. Hindu Mitra is based on principles of Sanatana Dharma, and our motto is to empower and support individuals and families in need. The word Hindu Mitra basically refers to each and every one of us who is practicing Sanatana Dharma and is a friend to all. What do we mean by all? Friend to myself friend to my family, to the society, and to the environment. And how do we do this? Through practice of various clear principles, such as Nishkama Karma, Trikarana Shuddhi, Samadrishti, and so on. And we actually provide training for this. We strongly believe that we need to kind of inculcate the spiritual values in each one of us to be able to kind of translate into ground level social cohesion, social empowerment, as well as broader dharmic welfare. How do we bring dharma back into our day-to-day kind of life? Hindu Mitras can be of 4 types depending on the area of interest. They could be Dharma Vidyarthi, Dharma Sevaka, Dharma Bodhaka, or Dharma Pracharaka. We actually believe that a lot of the times it's the Grihastha who should actually hold the society together. Grihastha understands the value of responsibilities. Grihastha has responsibilities for family, but our ancient times has also demonstrated that Grihastha has a responsibility for the society as well. So this actually, Hindu Mitra concept is actually well trained for Grihasthas. And what do we mean by that? All the Grihasthas are very busy nowadays with their work, they're full-time employed and have commitments in the family. So we believe 3 hours a week is something which we have to dedicate for the purpose of Dharma. If you want to study, read scriptures and all that, do so, but do for 3 hours a week and you call yourself Dharma Vidyarthi. If you want to kind of teach what you know, be a Dharma Bodhaka, spare 3 hours a week. If you want to be a volunteer saying, I don't have time for learning or I don't have the aptitude for it, be a Dharma Sevaka or a Dharma Pracharaka when somebody is actually kind of hand-holding, going into the community, befriending people, directing them, guiding them, and so on, so forth. Now, while this is happening, what we also inculcated in our training are several values, and we have devised a Hindu Mitra training manual, which is downloadable for now in Telugu through our website, hindumitra.org. Through our training, we also kind of give a list of what are the qualities to be a Hindu Mitra, what are the undesirable qualities that a Hindu Mitra should avoid. Why do we kind of develop this kind of a training? This is because I think down the line, we have to take responsibility for a methodical way of work so that each one of us can actually kind of become accountable for whatever work we do. And for this, we actually provide a logbook. We call it Hindu Mitra Dainandini. And this book helps us in keeping log of our activities. And we have a satsangam every month in which we come back and discuss the progress we have made. There are 4 pillars on which we work: spiritual, social, cultural, and health. In all these aspects, we make sure that the holistic way of working comes into play. For instance, when we conduct medical camps in the villages, we also encourage the villages to do a bhajan at the end of the medical camp. Through this bhajan, we bring together the cultural aspect as well as the social cohesion, of course, this through spirituality. This is a nutshell about Hindu Mitra. We thank Mrs. Satyavani Garu. Once again, the website is hindumitra.org. Namaste.
So please note the number 7288000004 and do visit hindumitra.org and support. He is Dr. Maladi Shrinivasa Sastry and he is a psychiatrist. He shuttles between UK, Scotland and Vishakapatnam, India, Andhra Pradesh. And he's been doing great service and let's wish them all the best.
हिन्दू मित्र इति संस्था मल्लादि श्रीनिवास शास्त्री महोदयेन प्रसार्यते। अत्र धर्मविद्यार्थी, धर्मसेवकः, धर्मबोधकः, धर्मप्रचारकः इति अन्य दायित्वैः वयं हिन्दुधर्मस्य सेवां कर्तुं शक्नुमः। तत्र सामाजिक उद्धारणाय च व्यक्तित्वविकासाय च अवसराः कल्प्यन्ते। अस्माकं धर्मज्ञानं केवलं ज्ञानम् अभूत्वा क्रियारूपेण अपि अत्र सञ्चाल्यते। अत्र सर्वेभ्यः तदर्थं शिक्षणमपि दीयते। संस्थायाः उद्धरणाय वयं विकासाय च वयं प्रोत्साहं दद्मः इति आकाङ्क्षे।
And now the next organization we have Veda Samskriti Samiti, Hyderabad, a dharmic renaissance for global welfare. They have sent us PowerPoint, and let's excuse me. Is it visible? Yes. Yes. Veda Samskriti Samiti, Hyderabad, Dharmic Renaissance for Global Welfare, a strategic initiative to restore, preserve, and propagate eternal Vedic wisdom of Bharat through structured education, research, cultural revival, and sustainable community models. And their forecast is, it began last year, and they have a very good vision until 37. The challenges we face: cultural erosion, a millennium of invasions and colonial rule diluted Bharat's traditional knowledge streams and self-sustaining cultural ecosystems. Fragmented systems, modern education excludes traditional sciences, creating disconnect between ancient wisdom and contemporary life. Lost continuity, weakened transmission of Sanatana Dharma, Vedic education, Ayurveda, and Sanskrit learning across generation. This is how they want to bring the lost continuity. And this is a beautiful vision that they have. Their 4 pillars of revival: Vedic villages, Vedic rituals, exclusive communities for Vedic Pandits practicing Nitya Agnihotri traditions and rituals, ensuring continuity of sacred practices with full livelihood and support. And also they have Ayurveda research-driven centers integrating traditional medicinal knowledge with modern scientific validation and clinical practice, cultivating and fostering herbal forests. And also they have Vedic universities, educational ecosystems combining Gurukula style learning with contemporary curricula and interdisciplinary research, and also cultural renewal. Programs promoting awareness, inclusion, and pride in Bharat's spiritual heritage through documentation and outreach. Vision statement again: to re-establish the spiritual, cultural, and intellectual self-reliance of Bharat by reviving the eternal principles of Sanatana Dharma, harmonizing Vedic wisdom and practices with modern education and science. Their 3-phase implementation, they're very organized. Launch in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, a Vedic village, Ayurvedic research forest, 1 Vedic university documentation center. Phase 2, start 30 to 34, 2030 to 2034, regional expansion, establish 6 to 8 regional hubs across Bharat with state-level Sanskrit and Ayurveda centers. Phase 3, 34 to 37, national integration, nationwide curriculum reforms, global outreach programs, comprehensive digital archive network. The components: Vedic village ecosystem, has traditional education integrated with modern technology, model cow shelter, goshalas, community living, and in the Vedic University, Sanskrit texts as scientific knowledge frameworks, research in Vedic mathematics, astronomy, ethics, publication of critical editions and translations. In the Ayurveda research, they want to establish medicinal flora cultivation and documentation, clinical validation of traditional formulations, training in herbal medicine and panchakarma. And in the cultural documentation domain, digitization of manuscripts and oral histories, Museum of Vedic Heritage and Ritual Traditions, global digital library for researchers. And this is their the expected impact. Trained scholars, they want to train 500 plus, hectares regenerated 1,000 plus, rural livelihoods 10,000 plus, and at least by 35, 3 to 5 annual research publications, peer-reviewed research papers per center early. Sustainability, social inclusion, ecological practices, contemporary relevance. They have a financial overview as well. Total investment of 500 crores funded through government grants, Ayush, culture, and DST, CSR partnerships, philanthropic trusts, and self-sustaining programs. Vishwaguru, the path forward. Like a lamp steady in a windless place, so should one's purpose remain unwavering. Rebirth, self-reliant cultural ecosystems, integration, spiritual and material progress unified, then the leadership, India as Vishwaguru in knowledge and compassion. Back to the future, this initiative marks the first step towards a renewed era of dharmic renaissance where Bharat's spiritual past illuminates its sustainable future. So that was Vishwaguru Veda Samskriti Samiti from Hyderabad.
वेद संस्कृति समितिः भाग्यनगरे संस्था अस्ति। तत्र उद्देश्यमस्ति पुनर्भावनं वैदिकविज्ञानम् अधिकृत्य ते कार्यं कुर्वन्ति। यत्र सामाजिकरूपेण अपि एतत् कार्यम् अग्रे सारयितुं शक्यते तादृशं ते कार्यं कुर्वन्ति। 500 कोटि रूप्यकाणाम् एतेषां प्रक्रिया भविष्यति। अग्रे प्रक्रमः अयं प्रकल्प्यते। तत्र आयुर्वेद विषये अपि ते कार्यं कर्तुम् इच्छन्ति। वैदिकविश्वविद्यालयान् स्थापयितुम् इच्छन्ति। पुनश्च गोशालादिकम् अत्र अस्माकं धर्मस्य संस्कृतेश्च पुनरुद्धरणाय ते कार्यरताः भवितुं ते 37 वर्षाय अपि ते तेषां कार्यक्रमान् ते ऊहाकल्पनं कुर्वन्ति। तेषाम् अपि प्रोत्साहनाय वयं शुभाशंसां दद्मः।
Dhanyasmi. And now let's move to the next segment in the Samaṣṭi. And let's all, before that, let's wish these great institutions with their great initiatives to succeed and flourish and make a difference for our future, for all our future. And with that, let's move to greetings sent by Shri Maha Mahopadaya, Shri Dorbala Prabhakar Sharma Garu. He's very pleased with the Samaṣṭi gathering, and when we requested, he sent recording of his greetings. So I would like to play that.
योऽन्तः प्रविश्य मम वाचमिमां प्रसुप्तां सञ्जीवयति अखिलशक्तिधरः स्वधाम्ना अन्यांश्च हस्तचरणश्रवणत्वगादीन् प्राणान् नमो भगवते पुरुषाय तुभ्यम्। यः परमात्मा अस्माकं सकलविधबुद्धिः प्रेरयति, सर्वाणि इन्द्रियाणि प्रवर्तयति, तस्य परमात्मनः श्रेष्ठं तेजः ध्यायन्तः वयं सर्वेपि अत्र भारतीयसंस्कृतेः सदाचाराणां च धर्मस्य विज्ञानस्य च बहुविधविषयाणां च चिन्तनं कर्तुम् एकं प्रत्येकं समावेशं कुर्मः। पवित्रे रथसप्तमी पर्वदिने वयम् एतादृशं कार्यं कुर्मः इति अहम् अतीव आनन्दम् अनुभवामि। विशेषेण भारतीयसंस्कृत्यर्थम् उपासना स्मृति उपासना इति संस्थाद्वारा चिरञ्जीविनी वाणी महाभागा अत्यन्तं श्रद्धासक्ति आश्रित्य एतस्य धर्मस्य अत्याधुनिकव्यवस्थां कृत्वा प्रचारं कर्तुम् इच्छति। अतः वयं सर्वेपि अत्यन्तं सन्तुष्टाः। वयं सनातनं धर्मं सम्प्रदायं सर्वेपि प्रचारयामः, नो चेत् भारतीयपरम्परायाः एव अभिव्यक्तिः वा स्थितिः वा स्वरूपं वा किमपि न ज्ञायते भाविकाले। अतः वेषधारणं, भाषाचिन्तनम् एवं स्थानधर्मचिन्तनं, कालः देशः द्वयमपि धर्मस्य कारणे भवतः। भारतदेशे निवासिनः जनाः विश्वस्य कल्याणं कर्तुं सर्वदा चिन्तयन्ति। अत एव वयं सर्वेपि भारतीयधर्मान् आचरामः। तेनैव अस्माकं विश्वस्य रक्षणं भवति। भारतदेशपारम्यं न वदति, एवं कस्यचित् मतस्य पारम्यं न वदति, धर्मस्य पारम्यं वदति। अतः सर्वे वयं स्वस्वदेश काल उचित धर्मं कुर्मः, स्वस्वगृह आचारं पालयामः। अध्ययनं नाम स्वगृहजीवनधर्मपालनं। जीवनार्थं किमपि भवतु, धर्मस्य प्रजानां च रक्षणं वयं कुर्मः। शुभं भवतु। भवतु सर्वेषाम्। अत्र वयं प्रत्यक्षं पश्यामः। शुभं भूयात्।
So that was Shri Mahopadaya Dorbala Prabhakar Sharma from Andhra, Kovvur, venerable authority on the Vedas, Nyaya and Vedanta. A scholar practitioner with over 60 years of dedicated service to Samskrita Mata, Dr. Sharma is the former principal of Andhra Girvana Kalashala. He is a rare Avadhani and Ashukavi, an extempore poet who brings the depth of the Shastras to life with incredible spontaneity. While his academic mastery earned him the prestigious title of Mahopadaya, his true passion lies in the roots, simplifying the Mahabharata and Sanskrit for the next generation. Today he joins us as a bridge between ancient wisdom and modern inquiry. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Prabhakar Sharma. And we have curated a video on his activities. So it's such an enlightening one. So I would like to share with you all.
महामहोपाध्याय दोर्बल प्रभाकर शर्मवर्याः एते वेदशास्त्रे वेदेषु शास्त्रेषु न्यायशास्त्रे मुख्यतया वेदान्तशास्त्रे च एते प्रतिभासम्पन्नाः सन्ति। पुनः 60 संवत्सरेभ्यः ते संस्कृतमात्रे ते कार्यं कुर्वन्ति। कोव्वूरु निवासस्थानम् एतेषां। आन्ध्रगीर्वाणकलाशाला इत्यत्र ते प्राध्यापकरूपेण ते कार्यं कृतवन्तः। एतेषां महामहोपाध्याय बिरुदाङ्कितानां कार्याणि अनन्तानि सन्ति, बहूनि कार्याणि ते कृतवन्तः। तद्विषये वयं चित्रमुद्रणीं पश्यामः।
ब्रह्मा मुरारिस्त्रिपुरान्तकारी भानुः शशी भूमिसुतो बुधश्च गुरुश्च शुक्रः शनिराहुकेतवः कुर्वन्तु सर्वे मम सुप्रभातम्।
सरससंस्कृतभाषणम् जगति भारत पूर्व वैभव शक्ति गौरव कारणम् वयं कुर्मो मुक्तकण्ठम् मधुर संस्कृत भाषणम् गृहे गृहे च पुनरपि ज्ञानवैभवम् वेदवाङ्मयम् ज्ञानवैभवम् वेदवाङ्मयम् एषः कृष्णः एषा यशोदा माता एताः गोपिकाः सर्वाः अपि श्रीकृष्णस्य कुटिलचेष्टाः यशोदा कृते वदन्ति। एताः सर्वाः अपि श्रीकृष्णस्य कुटिलचेष्टाः यशोदा समीपे वदन्ति। इदानीं कृष्णः अमायकबालकः इव मातुः अङ्के अस्ति। या सत्संस्कृति संप्रदाय जननी या सर्वविद्या प्रसूः या देशस्य जनस्य सर्ववचसाञ्च ऐक्यप्रदानोद्यता या वेदोपनिषत् पुराणचय सत्काव्यश्रिया राजते सा भाषाद्युषदां सदा विजयताम् आचन्द्रतारारुणम् सा भाषाद्युषदां सदा विजयताम् आचन्द्रतारारुणम्। संस्कृत भारती पूर्वांध्र प्रदेशः एतां ध्वनिमुद्रिकां समर्पयति। राष्ट्रे जागृयाम राष्ट्रे जागृयाम राष्ट्रे जागृयाम।
सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्।
So that was a beautiful documented presentation. It is very enlightening to see such programs, and it makes us think, at individual levels, what one can do. Thank you so much, Dorbala garu. And let's move on to the next. Now let's immerse in the talks, presentations, and there is invigorating, enriching. Many scholars have sent a few recordings, and many of them have prepared for this Samaṣṭi. It's a beautiful gathering. Let's all enlighten our knowledge and seep in as much during this beautiful program. We have talk one by Shri Veda Brahmarshi Shri Narendra Kapreji. He's going to bring us some insights on Rigveda. Bio on Shri Narendra Kapreji. He is an eminent Vedic scholar and the president of Samskriti Bharati, Telangana. He attained the prestigious title of Dasha Granthi after mastering the Rigveda and its 6 auxiliary limbs, Vedangas, in the traditional Guru Sishya style. Scholarly and professional expertise include him being a Vedic master, a master of the Kakarla Rigveda, including its complex chanting patterns, Ghanapata, and related Shastras, Nyaya, and Agama. And educational leadership, he has served as HOD of Rigveda at Maharshi Veda Vijnana Vishwa Vidyapeetham and currently leads the Gurukula project Bharatiya Sikshan Mandala in Telangana. And he's an Agama expert, guided the Prana Pratishtha of over 300 temples across India and founded the Shrauta Samvardhini Sabha to revive ancient Shrauta traditions. Global impact and service includes him being a non-formal educator. For over 30 years, he has taught more than 500 students globally, free of charge, upholding the purest form of the Guru Sishya tradition. Ambassador of Wisdom, a renowned speaker who has delivered thousands of discourses on the Ramayana and Bhagavad Gita across India and the USA, and his legacy recognized with numerous awards, including honors from the Chief Minister of Telangana, for his lifelong dedication to Sanskrit and Vedic revival.
श्रीयुताः नरेन्द्र काप्रे महोदयाः एते तेलङ्गाणाराज्ये संस्कृतभारत्याः अध्यक्षपदं पोषयन्ति। एते वैदिकविद्वांसाः अपि सन्ति। तेषां शास्त्रीयं तथा व्यावसायिकक्षेत्रे बहु कौशलं तेषाम् अस्ति। पुनस्ते वैदिकविद्वांसाः अपि सन्ति। वैश्विकं योगदानम् एवं कुर्वन्ति। 30 वर्षेभ्यः अधिककालं यावत् ते निःशुल्कतया विश्वस्य विविधदेशेषु 500 अधिकान् शिष्यान् अपि ते शिक्षितवन्तः। ते सम्मानिताः अपि पुरस्कारेण। ते तेलङ्गाणाराज्यस्य माननीय मुख्यमन्त्रिणा अपि ते विशिष्टतया पुरस्कृताः सन्ति। एतेषां वयं ध्वनिमुद्रणम् अधुना शृणुमः।
वागीशाद्यास्सु मनसः सर्वार्थानाम् उपक्रमे यं नत्वा कृतकृत्या स्युः तन्नमामि गजाननम्। यत्कारुण्यकणस्पर्शान्मूको वाचस्पतीयति ब्रह्मोपेन्द्रशिवैर्वन्द्यां नौमितां वागधीश्वरीम्। यस्य निःश्वसितं वेद यो वेदेभ्योऽखिलं जगत् निर्ममे तमहं वन्दे विद्यातीर्थमहेश्वरम्। श्रुतिस्मृतिपुराणानाम् आलयं करुणालयं नमामि भगवत्पादशङ्करं लोकशङ्करम् शङ्करं शङ्कराचार्यं केशवं बादरायणं सूत्रभाष्यकृतौ वन्दे भगवन्तौ पुनः पुनः ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मेति मूर्तिभेदविभागिने व्योमवद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः। सर्वेभ्यः समष्टि नाम्ना आयोजिते अस्मिन् कार्यक्रमे उपस्थितेभ्यः नमस्कृत्य ऋग्वेदस्य माहात्म्यं परिचयः वैशिष्ट्यं स्वीकृत्य किञ्चित् वक्तुम् इच्छामि। तत्र आदौ अस्माभिः वेदः इति शब्दः सर्वत्र श्रूयते, तस्य च अत्यन्तं गौरवः प्राधान्यं श्रेष्ठत्वं सर्वत्र वयम् अनुभवामः। को नाम वेदः? तर्हि यद्यपि बहूनि निर्वचनानि सन्ति तथापि इष्टप्राप्ति अनिष्टपरिहारयोः अलौकिकम् उपायं वेदयति इति वेदः। स च वेदः वेदप्रतिपादितस्य प्रधानस्य यज्ञकर्मणः निर्वहण अनुकूलतानुसारेण ऋग्वेदः, यजुर्वेदः, सामवेदः, अथर्ववेदः एवं चतुर्धा सुप्रतिष्ठितः वर्तते। विशिष्य ऋग्वेदः विश्ववाङ्मये आद्यः ग्रन्थः, श्रेष्ठः ग्रन्थः। तत्रापि यथा सम्प्रदायं स्वरवर्णानुपूर्विपूर्वकं केवलं श्रुतिपरम्परया भारतीयाः रक्षितवन्तः इति विश्वपटले सर्वे अङ्गीकुर्वन्ति। तत्र किमर्थम् एतावती श्रद्धा, एतावान् प्रयत्नः भारतीयानां वेद अभ्यासे, वेद संरक्षणे इति यदि वयं विचारयामः तर्हि एकं शास्त्रवचनं स्मर्यते। तत्र वेद एव द्विजातीनां निःश्रेयसकरः परः इत्यस्य अर्थः येषाम् उपनयन संस्कारेण द्वितीयं जन्म भवति तादृशानां परमं निःश्रेयसः वेदात् एव सिद्ध्यति इति शास्त्रवचनस्य आधारेण सर्वे भारतीयाः प्राणापेक्षया धनापेक्षया वंशापेक्षया अधिकश्रद्धया वेदरक्षणे प्रवृत्ताः। सा च प्रवृत्तिः इदानीम् अपि दृश्यते। तत्र वेदस्य रक्षणम् अथवा वेदस्य अभ्यासः अस्य त्रिविधम् अस्ति स्वरूपम्। एकं स्वरूपं यत् यथावत् स्वरवर्णाक्षराणाम् आनुपूर्विक्रमेण समग्रस्य अक्षरसमुदायस्य यथावत् रक्षणम्, अक्षरशः रक्षणम् इति एकः अंशः। द्वितीयः भागः, द्वितीयं स्वरूपं वेदप्रतिपादितस्य धर्मस्य अभ्यासः, आचरणम्, अनुष्ठानम्, एषः द्वितीयः भागः। तृतीयः भागः वेदस्य अर्थविचारः, नाम तात्पर्यविचारः। भारतीयानां धर्माः, तत्त्वज्ञानं, विज्ञानं, शास्त्राणि, जीवनं, संस्काराः सर्वमपि वेदाधीनम्। अतएव वेदाः सर्वहितार्थाय इति उक्तिः प्रसिद्धा। वेदे सर्वं प्रतिष्ठितम्, एषा अपि उक्तिः प्रसिद्धा। सर्वं वेदात् प्रसिद्ध्यति, एषा अपि उक्तिः सुप्रसिद्धा। तत्र यज्ञानुष्ठाने हौत्रम् इति एकं कर्म, आध्वर्यवम् इति द्वितीयं कर्म, औद्गात्रम् इति तृतीयं कर्म, ब्रह्मत्वम् इति चतुर्थं कर्म। एवं चतुर्भिः कर्मभिः यज्ञः संपन्नो भवति। हौत्रम् इत्यस्य अर्थः मन्त्रैः देवानाम् आवाहनम्, आवाहनेन याः देवताः उपस्थिताः भवन्ति तासां देवतानां प्रसन्नतायै शंसनम्, अनन्तरं मन्त्रपठनपूर्वकं देवताभ्यः हविः प्रदानम्। एवं प्रकारेण यत् कार्यं तत् होतृकार्यं सः ऋग्वेदं पठति। अपरः भवति उद्गाता, औद्गात्रमिति। याः देवताः आहूताः तासां देवतानां प्रसन्नतायै ऋचाम् आधारेण अतिमधुरं गानं करोति। गानेन देवताः प्रीताः भवन्ति। तन्नाम स्तवनम स्तोत्रम इति शब्दः ततः एव आगतः। उद्गाता सामगानैः देवतानां स्तोत्रं करोति। स्तोत्रप्रियः सर्वोऽपि जनः। एवं सामवेदेन कार्यं सिद्ध्यति। ब्रह्मा इति यः भवति सः सर्वस्यापि कर्मजातस्य पर्यवेक्षणं करोति, निर्धारणं करोति, नियन्त्रणं करोति। अवशिष्टं सर्वं कर्म यः करोति सः अध्वर्युः। यः यज्ञं निर्वहति तत्र अविषां सम्पादनं, विहारस्य निर्माणं, अग्नीनां रक्षणादिकं, पात्राणां संस्काराः, यजमानस्य संकल्पानुसारेण यज्ञस्य कल्पनम्, एतत् सर्वम् अवशिष्टं कार्यं यः करोति सः अध्वर्युः। अध्वर्युः यजुर्वेदेन कार्यं करोति, होता ऋग्वेदेन कार्यं करोति, उद्गाता सामवेदेन कार्यं करोति, ब्रह्मा त्रिभिर्वेदैः अथर्वणैश्च कार्यं करोति। एवं चत्वारः वेदाः। तत्र अद्य वयम् अस्मिन् प्रसंगे ऋग्वेदस्य विषये यदि पश्यामः, महर्षिः वेदव्यासः स्वप्रथमशिष्याय महर्षये पैलाय ऋग्वेदं बोधितवान्। स च महर्षिः पैलः स्वशिष्येभ्यः ऋग्वेदं पाठितवान्। एवं क्रमशः गच्छता कालेन ऋग्वेदस्य 21 शाखाः प्रसिद्धाः अभवन्। तासु वर्तमाने काले प्रधानतया शाकलशाखा दृश्यते, श्रूयते। क्वचित् शौनकशाखा अथवा सांख्यायनशाखा इति दृश्यते। अत्र ऋग्वेदस्य यदि वयं ग्रंथं पश्यामः, स्वरूपं पश्यामः, बाह्यं स्वरूपं, तर्हि दाशतयी इति ऋग्वेद संहितायाः अपरं नाम। यतो हि तत्र 10 संख्याकानि मण्डलानि सन्ति। सहस्राधिकानि सूक्तानि सन्ति। 10 सहस्राधिकाः ऋचाः सन्ति। ऋचां वेदः ऋग्वेदः। ऋक् इत्युक्तौ सामान्यतया विशिष्ट अक्षर संख्या निबद्धः कश्चन छन्दो विशेषः यत्र सर्वे मंत्राः पठिताः भवन्ति इति सामान्यः अर्थः। किंच यदि वयं सूक्ष्मदृष्ट्या पश्यामः, ऋचो अक्षरे परमे व्योमन् यस्मिन् देवा अधिविश्वे निषेदुः यस्तन्न वेद किमृचा करिष्यति य इत्तद्विदुस्त इमे समासते इति मंत्रानुसारेण स्पष्टं भवति। सर्वासाम् अपि देवतानाम् आयतनं, निवासस्थानं, प्रियं स्थानं, अक्षरस्थानं नाम ऋचः। महर्षिः जैमिनिः पूर्वमीमांसा शास्त्रे देवतानां मंत्रात्मकत्वम् एव बोधयति, स्वीकरोति। गच्छता कालेन मूर्तिरूपेण देवताः इति प्रसिद्धम्। किंच मंत्रात्मिका देवता, तत्र देवतानां निवासस्थानं ये मंत्राः ताः ऋचः। अतएव शास्त्रेषु प्रसिद्धमस्ति ऋग्वेदः देवदैवत्यः। देवतानां स्वरूपं, गुणाः, कार्यं, स्थानं, विशेषाः, चरित्रं, तत्त्वं, अनुग्रहः एवं अनेके अंशाः, विशेषाः केवलं ऋग्भ्यः एव वयं ज्ञातुं शक्नुमः। तत्र अन्यः उपायः नास्ति। पुराणेषु, आगमेषु, तन्त्रेषु अन्यत्र सर्वत्र यद्यत् देवतानां विषये वयं पठामः, शृणुमः, पश्यामः, तस्य मूलं ऋग्वेदः एव। एवं प्रकारेण देवतानां सर्वस्वं ऋग्वेदः इति कथनं युक्तियुक्तं भवति। अस्य ऋग्वेदस्य अध्ययनं अंगोपांगैः सह, विकृतिभिः सह यदा पूर्णं भवति तदा एव यथार्थं ऋग्वेदस्य प्रकाशनं सिद्ध्यति। यथा एकस्य अवयवस्य अवलोकनेन पर्वतस्य वा महागजस्य वा वर्णनम् अपूर्णं सदोषं भवति, तथा वेदस्य। अतएव इतिहासपुराणाभ्यां वेदं समुपबृंहयेत् इति संप्रदायः। अवश्यम् इतिहासबलेन, पुराणानाम् अभ्यासेन, शास्त्राणाम् अभ्यासेन वेदस्य उपबृंहणं कर्तव्यम्। अस्मिन् प्रसंगे अत्यन्तं हर्षः भवति यत् उपासना नाम्ना यः उपक्रमः, तत्र च इदानीं समष्टि इति नाम्ना यत् आयोजनम्, एवं अस्मिन् आयोजने ये सहभागं गृह्णन्ति ते शनैः शनैः विज्ञानात् आरभ्य पदार्थ विज्ञानात् लौकिक जीवनात् आरभ्य उदात्तम उन्नतम महत्वपूर्णम आध्यात्मिकम अति विशिष्टम जीवनम ज्ञातुम अनुभूतुम अनुभवितुम एषः उत्तमः अवसरः। आगच्छन्तु सर्वे वेदाभ्यासे प्रवृत्ताः भवन्तु। यतो हि वेदाभ्यासो हि विप्राणां तपः परमिहोच्यते इति शास्त्रवचनं। ये ज्ञानमार्गे भवन्ति, ये संशोधन बुद्ध्या निरीक्षण बुद्ध्या सूक्ष्म बुद्ध्या कोहम किमिदं कहास्य सर्वस्य नियंता इत्यादि ज्ञातुम् इच्छन्ति तेषां कृते वेदानाम् अभ्यासः एव महत्कार्यम् आवश्यकं कार्यम्। तत् सफलं भवतु तदर्थं सर्वेषाम् अनुकूलता सिद्ध्यतु इति शुभेच्छाः प्रकटीकृत्य एकवारं पुनः आयोजकेभ्यः उपस्थितेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यश्च धन्यवादान् प्रणामाञ्च निवेद्य वेदार्थस्य प्रकाशेन तमोहार्दं निवारयन् पुमर्थांश्चतुरोदयात् विद्यातीर्थो महेश्वरः। जयतु भारतं जयतु संस्कृतम्। धन्यवादः।
That was Shri Veda Brahmarshi Narendra Kapreji, and thank you so much. And in the Veda section, we had attempted to learn a little bit of Samavedam in the diaspora segment earlier this morning in the segment 1. And then we listened to Rigvedam in the Ananda Bhasha Sanskritam. And now we are going to get some insights on Yajurvedam by Shri Nagachetan Garu. A quick note, Nagachetan SMG from Bengaluru is an entrepreneur, Carnatic musician, and keen learner of Sanskrit and Veda, particularly the Yajurveda. He is the disciple of Sringeri Sharada Peetam, having got blessings from both Maha Sannidhanam and Shri Sannidhanam. He has learned Sanskrit under renowned Srimati Gurupada Dhuli Ananta Lakshmi Natarajan ji. And he is the primary disciple of Padma Shri Vidwan R.N. Tyagarajan of Rudrapatnam brothers in Carnatic music. He is a graded artist of All India Radio, Bengaluru. He has performed Carnatic music all over South India and frequently gives lectures in Kannada on Shankaracharya and Indian knowledge systems. He runs his company Navang Data Sciences Private Limited in Bengaluru and has been featured in top voices of fintech industry today. And thank you for your service. You're trying to balance both the worlds. And Dhanyasmi. Welcome. Namaste.
श्रीयुतः नागचेतनः नमो नमः। महाभागाः संस्कृते वक्तुकामास्मि। भवतः परिचयम् अत्र कार्यक्रमस्य एवं प्रक्रमः अस्ति। नागचेतनमहोदयः सङ्गीतदर्शनपरम्परायाः पृष्ठभूमिं वहन्ति। ते गायकाः सन्ति, सङ्गीतकाराश्च सन्ति। तेषां कार्यं संस्कृताध्ययनस्य तथा शास्त्रचिन्तनस्य च अस्ति, तत्र सम्बन्धः अस्ति। वेदेषु सनातनधर्मे च विशेषतः श्रीशृङ्गेरी शारदा सन्निधानसम्बद्धासु परम्परासु ते अनुरक्ताः सन्ति। एते वित्तप्रौद्योगिकी क्षेत्रे फिन्टेक् इति उद्यमी सन्। स्वस्य बहु बहुविधकार्याणि सम्यक् ते सन्तुल्यतया निर्वहन्ति। अनन्तलक्ष्मी महाभागायाः एते शिष्याः सन्ति। एतेभ्यः नमस्कारान् समर्पयामि। वक्तुमपि अहम् आकाङ्क्षामि।
धन्यवादाः। धन्योऽस्मि। सर्वेषामपि नमस्कारान् प्रथमतया व्याहरामि। तदात्मध्याननिरतं विषयेभ्यः परान्मुखं नौमि शास्त्रेषु निष्णातं चन्द्रशेखरभारतीं विवेकिनं महाप्रज्ञं धैर्यौदार्यक्षमानिधिं सदाभिनवपूर्वन्तं विद्यातीर्थगुरुं भजे। अज्ञानां जाह्नवीतीर्थं विद्यातीर्थं विवेकिनां सर्वेषां सुखदं तीर्थं भारतीतीर्थमाश्रये। विद्याविनयसम्पन्नं वीतरागं विवेकिनं वन्दे वेदान्ततत्त्वज्ञं विधुशेखरभारतीम्। अधुना प्रचलिष्यमाण एतत् उपासना समष्टि समारम्भे इदानीन्तनपर्यन्तं तु बहु सम्यक् रीत्या वेदब्रह्मश्री नरेन्द्रकापरेजी महाभागाः संस्कृतभाषायाम् अनुसृत्य संस्कृतभाषायामेव वेदस्य तथा ऋग्वेदस्य परिचयं कृतवन्तः बहु सुष्ठुरूपेण। अहं तु आङ्ग्लमाध्यमेन, किमर्थमिति चेत् तत्तु आन्लैन् अपि च वर्तते, आङ्ग्लमाध्यमेन यजुर्वेदं नाम किं, यजुर्वेदस्य मुख्यलक्षणानि कानि इति वक्तुकामः अस्मि। Thanks a lot for all the organizers of this event, Samaṣṭi, and they have done a lot of work to preserve the Indian knowledge systems across the global diaspora. And I'm very happy to present small glimpses of what Yajurveda means and is as we see today for this particular event. Till now, we have heard in a very profound Sanskrit language about the Vedas, and particularly the Rigveda from Shri Veda Brahmashri Narendra Kapareji Mahabhagaha. And that's why I have adopted English here. I think there would be some repetition in terms of what is Veda before I come to Yajurveda, and I would use the context of what he has already told, and maybe with my little knowledge add a bit on it in English, so that everybody could understand that. So according to Kshiraswami, who is the Tikakara of the Kosha, the Amara Kosha, the meaning of Veda is Vidantyanena Dharmam Veda. So that from which we understand what is Dharma is what is called as Veda. So from then on, Veda has been treated as the powerhouse of knowledge, which envisages Dharma in its fullest extent, in its the maximum extent. So you should treat Veda with this kind of a meaning. Also, in the Apastamba Paribhasha, Kapardiswami writes that Nishreyasakarani karmani avedayantiti vedaha. Nishreyasakarani dharmani means Nishreyasakarani karmani means the actions or the karma which actually is leading to moksha. So the karma which deals with moksha has been dealt in the knowledge which is called as Veda, is what Kapardiswami opines. And hence, if you tally both of these definitions, the dharma which is primordially meaning for salvation or the mukti, as is practiced by the Sanatana Dharma, and what is being told in the Vedas are them, and hence Vedas become the primordial scriptures for Sanatana Dharma. Now coming to how do we classify this Vedas, what is that we see in the Yajurveda, which in the given next 10-15 minutes that I would try to elaborate upon and try to learn in this gathering. So if you look at the Taittiriya Brahmana, it says, Samani Yajogamshi. Again in the Purusha Sukta, it is said that Tasmad Yagnat Sarvahutaha Samani Jagnire Chandagamsi Jagnire Tasmad Yajus Tasmad Ajayata. So why I'm reciting these two lines, it's how the chronology is being told in the Vedams themselves as to how these Vedas were born. So today, according to our textbooks, we read as Rigveda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, and Atharvana Veda. But the Vedas themselves are talking about the way the Vedas were born. Saman Yajugamshi. And that is in Taittiriya Brahmana. And in the Purusha Sukta again, Tasmad Yagnat Sarvahutaha Ritas Samani Jagnire. Then it says Chandagamsi Jagnire Tasmad Yajus Tasmad Jagata. So the first Veda that was born was the Rigveda. And the Rigveda has a specific set. It is already in a meter. It is already in a chandas. So if you are reciting any mantras in Rigveda, you should usually say the chandas, it's Rishi, it's Devata, and so on and so forth. So Rigveda mantras has all these things in which meter it is set. So Rigveda also forms a kind of foundation for Sanskrit literature later, because Sanskrit literature runs in chandas. Though the chandas of Vedic period and chandas of literature period is quite different, but you see that the foundation is already laid out in the Rigvedic period. So, but when the whole Vedas, Anantaha Vai Vedaha, it was so large, knowledge system, it could not be really, learned by all, one and all in one lifetime. Now we have seen how various Upanishads are telling that have told the stories of about how rishis like Bharadwaja and everybody tried learning the entire Vedas across many lifetimes, and still they kept asking for more lifetimes from Brahma and various devatas when they appeared, saying that we will learn the Vedas. But then finally they said that no, whatever you have learned is only just a fistful of whatever you have learned, and there is a mountain which is available and you can't do that justice. So therefore, Vedas were Anantaha, it was infinite, and they had to be divided at some point in time. But how did this division come through? So then what is Yajurveda and what is Rigveda and what is Samaveda? So as I already defined, there is a specific meter, there is specific chandas, so many aksharas, so many aksharas for defining a Rigveda. And that mantras, when sung, when is adopted for a singing fashion, is called the Samaveda. So therefore we have literally divided the Rigveda and the Samaveda already. So you see lot of mantras of Rigveda repeating in Samaveda. And because it is again the same mantra which is being sung in a fashion, in a manner which suits singing. But Yajurveda, how it is like, there are statements which says Gadyatmako Yajuhu, one which is in prose manner. So again, the prose foundation for Sanskrit literature is from Yajurveda. If you see a Kadambari or something like of Vanabhatta, how the prose foundation should be there, that comes from the Yajurveda. And also it is said, Aniyetakshara Yajuhu. So there is no limit for the words, there is no set meter. So that is what is Yajuhu. So there is no set meter in the Yajurveda, and hence, you can also see in Telugu there is, Chatu Padyalu and all such things. In Sisa Padya and all such things. In Kannada also we have. So all these things do not have a set meter, but they are very good to listen. They're like there is no standard format that you have to do this. So this actually is the foundation that is coming in from the Yajurveda, right? So this is what in general, this is how in general you can actually divide the division between the Rigveda, Yajurveda and Samaveda. And what is the greatness of Yajurveda then? So Yajurveda, when we look at the Yajurveda Taittiriya Samhita, it clearly says Adhvaryurva Ritvijam Prathamo Yujyate Tena Stomo Yoktavya Ityahuhu. It says. What does it mean? Is, as Narendra Kapareji Mahabhagaha told, all these Vedas were used in yajnas, not in what we call as homa. It is not that. In the yajnas. In the yajnas, the Rigveda person or the Gana, which represented the Rigveda, invited the god pertaining to that particular yajna. Right? And when you invite the god for a particular yajna, once the god comes, you should also praise him. He literally told, Stotra Priyaha, Sarve Manavaha Stotra Priyaha. He used this sentence. Right? So everybody likes praising. Who will not like praising? Right? If somebody praises me, I would be very happy to listen to that praising in the first instance, unless I'm very realized soul. Right? But unless and until like Ashocya Nanvashocastvam Pragna Vadanscha Bhashase or Udaya Savita Raktashtastame Tata Sampattaucha Vipattaucha Mahadam Ekarupata. Only those Mahan people will have either in Sampatti, Vipatti, you are praising them, you are teasing them, they are not bothered. But otherwise, every common man is very much pleased to hear a good word about him or herself. So in the same way, the stotra, when the god was given the stotra, the Udgatro, the Samaveda person, or the Gana which represented the Samaveda, sang the same Richa or same Rik in a very elaborate fashion as though they get pleased. But calling the god and praising the god is not a small task. So today we have a lot of protocols to call a minister. We have a lot of protocols to call a say a very important person, right? So imagine you are calling the god to the yajna, and would that not involve protocols? Definitely it involves protocols. And this protocol is set by the Adhvaryu. And this protocol for the yajnas is set directly by the Adhvaryu, and Adhvaryu instructs others. Now you have to sing. Now you have to recite the Richa. Now you have to sing. So this is how Adhvaryu becomes very important, and hence Taittiriya Samhita says, Adhvaryurva Ritvijam Prathamo Yujyate. So the first person who is appointed, who is given the appointment letter in a Vajpaya Yaga, in a Rajasuya Yaga, in a Ashwamedha Yaga is the Adhvaryu. If you keep connecting the dots, then you will understand, even in Ramayana, the first person who was appointed was the Adhvaryu. Rishishringa Maharshi was appointed as Adhvaryu for the Putra Kameshti Yaga that he was performing. So, and you can connect the dots. I am just putting a elaborate here. So, how Shringeri is a Dakshinamnaya Pitha, and then it represents Yajurveda. In the Amnaya Parampara, Yajurveda is represented in Shringeri, and Rishishringa belonged to the same place where Shringeri Pitham is today established. So if you connect the dots, I am not saying that Rishishringa belonged to Yajurveda because we don't have any such evidences, but I am saying that how Adhvaryu is very important and how in his presidentship the entire yajna happens. So therefore, the protocol, he's a master of protocol. You can call him the master of ceremony also. So he says then he will be the Ritvik, then he will be the Udgatru, then he will be the Brahma. Without him, you can't get the other appointment letters. You should first give the appointment letter to the Adhvari. And that is the primary place of Yajurveda. And Yajurveda also, was the first Veda where the Sayana, Acharya Sayana wrote the Bhashya on. So Sayanacharya has written Bhashya for all the 4 Vedas, and then he took up his own Svashakha and his own Veda, the Yajurveda, for the Bhashya. And he starts to write Yajurveda Bhashya, and then he also elaborates that, ideally Rigveda should have been taken and so on and so forth, but then he says that how important the Yajurveda is and all such things. And he did really, to lack of other word in English, he did a sahasa to do a Yajurveda Bhashya initially itself. That is nothing short of a sahasa. So, now coming to Yajurveda in particular, how do we understand Yajurveda then? Interestingly, no other Veda gets a subdivision as quickly as a Yajurveda gets. So there are shakhas and other things in all other Vedas, but then Yajurveda immediately gets divided into two parts, which is called the Krishna Yajurveda and the Shukla Yajurveda. Now, if you look at geographically, in Andhra Pradesh, in Karnataka, what we follow mostly is the Krishna Yajurveda, in Tamil Nadu and other things. Shukla Yajurveda is in parts of Karnataka and parts of Tamil Nadu, and mostly in the North India and above the belt of Godavari in Maharashtra. Now, how did this division happen? So there is a mythological story, and also there is other stories, but I'll tell you the story which is in Prachara. So as Narendra Kapreji Mahabhaga was telling, that because these Vedas were so big, it was a Rashi, it was a pile of Vedas. So Krishnadvaipayana Maharshi divided the Vedas into Rigveda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, and the Atharvana Veda, and he gave respectively these Veda to 4 Shishyas, Paila, Vaishampayana, Jaimini, and Sumantu. So he gave these Vedas, and he taught to each one of them. So he gave Rigveda to Paila, he gave Yajurveda to Vaishampayana, and he gave Samaveda to Jaimini, and then he gave Atharvana Veda to Sumantu. Then Vaishampayana in turn taught this Veda to his Shishyas, and Yajnavalkya was his very primary disciple. So Yajnavalkya also learned Yajurveda. So after some time, Vaishampayana was very annoyed with Yajnavalkya for some reason, which is not known, not documented. So Yajnavalkya got annoyed with, Vaishampayana got annoyed with Yajnavalkya, and he asked Yajnavalkya to give out all the learnings that he has been taught from him, and abiding by his guru's words, Yajnavalkya vomited everything, whatever he had learned. And it seems that this material which came out as vomit were the Vedas, and it was eaten by Tittiri Pakshis. Tittiri is a kind of a bird, and they ate it, and it became Taittiriya. So therefore, the Krishna Yajurveda was born because he recited it, or he vomited it in the way that he wanted, and then it got mixed with both the Samhita part and the Brahmana got mixed, and the name Krishna came into being, because Krishna signifies the black color, which means it is polluted. It's polluted not because of wrong mantras, it is because the division between the Samhita part and the Brahmana part got merged, right? So every Veda in general is divided into 4 parts, which is Samhita, Brahmana, Upanishad, Aranyaka, and the Upanishad. So Aranyaka is, again, very quickly, I am running out of time, I would not take further. So the Aranyaka part, the end part of the Aranyaka is Upanishad. So the very beautifully imagined by our ancestors, by our Purvikas, we should all be proud, because you have to do penance, you have to search, you have to introspect so much. You can't be sitting in a worldly setup roaming around in BMW or Mercedes Benz and contemplating of what you are, because you will always be with a high ego when you're traveling in a car or a bus or a train, whatever it may be. The ego would be at that level. So therefore, you have to go to the forest and contemplate upon yourself, giving up all the luxuries of life. So that is Aranyaka. And then the last, once you realize in the Aranya, after your penance, what to come out, the most summarized version, you will filter everything and you will give. So, and that filtered sentences are the Upanishads. Okay. So therefore, the Vedas are divided into Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka and Upanishad. So Samhita and Brahmana are mostly dealing with the karma or the actions that needs to be taken for the salvation. So it talks about yajnas, it talks about various yagas that you could do, and the Brahmana are the instructions to that. So in the Krishna Yajurveda, this gets mixed. Literally mixed. The Taittiriya Brahmana comes as the last part of the Samhita itself. Right? So now, since coming back to the Shukla Yajurveda, so this was Krishna Yajurveda. Then the Shukla Yajurveda, so the Yajnavalkya did not leave it there. So he again did a penance, and today is a Ratha Saptami day. What better way to remember the god Surya? The Surya came on his Vaji, that is the Ashva, and he gave the prasada to Yajnavalkya, saying that now I am reciting the Veda, you will listen to me and I will become your guru. No, so very mesmerizing that you have to now have a new guru, because your other earlier guru got annoyed, and therefore he has, and that cannot come. It is not like changing your professors from one credit to another credit today, as what happens in universities. It is not so. You have to do penance to get a new guru. He literally did years of penance, and then Surya appeared on an Ashwa, and then he gave the Veda, and that became the Shukla Yajurveda. Shukla because it came from the Surya, because he represents the white color, and it was pure, and then it was not mixed with Samhita and Brahmana, and it is also called as Vajasani because Vaji is Ashwa, and Surya appeared on Ashwa. And today, we are on the Ratha Saptami day. He sits on his a chariot of 7 Ashwa, 7 white horses, with Aruna being the driver, and we all recite Aruna Prashna, which is also part of the Yajurveda itself. And it so beautifully talks about the Surya and the importance of Surya, and we all know that Arogyam Bhaskaraditya Ichet. So we say that, we do Surya Namaskaras and we recite the Saura Prashna, Saura Suktam from the Rigveda, Aruna Prashna from the Yajurveda, and then Aditya Hridayam and so on and so forth from the Ramayana. So concluding on this, so therefore the Yajurveda got divided into Krishna and Shukla, and Krishna Yajurveda has 7 Ashtakas, 44 Prapatakas, and each Prapataka is then divided into Anuvakas. In fact, these Anuvakas again are divided as Panchashat for the sake of learning, and it remains of the Rigvedic Varga system. So when Vani Madam was talking about the various Gurukulas in the morning today, and the Gurukulas is the students would learn in Panchashat. So every Panchashat, if they are learning Krishna Yajurveda, and again the Brahmana mantra of Shukla Yajurveda is called as the Shatapatha Brahmana, and the Brahmana mantras of Krishna Yajurveda is called as the Taittiriya Brahmana. And so as I said, there is a mixing of both the Brahmana mantras and the Samhita mantras in Krishna Yajurveda, so you don't find exact Brahmana editions like that. So then coming to the Aranyaka and Upanishad part, the Shukla Yajurveda has the magnanimous Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, as the name itself suggests it, Brihat Aranyaka. So Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, and it was the first Upanishad where the Bhashya was written by Adishankara Bhagavad Acharya, and it's also of great importance that Shukla Yajurveda has the last chapter as the Ishavasya Upanishad. So the entire Ishavasya Vidam Sarvam Yatkincha, so that all those things comes in the Shukla Yajurveda. That's the greatness of Shukla Yajurveda. Again, the Krishna Yajurveda has Taittiriya Upanishad, where you see the Matrudevo Bhava, Pitrudevo Bhava, Acharya Devo Bhava, all these things, and a beautiful, you know, what you call as today the convocation of a student. And you can see a convocation to a student happening there, so beautifully explained. Dharmam chara swadhyaya pravachanabhyam na pramaditavyam. So, which is what I think today Samaṣṭi is all about, right? Like we can learn and we have to do swadhyaya at every point in life without leaving it for one day. And that is what our ancestors have taught. And you know, that is coming in from the Krishna Yajurveda, the beautiful convocating verses of or convocational verses that appears in the you know, Krishna Yajurveda, the Mahanarayana, the Katha, Shvetashvatara, all these are the Upanishads which come in the Krishna Yajurveda. With that, I conclude my small introduction about Krishna Yajurveda, and I think it helps everybody to learn more about the Yajurveda in general. Thank you. Dhanyavadaha. Namaste.
Dhanyasmi, Nagachaitan ji. And that was very enlightening. You have given us some glimpses, and I'm sure there are so many takeaways, and we'll responsibly pay attention when we hear next time to somebody else sharing on the Vedas. Thank you so much. And we shall move on to our next speaker. There was a technical issue. We shall move on to our next speaker. Now that we have covered Rigveda, Yajurveda, Samavedam from the morning segment 1 session, now let's move into our more mundane activities, meaning to say how the Sanatana Dharma can be is seen in our daily lives in art form and such. We have Srimati Sridevi Ayyagari here with us to share on Sanatana Dharmam. Katha Ghana is her specialty. She is a distinguished Carnatic vocalist renowned for reviving Katha Ganam, a specialized art form that fuses traditional ragas with storytelling from Indian epics like the Ramayana and Mahabharata. Artistic innovation includes she bridges Ganam, music, and Katha, narrative, to preserve cultural heritage through performance. And she has a global reach, performs at prestigious temples and sabhas across India and the USA, serving as a cultural bridge to international audiences. Combines deep musical mastery. She has MA in Carnatic music with an analytical foundation in mathematics and hardware engineering. And the impact she has created, she is a dedicated educator and performer who popularizes classical arts among younger generation and global alike. Welcome, Sridevi Garu.
Jai Sri Kamakshi.
नमो नमः भवत्याः विषये संस्कृते अपि वक्तुकामास्मि श्रीमती अय्यगारि श्रीदेवी प्रख्याता कर्णाटक सङ्गीतगायिका अस्ति सा कथागानमिति विशिष्टां कलारूपपरम्परां पुनरुज्जीवयितुं विशेषेण ख्याता अस्ति तस्याः वैश्विकविख्यातिः अपि अस्ति भारतेषु अमेरिकादेशे च प्रतिष्ठितेषु देवालयेषु सङ्गीतसभासु च सा नियमितां प्रस्तुतिं करोति तस्याः अत्र अद्यतनसभायां स्वागतं व्याहरामि नमो नमः प्रस्तौत महोदये श्रोतकामाः स्मः
Yes.
I would like to just pray I'll just sing a small slokam and start this.
Please.
Vakratunda Mahakaya Koti Surya Samaprabha Nirvignam Guru me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada. Basically, what exactly is Sanatana Dharma? It's a regular chores that we follow on a daily basis. Sanatana Dharma is eternal and which never ends with time. Sanatana Dharma is also known as Asha Dharma, which is given by Parabrahma and which was followed by all the ancients like rishis and tapasis and all the saints, and we do follow the same from them. It's already mentioned in Dharma Sutras for us. I would like to give a couple of examples wherein it is Satyam Vada Dharmam Chara. Don't lie is what elders were telling us. Follow the Dharma Margam, which we do on a daily basis. After some time, I'll surely give an example on that. And just before my session, Naga Garu was talking about Krishna Yajurveda, if I'm not wrong, and he was trying to tell about Matu Deva Bhava, Pitru Deva Bhava, Acharya Deva Bhava. We have to respect our elders, respect our parents. It's a saying that, yes, I'm a follower of Kanchi Kamakshi Ambal, and will I be able to see Ambal? There's a question from all the kids saying that, will we be able to see God? I would just like to say one word. Respect your parents, give importance to them, and pray your parents. They are the gods for us. And please don't put them, once you're done and once you're well settled, please don't put them in an old age home or something. Respect them. They are our gurus and they are gods for us. It is not possible to see Ambal or a god. God himself has given mother to us because it's not possible for him to be with everyone. So that's the only reason is given parents, and we have to respect them. These are the couple of examples for dharma. Paropakaramidam idam sariram. There's an example. Kritecha pratikartavyam esha dharma sanatanaha. These are wherein truthfulness, forgiveness, kshamagunam, and thankfulness. These are the three very important things in Sanatana Dharma told by elders. It's nothing but don't forget the person who has helped you. And in return, if you're able to meet that person and try to give it back in such a way that it doesn't hurt that person. If a person is trying to help you, for example, in Valmiki Ramayanam, Sundarakanda, it's very clearly mentioned by Valmiki saying that Hanuman was trying to take off from Mahendragiri Parvatam to Lanka. He didn't want to stop in between because it is Ramakaryam, wherein Mainaka will just come out and will request Hanuman to just rest for some time and go. Then it is very clearly mentioned that he'll say that because of your forefathers, we are still alive. So it is paropakaram. So it is my responsibility to take care of you. Could you please rest for some time and then start your journey? Then immediately Hanuman tells that it is not possible because it is Ramakaryam. I don't want to take a break. I just want to complete it. On the way back, I'm sure that I will try. But it is very clear that you have given and I've taken. This is the best example given in Sundarakanda by Valmiki Maharshi. When it comes to Shamagunam, it is the regular we see on a daily basis. If some person hurts you, and if that same person is coming and trying to help you in some other form, please don't keep that in mind saying that, yes, this person has created a fuss or problem for me, so I don't want to talk about him. Just forget the past. That is called forgiveness, right? If that person comes and says sorry in front of everyone or personally or in a private, do remember that Kshama gunam is forgiveness is more important. Don't just keep a grudge on that person. Just move on. Go ahead with whatever you have to do. If that person is really doing good, then please do talk about that person in future. Don't remember the positive things that happen in your life with that person than things that he's hurt you or something. This is what Shamagunam tells, and this is what it's told in Dharmam. You're supposed to follow Dharmam on a daily basis than keeping grudges with the people and fighting with the people. The third one is Sukshma Buddhi, a smart word. This, I would just like to give an example of Lord Ganesha, wherein there was a competition between Ganesha and Murugan, wherein Murugan immediately took his Vahanam and started the journey. They're supposed to go 3 times the complete world and come back. But immediately, it is respecting. Matru Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava. They are the gods, is what Ganesha showed us. And it is very clearly mentioned saying that he just did 3 pradakshinas and he's completed that 3 pradakshinas of the world as well. So this is very clear that respect your parents, wherein they'll give whatever you want. Never tell, because recently I've seen many people saying that, where do you stay? With whom you guys are staying? Never say that, my parents are staying with me. I'm staying with my parents is what your answer is supposed to be. Because parents are not supposed to be with us. We are staying with our parents. You're not doing a maharbani or something on your parents saying that they are staying with us. Respect your parents, respect your gurus, respect elders. I've seen many schools wherein kids are saying that grandparents are dustbins, which is next to impossible. They are the people who are guiding you and teaching you all the basic things that we are supposed to do on a daily basis. It's our parents and grandparents who have taught everything about the Dharma as well. I request all the parents and everyone, all the elders, to guide the kids from childhood itself and teach about our Puranas as well. So the next comes, I'm just in a hurry, so I'm just trying to tell the gist of Sanatana Dharma. The final thing is, we can follow the Sanatana Dharma in many ways, either by storytelling or, especially in the schools, tell about our festivals, take kids to the field trips and debates and explain about the social responsibility and other stuff. Incorporate cultural heritage into our curriculum and do as many as cultural events and bring our Puranas into that and explain the same to the kids as well. Do some social service, make sure that they're into some social service as well. Celebrate festivals with kids, spend time with kids, because Jagat Guru has told that Adi Sankaracharya has come because there was many people were not following Dharma. It's very clear that most of the people are getting diverted, especially, and they're doing some tantrika vidyas, and they are focusing on karma kanda, and they're not following the main path for the moksha margam. So we need a guru for that. So Adi Shankaracharya has also come to give us the best and follow the dharma path. So, and he's very clearly made sure that there were 4 Peethams was being established by him, and all the Jagat Gurus are trying to follow and make sure that we are also following the same. So the main goal of Sanatana Dharma is, I would like to just repeat the same thing: respect elders, follow that, follow Dharma, respect parents, truthfulness, forgiveness, and smart work. We do follow the same in Sanatana Dharma in the regular chores. For example, I would like to give, we do get up early in the morning, complete our daily routine, just dress up, it's our responsibility to put a kumkum and tell my daughters all the same. Then respect and greet and meet elders, help your parents, teachers, and respect your relatives. Talk to your relatives, understand if they're really knowledgeable, talk to them, discuss with them. And if you're able to guide or help others, please do that. Sanatana Dharma topic is very big, so it's not possible to complete in 10-minute slot. So I just want to end this with I think if I sing this, it'll be apt for this. So Mahapariva, Kanchi Kamakoti Pita Jagat Guru, the 68th Acharya, Sri Chandrasekharendra Saraswati Mahaswami Paramacharya, has written this and given to us. So this is what I just want to sing and close this with. I know I just told the gist of Sanatana Dharma, so please don't mind. If you can give me another opportunity, we'll have better topics to discuss with. Okay? Anyways, I just want to close this with Maitreem Bhajata. Maitreem Bhajata Akila Hrajayatreem. Maitreem Bhajata Akila Hrajayatreem. Maitreem Bhajata Akila Hrajayatreem. Atmavadiva Paranapi Pashyata. Atmavadiva Paranapi Pashyata. Yuddham Tyajata Spardham Tyajata. Yuddham Tyajata Spardham Tyajata. Tyajata Pareshva Kramamakramam. Tyajata Pareshva Kramamakramam. Maitreem Bhajata Akhila Hrajayatreem. Maitreem Bhajata Akhila Hrajayatreem. Janani Prathavi Kamadhukaste. Janani Prathavi Kamadhukaste. Janako Devaha Sakala Dayalu. Damyata Datta Dayatvam Janata. Shreyo Bhuyat Sakala Jananam. 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 It's very clearly told by Jagat Guru that be kind to others, the same thing that I've told. Don't fight with others. Be friendly. Shamagunam is more important. Be thankful to others. Forgive people. And stay blessed always. That's what he's told. And Maitri. It's very clear that don't fight with others and be friendly. So with this, I just want to close this. And I thank Satyavani Garu for giving me such a wonderful opportunity. I said it's a very short time, so I just wanted to touch the gist of Sanatana Dharma. And I pray Ambal and Jagat Guru Shankara Vijayendra Saraswati Swami Varu to guide me in this path. So thank you so much. Hara Hara Shankara, Jai Jai Shankara.
Thank you. That was very nice, and you brought in the right musical here, Maitreem Bhajata, a very empowering vibration to the summit. Thank you, Dhanyasmi. Now let's move to our next talk. Shri Dr. Shivaramakrishna Chirravuri Garu. He is going to bring Sahitya Shilpa Kala Shastras, the timeless sciences of literature, sculpture, and the arts. They guide us in harmonizing word, form, and expression. Through the wisdom of the Siddhantas and the insight of the Acharyas, these Shastras show us how creativity becomes devotion and knowledge becomes lived experience. So let's join us in the journey into the art of shaping thought, matter, and spirit. A quick note on introducing our scholar. Sri Chirravuri Shivaramakrishna Sharma Garu is an esteemed scholar of Vyakarana, Vedas, and classical Bharatiya knowledge systems. He holds an MA in Sanskrit and a PhD in Telugu, specializing in Vyakarana from Sri Venkateshwara University. A prolific author, he has translated the Atharva Veda Samhita into Telugu and authored Vaidika Dharma Satyartha Prakasha. His Vaidika Dharma Satyartha Prakasha. His distinguished career includes decades of teaching at Andhra Jatiya Kalashala and visiting professorships at Telugu and Osmania universities. A prominent voice in cultural revival, he is widely recognized for his scholarly discourses on Sanatana Dharma across various global platforms.
नमो नमः. श्री डॉक्टर चिरावुरी शिवरामकृष्ण शर्मा महाभागाः व्याकरण वेदविद्यायाः तथा शास्त्रीय भारतीय ज्ञानपरम्परायाः प्रतिष्ठितविद्वान् अस्ति. सः वेङ्कटेश्वर विश्वविद्यालयात् संस्कृते स्नातकोत्तरपदवीं प्राप्य व्याकरणविशेषतया तेलुगुभाषायां विद्यावारिधिम् अधिगतवान्. एषः विपुलानां ग्रन्थानामपि रचयिता अस्ति. अथर्ववेदसंहितायाः तेलुगुभाषानुवादमपि एषः कृतवान्. वैदिकधर्म सत्यार्थ प्रकाशः इत्यपि ग्रन्थस्य एषः कल्पयिता अस्ति. सनातनधर्मविषये तस्य विद्वत्तापूर्णाः धर्मोपदेशाः देशविदेशेषु विविधेषु बौद्धिकमञ्चेषु च प्रसिद्धाः सन्ति. भारतीयसंस्कृतेः पुनरुज्जीवनाय प्रमुख अयं स्वरूपेण अयं व्यापकः सम्मानभाग् भवति. अस्य वक्तव्यस्य स्वागतं करोमि.
गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परं ब्रह्म तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः. शुक्लाम्बरधरं विष्णुं शशिवर्णं चतुर्भुजं प्रसन्नवदनं ध्यायेत् सर्वविघ्नोपशान्तये. उपासना स्मृति संस्था निदेशिकायै श्रीमती काकर्ला सत्यवाणी महोदयायै सभास्थितेभ्यः महद्भ्यः नमांसि. संस्कृते साहित्य शिल्प समीक्षणम्. विदितमेवैतत् विपश्चिदपश्चिमानां यत् साहित्यशिल्पसमीक्षणे संस्कृतालङ्कारिकाः अग्रेसराः बभूवरिति. साहित्यशिल्पसमीक्षणमार्गाणाम् अलङ्कारशास्त्रमिति नाम प्रसिद्धं वर्तते. अलङ्कारशास्त्रं क्रियाविधिः, क्रियाकल्पः, काव्यलक्षणं, काव्यलक्ष्म इत्यनर्थान्तराणि. काव्यसौन्दर्यद्रष्टारः ऋषिकल्पाः भारतीयाः बहवः अभूवन्. तेषु तत्र भवान् भरतमुनिः सहृदयहृदयावर्जकं रससिद्धान्तं साङ्गोपाङ्गतया प्रत्यपादयतु. सः रूपकेषु रसप्राधान्यम् अकथयतु. अनन्तरकाले भर्तृहर्यानन्दवर्धनादयः श्रव्यकाव्येष्वपि रससिद्धान्तसमन्वयम् अकुर्वन्. वाक्यं रसात्मकं काव्यमिति विश्वनाथः निर्वचनम् अकरोत्. रस्यन्ते आस्वाद्यन्ते सामाजिकैरितरसाः ते नववर्तन्ते. शृङ्गारहास्य करुणा रौद्रवीरभयानकाः बीभत्साद्भुतशान्ताख्याः रसाः नवसमीरिताः इति. तत्र शृङ्गारवीर रौद्राद्भुतानां लोकोत्तराश्रयत्वेन परिपोषातिशयः. तत्रापि शृङ्गार एव मधुरः परः प्रह्लादनो रसः तन्मयं काव्यमाश्रित्य माधुर्यं प्रतितिष्ठति इत्यानन्दवर्धनः परः. शृङ्गारहास्यादीनां क्रमेण रत्यादयः स्थायीभावा भवन्ति। रतिर्हासश्च शोकश्च क्रोधोत्साहो भयं तथा जुगुप्सा विस्मयशमाः स्थायीभावाः प्रकीर्तिताः। विभावानुभाव सात्विक व्यभिचार संयोगात् रसनिष्पत्तिः इति भरतमुनिः असूत्रयतु। काव्यप्रदर्शिताः सहृदय हृदयभाविताः विभावानुभाव समुदिताः प्राक्तनवासनानुराग स्वसंविधानन्दचर्यमाणाः रत्यादिस्थायीभावाः रसा भवन्ति। चेतसः विभावादिसमागमे रसोत्पत्तिप्रकारः एवम् उक्तः। विकास विस्तर क्षोभ विक्षोभाख्याः चतुर्विधाः जायन्ते चेतसो धर्माः विभावादि समागमे। विकासः कुसुमस्येव पादपस्येव विस्तरः चेतसो अब्धेरिव क्षोभः विक्षोभः मरुतो यथा विकासमूल शृंगारः वीरो विस्तरमूलकः विक्षोभोपाधिको रौद्रः बीभत्सः क्षोभमूलकः एतन्मूला हास्य चित्र भयानकादयः क्रमात् सामाजिक हृदयेषु वासनारूपेण स्थितान् रत्यादि स्थायीभावान् आस्वादयोग्यान् कारयन्ति। विभावादयः भावस्य स्थायित्वं नाम सजातीय विजातीय अनभिभूततया यावदनुभवम् अवस्थानं। विभावो द्विविधः आलम्बन विभावः उद्दीपन विभावश्चेति। आलम्बनं नायिकादिः तम् आलम्ब्य रसोद्गमात्। उद्दीपन विभावस्तु द्विविधः शृंगाररसे यौवन भूषण चेष्टादयः सहजोद्दीपन विभावाः मलयानिल चंद्रादयः तटस्थोद्दीपन विभावाः स्थायीभाव व्यक्तीकरण पटवः क्रियाविशेषाः अनुभावाः ते तु कटाक्षादयः परगत सुखदुःखादि भावनया भावितान्तःकरणत्वं सत्वं तद्भवाः सात्विक भावाः ते तु स्तंभ प्रलयादयः रसाभिव्यक्तीकरणे साहाय्यकराः व्यभिचारि भावाः विविधमभितः संचरन्तीति व्यभिचारिणः निर्वेद ग्लानि दैन्यादयस्ते। दृश्यकाव्येषु दर्शनद्वारा श्रव्येषु वर्णनद्वारा नायक अभेदं प्राप्तेषु सामाजिकेषु वासनारूपेण स्थिताः रत्यादयः संचारि भावादि सहकारेण रसत्वं प्राप्नुवन्ति। व्यभिचारि भावानाम् एव संचारि भावा इति नामान्तरं। ब्रह्मानंद सब्रह्मचारी रसः तेन सामाजिकः अलौकिकमानन्दमाप्नोति। एष रससिद्धान्तः कालेन गुणेन च ज्येष्ठ्यं लभते। काव्यस्यात्मा ध्वनिरिति बुधैः इति श्रीमदानन्दवर्धनाचार्येण समाम्नातः। स्वयं सिद्धान्तः अलङ्कारशास्त्रे मूर्धन्यो भवति। ध्वनिस्वरूपः इत्थं वर्तते। पदं तावत् विभक्त्यन्तं तत् त्रिविधं वाचकं लाक्षणिकं व्यञ्जकं चेति। तदर्थाः वाच्य लक्ष्य व्यङ्ग्याः स्युः। तद्व्यापाराः क्रमेण अभिधा लक्षणा व्यञ्जनानि। तत्र व्यञ्जनं नाम अन्वितेषु पदार्थेषु योऽस्य अर्थान्तरगोचरः वाच्यार्थोपस्क्रियायै सह व्यापारो व्यञ्जनं भवेत्। स व्यञ्जना व्यापारः त्रिविधः। शब्दार्थोभयशक्तिमूलकत्वेन शब्दशक्तिमूलोऽपि द्विविधः। अभिधामूलः लक्षणामूलश्चेति। तत्र अभिधामूलध्वनिः द्विविधः। समलक्ष्यक्रमव्यङ्ग्यः असमलक्ष्यक्रमव्यङ्ग्यश्चेति। समलक्ष्यक्रमे वस्तलङ्कारयोः व्यञ्जकत्वम् असमलक्ष्यक्रमे रसादेः व्यञ्जकत्वं च भवति। असमलक्ष्यक्रमत्वं च यत्र विभावानुभावादिवशात् आशुभाविनी रसाभिव्यक्तिः तत्र भवति। अन्यत्र तु रसादिध्वनिरपि समलक्ष्यक्रम एव। लक्षणमूलध्वनौ अर्थान्तरसंक्रमितवाच्यम् अत्यन्ततिरस्कृतवाच्यमिति भेदद्वयं वर्तते। अपि च स्वतःसिद्धादिभेदैः शुद्धध्वनयः 51 वर्तन्ते। एते संकीर्णाः सन्तः 4,300 भेदवन्तो भवन्ति। मुग्धाप्रणयसुन्दरे श्लोके अस्मिन् संयोगशृङ्गारः असंलक्ष्यक्रमव्यङ्ग्यरूपेण विलसति। शून्यं शून्यं वा सगृहं विलोक्य शयनात् उत्थाय किञ्चित् शनैः निद्राव्याजमुपागतस्य सुचिरं निर्वर्ण्यपत्युर्मुखं विश्रब्धं परिचुम्ब्य जातपुलकाम् आलोक्य गण्डस्थलीं लज्जानं प्रमुखी प्रियेण सता बालाचरं सुम्बिता। सिद्धान्तोऽयं सहृदय आनन्दवर्धनेन प्रतिपादितः परदेवता प्रसादभाजनेन अभिनवगुप्तपादेन परिपोषितः सन् अनन्तर प्रमुखालङ्कारिकैः सुममालिकेव शिरसा धृतो अभवत्। जयादित्यास्थानपण्डितः काश्मीरदेशीयः वामनस्तु रीतिरात्मा काव्यस्य इति रीतिप्राधान्यं प्रत्यपादयितु। रीयन्ते परम्परया गच्छन्तीति रीतयः विशिष्टपदरचना रीतिः सूक्ष्मसूत्रैः रज्जुरिव गुणसमूहैः रीतिर्भवति। रीतयः बहुभिः बहुधा उल्लेखिता अपि वैदर्भी गौडी पाञ्चालीति तिस्र एव प्राचुर्यमापुः। तत्र बन्धपारुष्यरहिता शब्दकाठिन्यवर्जिता नातिदीर्घसमासारीतिः वैदर्भी भवति। परुषाक्षरयुता दीर्घसमासजुष्टा रीतिः गौडी। वैदर्भी गौडीरीति उभयलक्षणयुक्ता पाञ्चाली भवति। माधुर्योजः प्रसादादिगुणैः रीतयो भवन्ति। तत्र माधुर्यं नाम आह्लादकत्वम्। इदं शृङ्गारे करुणे शान्ते च अतिशयान्वितं भवति। चित्तस्य विस्ताररूपदीप्तत्वजनकम् ओजः वीरे भयानके बीभत्से च साक्ष्यं भवति। श्रुतिमात्रेण शब्दानां येन अर्थप्रत्ययो भवेत् साधारणः समग्राणां स प्रसादगुणस्मृतः। वर्णसमासरचनानां गुणव्यञ्जकत्वं वर्तते। ट ठ ड ढ रहिताः ककारादि मकारान्ताः वर्णाः निज वर्गान्त्यवर्णे संयुक्ताः रेफ नकारौ ह्रस्वान्तरितौ समासराहित्यम् अल्पसमासत्वं वा माधुर्यं व्यञ्जयन्ति। वर्ग प्रथम तृतीयाभ्यां द्वितीय चतुर्थयोर्योगः रेफेण संयोगः नकारवर्जः टवर्गः शशौ दीर्घसमासः कठिन पदबंध रचना च ओजः व्यञ्जयन्ति। आनन्दवर्धनाचार्यस्तु रीतिरात्मा काव्यस्य इति सिद्धान्तं तिरस्कृत्य काव्यात्मा प्रसादिध्वन्देव यथा सूर्यादयः आत्मगुणा भवन्ति तथा माधुर्यादिगुणा अपि रसादिधर्मा एव। रतिस्तु गुणसंघटना एव इत्यवोचत्। रीतिः काव्यात्मतया बहुभिः नाङ्गीकृतापि रसधर्मत्वेन अङ्गीकृत इव। कुन्तकमहाशयस्तु वक्रोक्तिरेव काव्यजीवितमित्यकथयत्। स्वभावोक्तिविरुद्धः चमत्कारयुक्त उक्तिविशेषः एव वक्रोक्तिः। सैषा चन्द्रकलेव आह्लादिनी भवेत्। हृदयानन्दकारिणी पदभावसङ्घटनैव वक्रोक्तिरिति कुन्तकविवरणं वर्तते। महाकविः दण्डी भिन्नं द्विधा स्वभावोक्तिः वक्रोक्तिश्चेति वाङ्मयम् इत्युवाच। वक्रत्वमेव काव्यानां पराभूषेति भामहः। कुन्तकः षड्विध वक्रोक्तिभेदान् अवोचत्। अत्र वक्रता सुन्दरतैव तत्सम्पादनायैव कविभिः प्रयतितव्यम् इति कुन्तकादयः। क्षेमेन्द्रस्तावत् अलङ्काराः स्वलङ्काराः गुणा एव गुणास्तदा औचित्यं रससिद्धस्य स्थिरं काव्यस्य जीवितम् इति सोदाहरणं सयुक्तिकं प्रत्यपादयेत्। औचित्येन विना रुचिं प्रतनुते नालङ्कृतिर्नो गुणः इत्युक्त्वा 27 विविध औचित्य निरूपणम् अकरोत्। अन्येषु काव्याङ्गेषु अपि अनैव दिशा स्वयमेव औचित्यम् उत्प्रेक्षणीयमिति अवदत्। आनन्दवर्धनाचार्योऽपि अनौचित्यादृते नान्यत् रसभङ्गस्य कारणम् औचित्य उपनिबन्धस्तु रसस्य उपनिषत्परा इति औचित्य विचार चर्चायाम् उपनिषदम् उपदिदेश। काव्ये उपमाद्यलङ्काराणां प्राधान्यं कथयतां भामहाचार्यः प्राचीनो भवति। एषा वक्रोक्तेः अलङ्कारनिदानत्वम् आकलयति। सैषा सर्वत्र वक्रोक्तिः अनयार्थो विभाव्यते। यत्नोस्यां कविना कार्यः कोऽलङ्कारो अनया विना इति। कुन्तकमहाशयेव एनम् अनुसृत्य वक्रोक्तिजीवितम् अरचयतु। भामहस्तावतु रसस्यापि रसवदलङ्कार इति अलङ्कारत्वं मेने। आनन्दवर्धनस्तु काव्यस्यात्मा ध्वनिरिति निरूप्य सध्वनिः अलङ्काररूपेणापि वर्तते इत्यकथयतु। अलङ्काराः रसपर्यवसायिनः काव्यरमणीयता प्रयोजका वा भवेयुः। सुन्दरत्वे सति उपस्कारकत्वम् अलङ्कारत्वम्। अलङ्क्रियते अनेनेत्यलङ्कारः। अलङ्कारेषु त्रीनारभ्य 20-शताधिकपर्यन्तं भेदान् लक्षणज्ञाः कथयन्ति। ते तु शब्दालङ्काराः, अर्थालङ्काराः, उभयालङ्काराश्चेति प्राधान्येन त्रिविधाः। अत्र अनुप्रासादयः शब्दालङ्काराः, उपमादयः अर्थालङ्काराः, पुनरुक्तवदाभासादयः उभयालङ्काराश्च भवन्ति। प्राचीनेषु केचन उपमायाः, केचन श्लेषस्य, केचन वक्रोक्तेश्च प्राधान्यम् अकल्पयन्। तत्र भवान् वामनस्तु उपमा सर्वालङ्कार बीजभूतेति अवदतु। बहुषु अलङ्कारग्रन्थेषु उपमैव प्रथमम् उक्ता। बहुशास्त्रनिष्णाताः अप्पय्यदीक्षिताश्च उपमैका शैलूषी सम्प्राप्ता चित्रभूमिकाभेदान् रञ्जयति काव्यरङ्गे नृत्यन्ति तद्विदाञ्चेतः इत्यवर्णयन् प्रसिद्धालङ्काराः अतिप्राचीन भारतीयवाङ्मये ऋग्वेदे एव श्रूयन्ते। इत्थं रसध्वनिरीत्यादयः काव्यात्मत्वेन तत्तत् सिद्धान्तप्रतिपादकैः उक्ताः इति। शं स्वस्ति।
సత్యవాణి గారు హరి ఓం.
Dhanyasmi, Shri Shivaramakrishna Chiravuri garu. That was very nice of you to share your thoughts here in Samaṣṭi. We shall move on to the next segment. This is going to be a little different. We have heard, we listened to Veda Paarayanam. We listened to what Vyashti individuals are doing, service to the global and activities and such. And then we listened to the core Rigveda, Yajurveda. And we also had a glimpse of some art forms as well, information. Now we move on to a panel discussion. There are going to be two panels in this segment, one being Smriti panel and another one which comes later in the Svasta panel. So for the Smriti panel, we have distinguished Shri Yoga Shri N.V. Raghuram Garu along with Kumari Apurva Vedavati. The theme here is civilizational continuity. Preservation or practice is the question. How does knowledge remain live across generations? When does it move from archive to life? So let's invite our panelists. Namaste, Raghuram Garu. And Apurva. Namaste.
Hari Om Bhagini. Namaste.
Namaste. And so a quick introduction to our panelists. Yoga Shri N.V. Raghuram Garu is a Master of Yogic Sciences, a distinguished professor at Yas Vyasa, and the spiritual founder of Yoga Bharati. A former civil engineer, he has spent over 30 years bridging Vedic philosophy with modern science. A clinical pioneer, we can say, he introduced yoga therapy to clinics in Germany and Turkey and collaborated on NIH-funded cancer research at MD Anderson. He's a global authority, a delegate to the WHO organization, WHO, and the UN. He has taught in over 50 countries, simplifying the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita for modern use. His notable achievement is he served as the yoga instructor for India's first astronaut, Rakesh Sharma. He frequently partners with his wife, Srimati Dr. R. Nagaratna Garu, to develop evidence-based yoga protocols for psychosomatic health. And now we also have Kumari Apurva Vedavati in our panel here. She's a young yoga practitioner, a creative artist and educator based in Srirangapatna. She's a key figure at Yoga Dhama and the Kaveri Kanya Gurukulam, continuing a family legacy of Vedic education and wellness. She is indeed the product of Kanya Gurukulam and daughter of Subramani ji. And you must be so proud. And a bit of a background. Raised in a traditional Gurukula, she is the daughter of Acharya K.K. Subramani, focusing on Sanskrit and Sanatana Dharma. As mentioned, she facilitates yoga and lifestyle retreats at Yoga Dhama, integrating ancient wisdom with modern health practices. She actively supports the Kaveri Gurukulam, Kanya Gurukulam, which provides free value-based education to rural girls. And creative focus is in her interdisciplinary professional activities. She's involved in music composition and fluid resin art, using creativity as a tool for self-expression and healing. Welcome, Raghuramji and Apurva.
हरि ओम् स्वागतं व्याहरामि रघुराममहोदयेभ्यः पुनः अपूर्वायै च योगविद्यायाः परिपक्वः आचार्योऽयं देशविदेशेषु अपि विख्याताः सन्ति। इति भारतस्य प्रथमस्य अन्तरिक्षयात्रिकस्य राकेशशर्मणः योगशिक्षकत्वेन एवं सेवां कृतवान्। स्वास्थ्यसंस्थायाः WHO इत्यस्य संयुक्तराष्ट्रसङ्घस्य च प्रतिनिधिरूपेण स 50 अधिकेषु राष्ट्रेषु योगोपदेशानपि प्रदत्तवन्तः सन्ति। स्वागतं महोदय। अपूर्वा अपि सुब्रह्मण्यमहाभागस्य दुहिता अस्ति। एषा अपि कावेरी कन्या गुरुकुलस्य वयं श्रुतवन्तः पूर्वं तत् गुरुकुलस्य विषये तत्र पठितवती, सेवामपि करोति। स्वागतं व्याहरामि द्वाभ्यामपि। नमो नमः।
धन्यवादः भगिनी।
So let's begin. Here in this panel, you see both our speakers. They are together representing two generations, should we say, of engagement with civilizational knowledge. One shaped by decades of observation and scholarship, and another shaped by living, teaching, and transmitting these traditions and learning in the present day. So to set the stage, this question is on generations and contact with knowledge, addressed to both of you. From your respective generational standpoints, how did your first meaningful engagement with this Sanatana Dharma, the dharmic knowledge, occur? What did your generation receive naturally, I mean to say, and what had to be consciously cultivated? Please, the stage is yours, Raghuramji and Apurva.
So let me try to be brief in my presentation, my dears. First thing is that wish you all a very happy Ratha Saptami.
Yes.
Such a wonderful day that we remember Surya, and that's Upanishad says, Aditya vai pranaha. So that means to say the vital energy of us, the prana of us is this Aditya. We are remembering that. And another most wonderful thing that I really like very much is that Satyavani ji, you are so extraordinary. You put me and Apurva in the same panel. I really love Apurva, such a wonderful thing. And her father and me, we are all together in this journey. So therefore, it's a wonderful opportunity for me. And before I take up that question, let me give the idea that Sanatana is basically, we say that it is ever existing, but not only that it is always existing, always relevant, but most important thing is it must be relevant to the mankind anywhere and anywhere. So therefore, if I go to any country anywhere in the world, I should be able to convince them about the Sanatana Dharma. And the way that it is not the question of what is the scripture that they have, what are the practices that they have, but what is the philosophy behind it, which is useful for the mankind. In fact, in that sense only, that when I gave classes on Gita and Upanishads, whatever it is, when the students asked me that, are you going to give the exams? I said, is it open book exam, closed book exam? I said, and they discussed, and they were thinking, which is good, which is not good, which is useful. I mean, it will be very tough, it is an open book, etc. Then they said, we will ask you. We will ask Raghuram. So they come to me. I said, it's an open question paper exam. I said, what is this? I said, I send you question paper 1 month before. All the questions, and there'll be options, this thing also. And then you can, if you have any doubts, you can always ask me. And then I can clarify you. And finally, on the exam day, you write down in your own language, in your own understanding. Because if moment that you copy any book or anything like that, anybody's language, even by memory you copy it and put it, I can understand it. But I want you to have your own language. The idea is that this knowledge that is there, whether it is in the Upanishad or Bhagavad Gita or anything like that, can it be applicable to our own day-to-day life? If I cannot bring it down to the day-to-day life, that means it is sitting in the head, not in the heart, then it cannot communicate. Because the generation after generation after generation, head might change, but the heart will be the same. So why not we bring this knowledge to the heart level? We have seen in the last 2 days, I mean, you have excellent work that you have done, bringing all the extraordinary, wonderful, knowledgeable people behind together. In fact, I was listening to, yesterday also, I listened to all those speakers. Today also I listened. And amazing way that they have gone into the depth of it. But can we bring all these things into our day-to-day life, into a younger generation? Because basically, that even though I may be about 70, 80 years or something like that, but I teach the people who are 20 years, 18 years, 15 years. If I do not communicate, if I cannot make them to feel that they understand it, then the generation gap is not going to help in Sanatana Dharma to go ahead with that. So first thing is that we need to see that we need to bring down this big generation gap by moving the content from the head to the heart. That's what is very important. We need to do it. And in that thing, in that context, I'm so glad that I'm with Apurva here on the stage. Thank you. I'll stop it here. Let Apurva take over.
Right. Namaste and a very happy Ratha Saptami to everybody. Thank you, Satyavani Bhagini, for giving me this opportunity. And I'm able to represent a whole generation and the people of my age group. I think I feel I'm at the spotlight now. And thank you, Raghuram. Thank you, Raghuramji. Like I said, I've always heard about you. I've known you through your works of Yoga Bharati, but this is the first time I'm getting to interact with you and know you at your deeper level. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Me being the youngest in the panel today, if there is anything that I tell or if it is harsh or hurtful, I'm very sorry. Please be kind enough to forgive. I'll take the leeway of being the younger one in the group today. So coming back to the question, a generation and the contact of knowledge that we have. We know the history of a country. There is so much of invasions and colonizations that has gone through, and the core intent was to break the backbone of our country, and the whole country is standing today as Bharat Desha. It is standing on the Adhyatmak, on the Adhyatmic wisdom, on the Shastras, on the Upanishad wisdom, which are rishis, starting from the Shiva, Dakshinamurti, from there to the rishis, Sapta rishis, from there to the other acharyas, and now until the present generation, if we are able to study the subjects of yoga, the Upanishads, the Vedas, or even Sanskritam, it is really because it has to be true. Like the sun, like the moon, the other thing which is always prevalent in all generations, in all times, irrespective of time, place, and even yugas for that way, it has to be true. But like Raghuramji said, true is one thing, but the second thing is it has to go in keeping with the person's, with the seeker's anubhava, his experience, my experience. It should align with how Shastras will tell Satyam Vada. But now this has to come into my anubhava. I have to see within my own experience, what does it mean when you say Satyam Vada? What does it? It says Matra Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava, Acharya Devo Bhava. I have to see all of these things in my own anubhava. So definitely all the work where like when Ram Setu was being built, everybody contributed. There was a little squirrel also which contributed. So all of us are doing a big yagna. We are all contributing to a greater cause. And we are all very fortunate that we live in time period, irrespective of one living in the different continents. Today we are able to connect and talk and share knowledge. So it is a great time that we are able to discuss the subject matter. So I feel people, there have been our ancestors in the previous generation, they fought for the freedom of the country. They had to fight back other invaders and colonizers. But we are very lucky because we are the first generation to enjoy freedom and to get this knowledge so easily right at the tips of our fingertips. So we are a very lucky generation. We have not seen any hardships in our life. Everything was spoon fed to us. So that way, we are very lucky to get this knowledge and wisdom. Right.
Raghuramji, your thoughts on her?
It's wonderful. Actually, what she says is very good. And in fact, I would say that I was in the transition between that. We were still going through all that, but then it came out. My main interest was that inquiry into what is this these people are talking about. You see, if I don't really experience that, feel that, there is no point in learning all these things or looking at all those things. That search is the one which has taken me towards this particular path. I said, and bring it to the experience, not only bring it to the experience, pass it on to the other generations, next generation. If I do not make these thoughts into the in a communicative way to say my 20 years, 18 years, 15 years, I will not be able to carry on this message. What she said is Satyam Vada. You know how deep that idea of Satyam Vada, we could see how people followed it. Is like I always say that there is one thing called as following the Satya. Second thing deeper than that is the Satya also means being authentic. That means whatever I promise, I hold on to it. If I can give this message, convey this message to the younger generation, it will be so wonderful. But much more than that, deeper than that, our scriptures say, it's not just only that you say and you follow and all that, but to see that you also respect others' Satya. And that's what in Rama, he actually upheld the truth that his father gave word to it. That is what he has given a word to his mother, that he has to go to the forest. That's why Valmiki uses the adjective to Rama, saying that Pitru Satyam Anupalayan. It is such a beautiful way that it is said. If you are able to convey this kind of message to the younger generation, they'll be inspired to go in that direction. So that is how basically that we can carry the Sanatana Dharma, the next younger generation, generation to generation. That's what we have to do. In fact, I would tell you that I'm caught up with these questions when I was 14, 15, 16 years. So if I can get entry into this, probably I should be able to make youngsters also interested in these things. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you. And going a little deeper, let's move into let's break the big mountain in the sense each generation sees certain truths more clearly because of the condition it lives in. And Apurva, she did bring up about our ancients and the hardships, well said. But from your vantage point, what do you understand particularly well about civilizational knowledge today? So, what are we really understanding? If we were to understand the civilizational knowledge today, how would you how are you seeing it, Raghuramji and Apurva, yourself?
As a very simple idea is that today, somebody has written a very beautiful book called The Earth is Flat. That means basically now there is no question of this different from that, because it always flows. So like that, just call it civilization is flowing. There are two important aspects of this civilization the shift that we are doing it. One is civilization always grows, always develops. Science will develop, science will go on, all those things will definitely happen, and that's happening. And unless until we keep in touch with that, and then with that, we will not be able to become part of the global unity, global world. So therefore, we have to have that latest technology, latest development, latest activities. But on the other hand, there are two things. One is called a civilization, and the other is a culture. The culture aspect is something that we need to give, and that we need to carry on. In fact, very beautifully in Ramayana, it is said that when Kishkinda Rama went, there was so much of a culture, that means to say support for Rama that they have. Whereas there is so much of growth and development in the case of Sri Lanka, that's a civilization. So here is Kishkinda culture, no civilization. Whereas in Sri Lanka, there was extraordinary, wonderful civilization, but no culture. And then he says that finally, you go to Ayodhya, where it was developed like extraordinary, wonderful development. That's what Bharata explains about it, and extraordinary, wonderful culture. So today the world can develop in the form of civilization, but we need to give the cultural background behind it. And that's what, if we can do it, probably we'll be able to bring it down to the civilizational change, shift, we'll be able to adapt that. Thank you.
Apurva.
Right. Right. A very wonderful question. We're in the time period where we have to extract the best of the East and take the best of the West. So if we say in the materialistic pursuit, I think in science or in technology or in AI that we have today, the internet, this is what the outside world or the West has the best to offer. We should make use of this. And at the same time, we should also be connected to our roots, which is our ancient wisdom of the Shastras. So, if we can have both of this, best of the East and best of the West, both of them, if we can use it very intelligently, I think that is. In Kali Yuga, I think we have done. we have done whatever is to be.
Beautiful, beautiful.
So that way, it is all Purusha Prayatna. I think we are all heading in the right direction. It is the Ishvara is there with all of us, but Purusha Prayatna is very important. We all of us connected and doing with a single vision, with a single purpose. That is very important. Unity is extremely important here. We were we were divided and ruled. So when we see an iron, when we see a piece of iron, it catches rust and it breaks. That is the same point. That is the same weak point where we have to strengthen, do the solitary work, and we have to strengthen the same joint. So we were broken and we were divided. And Raghuramji the other day was saying that the cut is so deep, and that is the exact place where the repair has to happen. And all that we are doing through our collective efforts is the repair work. But while we keep our roots connected, we should also extend our friendly hand towards the east, towards the west, for the technology, for the advancement, we should not have a very conservative mindset of this is what the Shastra says, this is what it is, this is how you should do. We shouldn't have a very restrictive mindset. We should be open, like Anubhava, we should take our experience, we should learn from other people, and we should take those understandings so that with support and comfort we'll be able to grow faster and better with a united vision.
Somebody from
Thank
USA told me one time that we recognize Vivekananda.
Yeah.
So then he became popular in India. We recognize Vivekananda. So that means to say West is looking for this approach. As Apurva said, so deeply that we are hurt by all this colonial rule, whatever it is for last 1,000 years, that in spite of it, because the roots are, you see, it is always said, the tree which has got the deepest of the roots survives hottest of the weathers. And that's what happened with our culture. Deepest of the roots, and look at the positive way that Apurva said. We have that root so deep and we are able to bring it out and we are doing it. The transformation is occurring. I'm so very glad about that.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Very nice. I mean, just continuing on the same,
Yeah.
what blind spots or risks do you notice from your perspectives?
Let me allow Apurva to go ahead first.
Yeah, like what bothers you? What do you see? What we are
Yeah.
all blindsided, and
Right.
what you wish that should not kind of yeah.
Thank you for. I was taking the comfort of Raghuramji, you know. I was just intentfully listening to what he's telling and picking a point from there. And now he put me ahead.
No, you can give it back to him. It's fine.
Raghuramji, please.
Oh, sorry.
After you.
No, I would put it this way, Apurva, and of course, Satyavani, Smriti. The idea is that somehow in mindset, the 3-4 things are there. One thing is that these two are two different independent compartments. We should get out of that thought. Actually, it's all knowledge. It's all the same thing. The second thing is that you know, the big damage that has been done is that unfortunately money has given a big value over every other thing. Earning money, making money. See, you know, very important this damage done is for the housewife, homemaker. See, such an important work that she was doing, bringing up the generations and people and all that. Today, she doesn't, only somebody who earns money has a value, and who doesn't earn money does not have any value. It's a very unfortunate equation that we have brought about. I think we need to get out of this mindset. And somebody produces, you know, in the farmhouse, works with the field, he is not important. Whereas somebody who supplies the food to the world outside, he becomes important. You know, this way, what happens is that money has such a unfortunate equation today that we are given. Probably we need to get out of this particular idea. Only Sanatana Dharma can do it, because, I mean, I don't have much time now, but the strict system was such a way that even the outer growth development that was there also can be, in a spiritual way, we can mold it. That is what they have given. In fact, in my series of talks on Sanatana Dharma, I was giving that. So, but here, once we are able to do that kind of a thing, it will be very... See, look at the simple idea that today, all top CEOs of the companies of the world, they're all Indians, because the Indian culture, there is their background. That was a simple idea that you can show. What can bring about this way that we can shape them, that we need to look into it. Yes. Sorry. Mm.
Right, like Raghuramji is saying, it's very true. Even I also feel, and the other day with my friends, we were also discussing the same thing. The top global companies, be it YouTube or Twitter or even Google, most of them are Indians. The CEOs are Indians, but we are not the initiators of that thought. So this again date goes back to the again. I'm probably repeating the same thing, but the deep cut that we have, the colonial rule that we had, and the Macaulay system of education that we had, they made sure that the Gurukulas are shut and the traditional practitioners and educators were deprived of any support given to them, because of which the Gurukulas or education systems, they could not sustain and survive, and we all became dependent on the Macaulay system of education, because of which today we treat education like a 9 to 5 job. And slowly, in the name of empowerment, what I also personally feel is we are half baked. We say empower a woman, but empower a woman, we it's only partial empowerment. When everybody is telling about empower a woman, we are telling only to empower her financially. This is breaking families apart. This is what I feel. A
Yeah.
woman is not spiritually and emotionally, that support is not given to a woman today. And woman is the basic and core person for building a society, for building a family, for building a nation. So when we just half empower a woman today, just financial empowerment, what happens is the demographics of the understanding between a husband and wife, the wife feels that okay, I've been for my mother was deprived of money, today a woman, as a woman, I can get a job and I earn money, and now she feels superior to her husband and children. So that way a family will have a very deep impact, the children will have a deeper impact. So this is what I've been seeing within my circle. Divorce is very normal word today. There is nothing like unity, nothing like togetherness. I see many of the friends are going through this suffering mentally, and the children suffering purely because we have half empowered a very intelligent person and a core person who builds a family and a society. That is one risk that I see, where women needs to be empowered very much spiritually and very much emotionally. No matter whatever said and done, a woman is a mother, a woman is the first teacher. So, women empowerment is very important at the core. Of course, the man, but a woman empowering is very much required. That is the risk and a serious problem that I see in the society today. And second is the level of distraction is so much. The attention span of people is reduced to seconds. So when we go to platforms like YouTube or Instagram, literally there are these giant companies. Netflix, I think the founder of Netflix the other day was telling his competitor of is not any other company. The Netflix competitor directly is human sleep. So they're fighting our sleep so that a man can stay awake and he can scroll and binge watch and use just for entertainment, pure entertainment. So, so there are huge money system, psychologists put behind our mind, and they read us and how we function. So the major issue that I also see is how do we fight this distraction? So that is when all the efforts of course, Svyasa and Yoga Bharati and the other yoga institutions today in the country are, are really, it's a tapas. It is not easy because such people, they're using money to fight basic things like sleep, like a holistic well-being, like so that way I feel distraction is a very big issue today, not just in kids. I've seen my friends, if the child is crying, they to silence the child, they give a mobile in the hand. And that's all that the child just sees is just scroll, and it doesn't know what is sun, what is air, doesn't know tree climbing, doesn't know. Sometimes the other day it was very funny. I asked my friend, I went to their house, and the child told the milk comes from packet. They don't know that there is a cow, there is milking process, and there is a calf, and we take the milk from the cow. And so that way, I think we are living extremely ignorant life, and we are taking information purely from social media today. And we should know that not like Raghuramji was telling, today money has become such a big huge thing, and we respect today. If we have to look at a celebrity or we look at people, they have money, they have a marketing team, and a marketing team does PR for them. Through that PR they are giving reckless knowledge, reckless wisdom, no basis. So they are becoming the influence for so many people of younger generation. So not everything that we see in the social media on the internet, it's a pure PR and a marketing strategy. Even not we should not buy everything without doing vichara, because even a fool will become old one day. So just because somebody has an experience, and just because somebody has money, no, that is not the value that we have to adopt. As young people, we have to see what is the thought of the person, the intent of the person, what is the words of that person, what he's speaking, and is he able to stay aligned with his thoughts, words, and his action. With his years of work, are we able to see him actually materialize his thoughts and live and stay according, living those values and those thoughts. So these things are very important. All this used to come to us in the home environment. There were joint families, there were elders, there were gurus, there were acharyas. We used to learn from these people. But unfortunately today we have a nuclear family. From nuclear family we have again further it's divided into single parenting today. In single parenting, how can one person really educate and empower a child? So this is a great big risk I see within our own country today.
Beautiful,
Thank
beautiful
you.
insights. Really, you brought the real life to picture into the platform here. Excellent. Well taken. I'm sure people watching will it's a good food for thought. And I wish we could talk longer, and this could be very enlightening and then in the exchange. But anyways, as a concluding a question, and you both can take it at your ease. Uh, from Veshti, the individual, whether be it learning or action, to Samaṣṭi, the shared stewardship, the leadership, what does intergenerational responsibility look like? How do you take it from the individual to the Samaṣṭi, the responsibility, in a few words, and then we can wind up.
Hari Om. Individual
Satyavani.
is the person. Oh, somebody is talking.
Please mute.
Hari Om.
Go ahead.
Yeah. An individual is responsible for being a Samaṣṭi, actually. In fact, every cell has to be properly nurtured in such a way that the body becomes nurtured. So that's what is the way that we need to do it. We never consider that the society or any nature is not another, it is not like another human being. It is a human being. And every cell is a part of this particular human being. We're all like that. So we strive to see that how we can grow and we become the role model in front of others. If not today, some other day they will remember, they will think of us. So therefore that our growth is also the one which contributes to the universal growth. As we have discussed earlier, that the values that need to be inculcated in the others, first we need to live those values so that it can go to the world outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Apurva?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I think a very beautiful example, I'll conclude with this. How the people from both these generations have to interact and behave with each other. we have seen a mother monkey jumping from one tree to the other tree, one tree to the other tree, and the baby monkey, the baby child monkey clings on to the mother monkey completely, and it has full faith in the mother monkey, while the mother monkey keeps jumping from one tree to the other tree. This is how the younger generation people have to cling on to the wise people of the previous generation. We need to hold on to them with complete faith, trust them, because they've done so much of years and lifetimes of work. So what they're telling, we need to adopt, understand. Might be we don't have the vision and experience to see that today, but we need Shraddha, we need faith, and we need to take care of them with love and care, so that they can jump from one tree to the other tree while they carry us. This is how we have to behave. And how should the older ones from the previous generation, the wise ones, take care of us, is like how a cat holds the kitten in its mouth. So when it's holding the kitten, it is completely holding the kitten, not leaving the grip of the baby kitten. So that is how the senior ones, the wise men from the previous generations need to hold on to us that way. We will cling on to you like a monkey, while please hold on to us like a cat. And you can jump from one roof to the other roof, but please hold on to us tightly, so that we both can go beautifully on this journey. Thank you. Thank you so much.
One little ad I can do that, and that is,
Yes.
the cat holds the kitten in such a way, if the grip is loose, falls. Grip is tight, gets suffocated. It should not happen. That's how the elders should have to behave, like that. Okay, thank you so much.
So, yes, now we are bringing in more points. We are talking about trust and the belief from the older generation that yes, we trust in they should have a belief that all will be good, and things will be preserved and such. And younger generation, you brought in Apurva about the trust that you have. You can trust your elders to guide you. And with that thought, let's move forward. And in another platform, let's continue the discussion. But this was very lively. Thank you, Raghuramji and
Thank
Apurva,
you so much.
from bringing this beautiful
Thank you.
energy to the
Thank you
Samaṣṭi.
all.
Namaste.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now let's move on to the next talk coming from panel, and we saw Apurva bringing about the West knowledge, but actually that's another debate that we can say who brought in the intricate depth knowledge. It happened in the segment 1, the division of East and West. That's another complete different subject. But now we are talking about the technology. AI, she brought in how this has been useful and in shaping the present day generations. Uh, so very well apt a topic today, AI, consciousness, and Advaita Vedanta. So we have Shri Shankara Rama Sharma ji bringing us insights as AI challenges human cognitive supremacy. Advaita Vedanta anchors us in a conscious self. This talk will explore the intelligence of machines and ancient wisdom. And he's going to discuss if there are limits to AI and could it ever be conscious. Beautiful. And a quick introduction to Shankara Rama Sharma ji. He is a techno-linguist scholar, bridging cutting-edge AI research with ancient Shastric wisdom, a PhD researcher at IISc Bangalore, specializing in AI for healthcare. He also holds an MA in Advaita Vedanta and is currently pursuing the rigorous Shastra Pariksha in Tenali. As the head of AI initiatives at Vyoma Linguistics Labs, Shankara Rama Sharma contributes to the world's largest Sanskrit e-learning repository. He was recognized by the Jagadgurus of Sringeri and Kanchi for memorizing the entire Bhagavad Gita and has conducted numerous Ramayana and Bhagavad Gita discourses globally, including Vedanta tours across USA. Through his work, he remains dedicated to the prachara of Sanskritam, Samskriti, and Samskara. Welcome, Sharma ji.
नमो नमः शङ्कररामशर्मा महोदयः अयं प्राचीनसंस्कृतिम् अपि उद्धारयति पुनः आधुनिकविद्यायामपि सः उन्नतस्थाने अस्ति ज्ञानं स्वीकृत्य तस्य उत्तमरीत्या प्रकाशनं करोति प्रयोगमपि करोति अयं तु आधुनिकविद्यायामपि सः अनुसन्धाता अस्ति पुनः तस्य समन्वयरूपेण अस्य कार्यस्य महत्त्वम् अधुना भवति व्योम संस्कृतसंस्थायाम् एषः कार्यरतः अस्ति स्वागतं ते व्याहरामि भ्रातः स्वागतम् आगच्छतु वदतु अस्मान् आनन्दयतु
नमः सर्वेभ्यः योऽन्तः प्रविश्य मम वाचमिमां प्रसुप्तां सञ्जीवयत्यखिलशक्तिधरस्वधाम्ना अन्यांश्च हस्तचरणश्रवणत्वगादीन् प्राणान्नमो भगवते पुरुषाय तुभ्यं मूकं करोति वाचालं पङ्गुं लङ्घयते गिरिं यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे परमानन्दमाधवं यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे सद्गुरुं चन्द्रशेखरं मातामहौ मातरं च पितरं च पितामहौ मातुलं च गुरून् सर्वान् वन्देऽहं ज्ञानसिद्धये नमो गुरुभ्यः नमः सर्वेभ्यः अत्र समष्टिव्यष्टि वार्तालापे सर्वेषां स्वागतम् This topic that we are going to discuss about now is probably new because this field has emerged in a very big way in the past few years. AI is the buzzword around everywhere, whether people know about it or not, or people have to understand it because it's there, it is almost ubiquitous. It is coming into our lives in all ways, whether we understand it or not. Starting from our mobile phones to even if you do not have a mobile or you're not related to technology, this wave is going to affect us in very different ways. So even if we do not understand the technicalities behind AI, we need to understand that it is something that is going to change the face of the world. Whether it is going to be positive or negative is something that time is going to tell us. Our Shastra Parampara is something that has been developed over millennia, and that gives us a certain foundational ground from which all our Indic thought processes arise. Now, should we do a samanvaya between this, the new AI, and the Prachina Shastra, or should there be opposite of samanvaya is something that we have to discuss and we have to understand. And hence this topic was taken, AI, consciousness and Vedanta. A lot of discussion is happening, and consciousness studies are something that is being pursued with a lot of vigor across top universities by great thinkers across. And the same thing has been researched by our rishis through various darshanas over quite long. It has been a part of discussion of the Indic Shastras. So first we will discuss about what is AI, what are its current limits, where it could go, and then what is consciousness from the point of Vedanta. Many people who are present here kind of know both. We'll just go a little deeper and see what we could get from both of them. So from quite a few centuries, to say so, machines have been replacing human effort in the sense of both physical and intellectual effort. So probably when the Industrial Revolution started, or even before that, from when humans start evolving with the tools itself, the tools are there for us to make our effort, the human effort, easier. So if you have something that is able to create something, let us say break stones down, then that is something, that is a tool that makes some job easier. If you create a wheel, if you create a machine that can move from one place to other, that can carry some burden, these are all tools. So their human effort was always being replaced, but it was mainly the physical effort that was being replaced by the industrial revolution. Then slowly the mental effort also started being replaced. The mental being intellectual effort, where starting with the calculators, you can start with an abacus or a simple calculator and so on, where it made intellectual effort also simpler. So this way, replacement of human effort has been happening over many centuries. This term artificial intelligence was probably created about 60, 70 years back, maybe around the 1950s, 60s, when computers started doing a lot more work. They started doing quite a few things, not only simple calculations, but much more than that, where you could put a man on the moon. That level of calculations was being done by computers, and that is when this term AI came into existence. But it has boomed up in the past decade or so, is when we are using this word more. But in research terminology, it has been prevalent for quite a few decades. So one scientist, Nick Bostrom, he says that machine intelligence is the last invention that humanity will ever make. Meaning, once machines have intelligence, then what is the use of humans' intelligence is what the Western thought process is. Even Descartes, 300 years back, he said, I think, therefore I am. Because we are thinking, therefore I am, is what he said. But the Vedanta proposition is exactly the opposite. It says, I am, therefore I think. So the thinking is a process that comes out of I am, not that I am because I think. Nevertheless, these machines have been replacing us. And whatever we defined as intelligence, that goalpost has also been moving. We have been trying to define what this intelligence is, because we always want to say that intelligence is something that humans uniquely possess and something that cannot be given to an inert thing like a machine. So first, maybe 30 years back, people were saying that intelligence is something like playing chess, and a machine will never be able to beat a man, a grandmaster at chess, is what was being said but by 98, Deep Blue was already beating the grandmaster. Similarly, even a decade or 15 years back, when I started learning AI in college, I used to think that natural language processing is extremely difficult for computers, and being creative or writing something like that is going to be extremely difficult, or something that is not possible. But clearly, over the past 4 or 5 years, we have seen that the large language models and AI are able to do that. So then what is intelligence? So if AI can do, if these machines can play chess, they can capture language, they can create poems, they can even create art, then what is, and they can even reason now. It is not just some computation or something. They're able to do a good amount of reasoning, they're able to do a good amount of planning, etc. Then what is left? Then what is intelligence? Where do we define intelligence that is uniquely human? Or is there something like that? Is currently an open question that exists. So do we have something like that? Is what we come to. Moving on, AI itself, when we say AI, the current AI that we have is basically a software that is written. What it is doing from a mathematical perspective, those who have a simple mathematics background would know what matrices are. So trying to represent anything in this world, whether it be language, that is text that we have, or images or video, or whatever input that you can give into this software, they are all represented in terms of some kind of numbers. And these numbers are then sent through a model. It is called a model, but it is basically a functional approximation. And then we get out some result. So when you use ChatGPT or Gemini AI, you put in a prompt. That prompt is converted to a set of numbers. It goes through a function, and out come a set of numbers, and then to us it is given again in terms of language. So this is what is basically happening within the AI. The whole thing is some matrix multiplication, some functions, some calculations that are going on. This clearly, when we deal with an AI, when we are dealing with it, it does not feel like that. It feels like it's doing a lot of thinking, or there is a huge amount of intelligence that is going in. But all that intelligence is represented in terms of some kind of numbers and matrices. That is what is going on the inside of all of this. So clearly, a programmer, a person who is a computer scientist, who is creating these models, who is creating this AI, he is not saying that AI is intelligent in the way that humans are intelligent. Why? What is the difference? Humans have a subjective experience. The human, when he thinks, the person knows that they are the person who is thinking. I have this experience that I am the person who is creating this. The AI does not have that kind of a first person experience. This first person experience is what we call as consciousness. In a very crude way, I am trying to say that this is what we call as being aware of something. The AI as such is not aware of anything. It just takes in data, it processes it, and it gives it out. Why am I saying it is not aware? Because if you ask a computer scientist like me and asking, is that AI aware? We do not even know what is awareness mathematically to actually put it there and say that that AI is aware. We cannot put it in some form of mathematical expression and say this is what awareness is, therefore the AI is self-aware. So the AI is just mimicking whatever reality that is given to it. And this is what is defined as the hard problem of consciousness by various scientists. And this term was coined by Professor David Chalmers at the University of Columbia, I think in New York. He says that this hard problem of consciousness is the problem of explaining why any physical state is conscious rather than non-conscious. Meaning, when a human experiences, not only human, any animal for that matter, if a cow or a dog or any sentient creature that is there, it has a first person experience. When you hit it, it pains to it. It knows that it is paining. There is a certain, or it feels hungry. All these kinds of experiences are there, and these are all first person experiences in the sense that I experience this. So all this is with the basis that there is a conscious entity behind that. It is not non-conscious. So what is this consciousness is that hard problem. So actually how the brain processes data is what all these networks, the AI is trying to mimic. And that has seemed to become simple. It was a very difficult problem 30 years ago. But having mapped that onto computers in a certain way, we are now mimicking all the brain processes. And AI is kind of solving that. But this first person experience has not been solved by AI as yet. So now the Vedantic definition, from Vedanta, we see that this consciousness, this awareness that each of us have is something that is Swaprakasha. Swaprakasha means it is self-effulgent. You don't need a second entity to say that you are consciousness. You don't have to ask somebody else to ask, do I exist? For the AI to exist, you need a person who is conscious to make that exist. But to confirm your own existence, you don't need a second person to come and say, yes, I exist. So that AI is a Jada Vastu, meaning it is inert matter, but we are Swaprakasha. We are self-luminous. So this Swaprakashatva is what differentiates us from any Jada Vastu that is present. The next problem that comes up is, if that is the case, this part of intelligence has always been associated with something that is sentient. Humans are very intelligent. There are other creatures, monkeys, chimpanzees, cows, dogs, and lower. We say there are various levels of intelligence that exist in all of these. But now, these inert machines, the AI machines that are there, they are now competing with human intelligence, and in a few years, they might surpass human intelligence very easily. They're already doing that in many of the cases, but in all cases, they might surpass human intelligence very soon. But the goal of Vedanta has always been to realize that I am this existence, pure awareness that is beyond the Panchakoshas. I assume that we all know what the Panchakoshas are, from the Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, and Anandamaya. The self is existence beyond this. All the machines that the humans have been creating have been trying to mimic the actions of one of these koshas. A century ago, it was mostly the Annamaya kosha, where the physical effort, the gross body, was being given up to machines. And that is how it went on and on till very recently. Then we have the Pranamaya kosha. By Pranamaya, what do we mean? The medical science, we are able to replace the heart with a pacemaker, or various organs with something else. We are able to do that. So that Pranamaya also, we are trying to create some artificial ways of doing that, or when you create robots which mimic the whole human system, etc., we are able to mimic Pranamaya also. Now AI is able to mimic Manomaya and Vijnanamaya in an excellent manner. So the intellectual and mental processes that we thought were uniquely human, where I could create something that is art, or I could write a program with immense logic, or I can do a mathematical equation, or I can find out something in the world and put it in the form of physics, or I can understand another person based upon language. So all this that we thought were uniquely human is now being captured by AI through various sensors. What we have senses, the 5 pancha indriyas, the AI is mimicking each of these senses and using it in Vijnanamaya. So AI is able to see, it is able to smell, it is able to touch. So all these sensors are present in various ways in each of these machines. So these two koshas, the Manomaya and Vijnanamaya, are also being imitated by AI. And it is doing a very good job at it. But the Vedanta stance has always been that even Manomaya and Vijnanamaya are still Jada. They are not something that is Chaitanya. That is why Bhagavan in the Gita says, Prakritivacha karmani kriyamanani sarvashaha yah pashyati tathatmanam akartaram sapashyati. Any action that is happening in this world is Prakritivacha karmani. All the karma that is happening, whether it is intellectual, physical, mental, whatever kind of processes, it is happening in the level of Prakriti. That means that Prakriti with its Jada can do it by itself. It is that we have identified ourselves with those things, and hence we are saying it is uniquely human. But now science is able to tell us that that is also Jada only, because science works only with Jada Vastu as of now. And clearly this Atma Swarupa that we have is a witness to all of this and continues to remain untouched, because science has not yet even defined what this awareness is. So that still remains. So then, does that mean that AI can never become conscious? That is a question. So till some time back, even I was thinking AI cannot become conscious. AI is something that is Jada only, and hence it will not become conscious. It does not have something what we call as agency, that is Kartrutva or Bhoktrutva. This cannot come to AI. These two are still, currently as of now, they are still uniquely human, the both Kartrutva and Bhoktrutva, where you say, I am the experiencer or I am the doer. That first person experience is not there in AI, as we have seen till now. But can we confidently say that it will never come to AI is the next question. That I say we might not be able to confidently say. Because even according to Vedanta, Vedanta gives, how do we ourselves, for example, this Chaitanya that is present inside us is called as Chidabhasa. Chidabhasa means the reflected consciousness that we have. What is the reflector then? If there is a reflector and a reflection, the original consciousness is there, that is like the sun. Then in usual Vedanta example, the various pots of water are the places where the sun is reflected, and all that is called as Chidabhasa. In our own self, the Antahkarana is that reflector. According to the Shastra, this is what it is. This Antahkarana is Sattvika, and hence it is able to reflect that consciousness, and this is how we have this first person experience as I. And this I is called as Chidabhasa, the reflected I that we have. Now, when these discussions happened, the current head of Gemini, which is the Google's AI that is there, when he heard about this Chidabhasa, he said, correct, we do not know what consciousness is now, and we do not know how to program consciousness. But if Vedanta says that you don't need to program consciousness, you don't need to create consciousness. Yes, consciousness cannot be created according to our Shastra. What you need to do is you just need to reflect consciousness now. And to reflect consciousness, you need only Antahkarana. And Antahkarana is still Jada. So if this Antahkarana could be created using Jadavastu in a Sattvika manner, through whether it is AI or whatever way we might call it in future. So this Antahkarana is an instrument. If science could create an Antahkarana which is so sattvika so as to reflect this consciousness, the Chidabhasa, then there is a possibility that AI could also have agency, could have kartrutva and bhoktrutva. Therefore, as my Guru Nuchur Swami says, we have to emancipate ourselves from the samsara sagara as soon as possible. If at all we have a future birth, then we might be born with a chip in our brain and we might become agents of AI, because AI will have that agency. So we might become a tool in its hand, and it is better to liberate ourselves and go on the path that Shastras have shown us as soon as possible. This is just, this is the possibility. This final slide that I have that I am showing is a possibility that could happen. It is not, we cannot say impossible from the side of Shastras, and from the side of science, we cannot say it is not possible. So this Antahkarana, which is Jada, could reflect the consciousness that is always ever existing. May we realize this ever existing present Paramatma Vastu with the help of Bhakti, and use AI in a way that is responsible and in a way that is useful for the sake of humanity. Namas sarvebhyah, Ram Ram Ram. You are on mute.
Please unmute yourself, Satyavani garu. Unmute.
Thank you, Shankara Rama Sharma ji, for a great start to kind of tickle your brain, and a challenge that it'll remain with us. Thank you for your sharing your research. And we shall move to our next speaker, Dr. Ashutosh Parikh. He is bringing another valuable coding language here, let's put it that way, and he will unravel it. The Sacred Scientific Code of India's Knowledge Legacy. That's his topic. Dr. Ashutosh Parikh, a Vedic scholar, studied under tutelage of ancestral lineage. He is professor in the Department of Sanskrit, Samrat Prithviraj Chauhan Government College in Ajmer, Rajasthan, and visiting faculty in Hindu University of America, Orlando, USA. Welcome, Ashutosh ji. Thank you.
आशुतोष पारिक महोदयः प्रख्यातः वैदिकविद्वान् अस्ति। सः स्वीयपैतृक गुरुपरम्परायां गुरुकुलपद्धत्या शिक्षां प्राप्य वेदशास्त्रेषु पारङ्गतः अभवत्। सम्प्रति सः राजस्थानराज्ये अजमेर नगरे स्थिते सम्राट् पृथ्वीराज चौहान शासकीय महाविद्यालये संस्कृतविभागस्य प्राध्यापकः अस्ति। महोदयाय स्वागतं व्याहरामि। भवतः वक्तव्यं श्रोतुकामाः स्मः।
Ashutosh ji, you can unmute. Thank you.
नमो नमः सर्वेभ्यः। सर्वप्रथमं समष्टि कार्यक्रम निमित्तं सत्यवाणी महोदयाय धन्यवादः अर्पयामि, तथा वयम् आभारिणः स्मः यत् भवती अनेन प्रकारेण तपश्चर्यां करोति। एषा तपश्चर्या अस्ति, तपस्या अस्ति, तदा तपस्या माध्यमेन निश्चयेन किमपि सारं वयं प्राप्नुमः। अतः यदा वयं सारं प्राप्नुमः, सारनिमित्तं तपस्या आवश्यकी भवति एव। अतः यदा वयं वार्तां कुर्मः संस्कृतनिमित्तं, I will speak in Sanskrit and I will speak in English also. So both language will be the part of my this speech, basically, this conversation. So when we are talking about Sanskrit literature and Sanskrit language is the pure, prepared, perfect, and refined language. So when we are talking about Sanskrit language, we should understand what is the language, what is the main theme of this language. So the main theme of a language should be Vishwa Kalyanam. So when we are talking about Sanskrit is the base of Vishwa Kalyan. So Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is the main feature of this language. So what is said by Manusmritikar, Maharshi Manu? Etad prasutasya sakashadagrajanmanaha swam swam charitram shiksheran prithivyam sarvamanavaha. So when Maharshi Manu said that the people of this country should try to get knowledge, and they will try to give the knowledge for the whole world. And when they are giving the complete knowledge to the world, that is called Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So if we are trying to achieve the goal of humanity, we should try to achieve the knowledge. And the door of knowledge or windows of knowledge is basically Sanskrit language. So when we are talking about Sanskrit language, what is main theme of this language? That Sanskrit is the sacred scientific code of India's knowledge legacy. India's knowledge legacy is far away from our, and this is ancient, more than ancient. Whatever we are thinking about the ancient time, whatever our definition about the ancient time, this is more ancient from that time. So when we are talking about Sanskrit language, it has great legacy of knowledge through the code of scientific aspect of Sanskrit language. Sanskrit is considered a highly scientific language due to its precise, rule-based grammatical structure, which was formalized by Panini. Its phonetic accuracy, generative grammar, and structured vocabulary make it uniquely suited for applications in computer science, natural language processing, and artificial intelligence. So you can see that this is a natural language which is being used for artificial intelligence. How it can be possible? This is natural as well as artificial. When we are saying that this is artificial, then that is not natural. And when we are saying that that is natural, then that can't be artificial. But Sanskrit is being used, being famous as a natural language, as well as this is very important for artificial language, artificial intelligence also. So the language is also linked to positive cognitive effects through sound vibration. Whatever we are taking from Sanskrit language, this is called cognitive effect. And when we are getting a positive cognitive effects, then we can create the sound vibration from our heart, from our mind. And from our heart, if we are getting sound vibration, then definitely it will be used for the mankind, for the humanity. And this is the basic concept of Sanskrit language. Sanskrit is one or many. Sanskrit are many. There are many Sanskrit languages. We can't say that there is only one Sanskrit language. The Vedic Sanskrit is different. And after that, the Panini, the Ashtadhyayi came. And in the Ashtadhyayi, in the Panini, we find that there are some more aspects of Sanskrit language. So there are two types of Sanskrit language we can say in general way. One is Vedic Sanskrit and second is Laukic Sanskrit. When we are talking about Vedic Sanskrit, they have their own aspects, they have their own rules, and they have their own words also. And when we're talking about Laukic Sanskrit, then the rules sometimes changes and the words meanings also are going to be changed. So when we are talking about Sanskrit language, we have to clarify the aspect of Sanskrit language, what we are getting. So when we are learning Sanskrit through Ramayana, through Mahabharata, through Kalidasa, through Bhasa, through Bharavi or Magh, that is called Laukic Sanskritam. And when we are trying to find out the Sanskrit language from Vedas, Upanishads, Vedangas, then that is called Vedic Sanskritam. So the rules are sometimes different. When some people say that I read a shloka from Vedas, I oftenly say that there is no shloka in Vedas. When we are talking about Vedas, there are mantras. Why we are saying that these mantras? Because mananat trayate iti mantra. Mananat trayate. What we are getting in our mind, we have to find out the meanings, the essence of meanings, and after that we can find that these mantras can help us to create our life better way. But when we are talking about Laukic Sanskrit, there are many aspects, there are many subjects might be possible. So when we are talking Sanskrit, Divya Parishkrit Vajjaniki Sanhita, what we are getting there? One, grammatical precision and structure. Panini's Ashtadhyayi contains 3,959 rules, which are called sutras. These sutras of syntax and morphology, creating a system that eliminates ambiguity, often compared to modern structured computer programming languages. So when we are talking about Panini, he is basically a scientist. He is basically a linguistics. He is basically a language scientist. And he created that how a language should be in a structured form. That was the effort about by the Ashtadhyayi. And when we are talking about Ashtadhyayi, we can find that he is talking about the Vitpatti of words, the origination of the words, how a word is becoming, how the word, the journey of the word is going on. So the complete journey of a word. When we are thinking about other languages, these other languages have their words, but the origination of the word is not scientifically approved. We are saying that these words are coming from these type of languages. But why it has become? What are the rules? Sometimes rules will be followed, sometimes rules will be not followed properly. And so Ashtadhyayi is the form of a code of conduct, we can say, that was created Sanskrit language as a scientific language. Second is phonetic and phonological system. The Sanskrit alphabet is organized scientifically based on the point of articulation in the mouth, consonants, and sound production, rather than the arbitrary order found in many other languages. When we are saying about akuha visarjaniyanam kantha, when we are saying about ichu yashanam talu, we can find that there are aspects why these letters are put together, which are from kantha they are putting together, which are from talu they are putting together. So this is not only a varna mala, this is not a mala only, these are not a bunch of varnas, bunch of letters. These are the scientific aspects and a complete cycle, a complete sequence of varnas. So when we are talking about Sanskrit language, the Varnamala is also a scientific aspect. And when we are starting from a scientific aspect, the complete language will go on in that way. So the Sanskrit language is basically a scientific code of India's knowledge legacy. Why? Because it has the quality of these all aspects of a science. Third is computational suitability. Due to its rigid, rule-based and algorithmic nature, researchers have explored Sanskrit as a model of natural language processing and knowledge representation in artificial intelligence. So when we are talking about Sanskrit language, this is rule-based language and it has algorithmic nature also. Sometimes we say that this is a Mrit Bhasha, dead language. Why this is a dead language? Sometimes people say that no one is speaking Sanskrit. Kintu aham Sanskritam vadami. Sanskriतेन जनाः इदानीम् अपि अस्मिन् काले अपि अस्मिन् समये अपि व्यवहारं कुर्वन्ति एव. भारते एकः ग्रामः अस्ति. ग्रामस्य नाम अस्ति मुत्तूरु. तदा सः ग्रामः संस्कृतग्रामः इति कथ्यते. Sanskrit Grama kimartham, Sanskrit village kimartham, because all the people residing there speaking Sanskrit language. This is not only a one village. In Uttarakhand, there is a Bhantola. In Madhya Pradesh, there is a Jhiri. So there are many other villages where people are speaking Sanskrit language. So this is not a dead language in that aspect that nobody is speaking language. This is a dead language in some other aspect because all rules are furnished by Panini. Nothing has to do more. Nothing is required more because Munitrayam, one is Panini for Ashtadhyay, second is Katyayana for Vartik Grantha, and third is Mahabhashyakara, who is Patanjali. So these three pillars of Sanskrit, these three Munitraya of Sanskrit language created a complete grammar, created a complete aspect of Sanskrit language of scientific codes. And after that, nothing is required. Nothing we have to do something else. If a new word should be introduced by Sanskrit linguistics, we can introduce those words also from these rules. So no other rules is required. The rules are completed. So the Purnatvam is Adhigatam. We have achieved the Purnata. So when we have achieved the Purnata, that is called dead people. Nothing is going on different. So Sanskrit language, sometimes people say that this is a dead language, but this is not dead language because nobody is speaking. There are many people who are speaking Sanskrit language in this modern era also. So this is not dead language for that side. This is the dead language for Purnata, for the completeness. There is not any rule is required because those rules are can be utilized in this era also. So it might be a Purna language, not a dead language. And fourth aspect about the Sanskrit language is scientific vocabulary and documentation. Ancient texts in Sanskrit cover advanced scientific and mathematical concepts, including early description of the decimal system. The concept of zero is also introduced by Sanskrit linguistics or Sanskrit scientists, and detailed astronomical observations are also we can find there. So when we are talking about scientific vocabulary and documentation, you can heard about Aryabhattiyam. And the Aryabhattiyam is very small book. But in that Aryabhattiyam, we can find the many calculations. Why these big calculations we can find in a small tiny book? Because of the Sanskrit language. Through the Sanskrit language, they have achieved the power of description of big thoughts, new thoughts through minimum words. So that Aryabhattiyam can be produced in Sanskrit language. Next is vibrational effects on cognition. The precise recitation of Sanskrit mantras is believed to create positive energy, aid in stress reduction, and enhance cognitive functions with specific sounds having effects similar to yoga breathing techniques through pranayama. So when we are talking about yoga, when we are talking about meditation, dhyanavastha, when we are talking about cognition development, cognition approach, then what we are getting, we can get all these things through Sanskrit literature, through the Sanskrit words. So the Sanskrit mantras, Sanskrit words are very important. When we are speaking Sanskrit language, yada aham samskritam vadami, tada kim bhavati, tada mama manasi anandaha agacchati, aham prafullitah bhavami. Why aham prafullita bhavami? Because the using of these type of letters, because of using of these type of words, automatically gives me the power of ullasa. So if we want to reduce our stress, please start speaking Sanskrit language. If we want to get ullasitah, then we should start speaking Sanskrit language. If we can't speak Sanskrit language in conversation, there is no problem. We can start from shlokas. We can start from mantras. If we are reciting these mantras, these shlokas, that will also help us. And so the mantras called Mananat Trayate iti mantra. Next is high information density. What we are getting in Sanskrit language? Sanskrit is a wonderful language. Who said this? William Jones. Sanskrit is a wonderful language. Why Sanskrit is a wonderful language? This is a wonderful language because of the knowledge stored in this language and the probability and prosperity we can find in this language. So this is the wonderful language. It was called. Sanskrit is known for its ability to express complex, abstract, and or highly technical ideas with very few words. Whatever we want to say, we can say in very less words through Sanskrit language. It might be a complex, it might be an abstract, it might be a highly technical. Whatever we want, we can give all these knowledge, all these aspects through Sanskrit language very easily. So the Sanskrit language and Sanskrit literature, we can find all the aspects of human system. We can find dharma, we can find yoga, we can find Ayurveda, we can find Vaimanika Shastram, we can find other aspects of Ayurveda just like Ashtanga Hridayam. We can find astronomy through Aryabhattiyam. We can find mathematics through Liravati. We can find all these aspects and many more other aspects of human life through Sanskrit. Why this is possible? Because Sanskrit is the scientific code. And through the scientific code, we can produce any knowledge legacy very easily. The words are very important. The letters are very important. And the scientific approach of letters and words are very important. And when we are getting the scientific approach through letters, through the words, definitely it will help to create knowledge legacy. Sanskrit is the language of this type of legacy, this type of knowledge, which we should try to find out through our system. So there are many aspects, there are many things we can say through Sanskrit language and through this scientific code. But I think the time is very important for this Samaṣṭi program. I am not a व्यक्ति, अपि तु अहम् अत्र समष्टिरूपेण आगतो अस्मि. अतः यदा अहं समष्टिरूपेण आगतो अस्मि तदा सर्वेषां कृते चिन्तनम् आवश्यकं भवति. अतः इदानीं मम समयः सञ्जातः, my time is over, so I should not go for more to tell about all these things. But the Samaṣṭi, through the Samaṣṭi program, we will all be connected, and the target of this program is also that we should connect ourselves to other people. So I am very much thankful, Satyavani ji, that you are doing great job and you are doing great for everyone, that this is happening every year, and I hope next year also we will meet in this Samaṣṭi program. And in the end, I would like to conclude my talk about through a mantra, which is समानी व आकुतिः समाना हृदयानि वः समानमस्तु वो मनो यथा वः सुसहासति. So our विचारः, अस्माकं विचारः समानः भवेयुः, अस्माकं हृदयानि अपि समानानि भवेयुः, अस्माकं मनांसि अपि समानानि भवेयुः. यदा वयं समान भूत्वा, समस्तं भूत्वा समानरूपेण कार्यं करिष्यामि, तर्हि एव अस्माकं लक्ष्यस्य प्राप्तिः, मानवकल्याणस्य प्राप्तिः, विश्वकल्याणस्य प्राप्तिं कर्तुं शक्नुमः. अतः तन्निमित्तं शुभाशयः, धन्यवादः, नमो नमः, शुभं भवतु, पुनर्मिलामः.
Satyavani ji, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Ashutosh ji. Once again, you brought an empowering talk, and how one should hold on to Sanskrit and the divine language, and which offers so many, as you said, it helps out in being human and its activities. Thank you. Thank you. It was very empowering. And let's move on to the next talk. We have Srimati Brunda Karanam. She's a lawyer, and she's going to bring valuable insights. And her topic today is Ancient Indian Legal System, Insights from the Smritis. Brunda is a legal consultant, arbitrator, and a certified mediator, a gold medalist from the National Law School of India, University, Bangalore. And she holds a BCL, Bachelor of Civil Law, from the University of Oxford, UK, and an LLM, Masters in Law, from the University of Pennsylvania Law School, USA, where she has a Dean Scholar. She has worked with law firms in India and Singapore and has advised on corporate transactions, international commercial arbitrations, and investor treaty arbitrations. She's a certified mediator accredited by the Singapore Mediation Center. She is located in Singapore. She does travel between India and Singapore as well. And the timing wise, this time suited her, and she is speaking in this segment. An IKS, Indian Knowledge Systems enthusiast, apart from her high achievements, she is a Sanskritam teacher. Brunda has coached students for Sanskrit exams conducted by Samskrita Bharati, Shri Sura Saraswati Sabha, and Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan. She offers webinars through Sanskrit from Home, the e-learning portal of Vyoma Labs. Her interests include legal system in ancient India, Indian jurisprudence, and relevance of Mimamsa for statutory interpretation and the like. She has presented papers in IKS and law in global conferences like the World Sanskrit Conference, etc. She has been invited to speak about ancient legal system and related areas at faculty development programs, seminars, and conferences. Brunda has published articles in the field of arbitration, Mimamsa, and statutory interpretation. Brunda ji, welcome. Thank you so much for being with us today.
नमो नमः वृन्दा भगिन्यै एनां भगिनीम् अहं जानामि एषा भगवद्गीता अध्यापिका अस्ति मम दृष्टौ तु सर्वप्रथमकार्यं तस्याः व्योम संस्थायाम् एषा कार्यरता अस्ति अधिवक्त्री अस्ति सम्यक् अस्याः गीतालापानि तत्र न उक्ताः अतः अहं संस्कृतेन वदामि एषा सम्यक् गायिका अस्ति सम्यक् गायति सङ्गीतज्ञा अस्ति स्वरचनानि अपि करोति साक्षात् स्तोत्राणि अपि गायति सम्यक् तस्याः अनेक क्षेत्रेषु तस्याः प्रवृत्तयः सन्ति सिङ्गपूरनगरे वसति भगिन्यै स्वागतं व्याहरामि भवत्याः भाषणं श्रोतुकामः स्मः वयं सर्वे स्वागतं ते हरि ओम्
नमस्ते वृन्दाजी
राम 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 गुरुरेव गतिर्गुरुमेव भजे गुरुणैव सहास्मि नमो गुरवे न गुरोः परमं शिशुरस्मि गुरोः मतिरस्ति गुरौ मम पाहि गुरो नमः सभायै धन्यवादाः सत्यवाणी महाभागे तथा उषाराणी भगिनी अतीव सन्तुष्टा अद्य उषाराणी भगिनीमपि अत्र दृष्ट्वा अद्य रथसप्तम्याः शुभावसरे वयं सर्वे अत्र ज्ञानयज्ञे सम्मिलिताः इति अहो अस्माकं सौभाग्यमेव जगद्गुरून् शारदाम्बां तथा भास्करं नत्वा भारतीय ज्ञानपरम्परायाः धर्मशास्त्रेषु स्मृतिषु विद्यमानस्य व्यवहारस्य विषये कानिचन वाक्यानि वक्तुम् इच्छामि अत्र उपस्थितेभ्यः ज्ञानवृद्धेभ्यः वयोवृद्धेभ्यः मम हृत्पूर्वक नमस्काराः So today's topic, as mentioned by Satyavani Bhagini, is on the ancient ancient Bharatiya legal system with special reference to the Smritis. So I'll be sharing a few insights from the Smritis. First of all, my heartfelt pranams to this wonderful foundation called Upasana by Satyavani ji, which has curated this program worldwide and created this ecosystem for this Jnana Yajna. Now, being a lawyer coming from this legal background, it was of special interest to me to delve into the ancient Indian legal system. And I'd like to share a few insights which we come across in the Smriti literature. So to begin with, the Smritis form a part of the Chaturdasha Vidyasthanani, which are the 14 heads of classification of knowledge or a broad knowledge framework. And these Chaturdasha Vidyasthanani are succinctly mentioned in the form of a verse in the Yajnavalkya Smriti, Purana Nyaya Mimamsa Dharma Shastranga Mishritaha Vedasthanani Vidyanam Dharmasya Cha Chaturdasha. So these 14 Vidyasthanas, or the 14 heads of this broad knowledge framework of Bharatiya Jnana Parampara, they include the 4 Vedas, the 6 Vedangas, Shiksha, Vyakaranam, Chandaha, Niruktam, Jyotisham, Kalpaha, the Puranas, Itihasas as another head, Dharma Shastras and the Smritis. So this is where we have a reference to the Dharma Shastras and the Smritis. Then we have the 6 Darshanas, which include Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Yoga, Sankhya, Purva Mimamsa and Uttara Mimamsa. Now, as far as the Smritis are concerned, they assume great significance in ancient Indian jurisprudence. So in order to meet the changing needs of the society, many laws and treatises came to be codified in the form of Smritis. Now, the word Smriti itself is derived from this root Smr in Sanskritam, which means to remember. So the word Smriti is used in the sense of something which reminds us of the essence of the Vedas. So from this particular etymological perspective, the word Smriti can refer to any literature which reminds us of the essence of the Vedas. However, it is also used in the sense of the Dharma Shastras, in the sense that we have these composers who have composed many Smritis like the Yajnavalkya Smriti, Katyayana Smriti, the Manu Smriti, the Narada Smriti, Brihaspati Smriti, etc. And not all of them are available to us in the original form also. So these Smritikaras, they have codified various codes of conduct for living and to govern the human society, to conduct it in such a way that there will be peaceful coexistence between people inter se, and also to govern the relationship between the state and the subjects, the rulers and the ruled. So these Smritis, they are the highest hallmark of ancient legal literature in India, and I would say in the world also. So there are a lot of debates on the chronology of the Smritis, etc., when they date back to, but without going into the chronology debate, even with a very conservative estimate, like I said, we have various Smritis. What we are talking of, the literature here, is somewhere it dates between BCE and maybe the 5th century or 6th century CE. So this shows how ancient these texts were. And this is important to note the level of detail and the nuances which these smritis go into when it comes to the judicial system and codification of laws. And in the smritis, there are various aspects which are dealt with, but what is relevant for the legal system and the codification of laws is what we call the vyavahara aspect of the smritis. Now, the smritis continue this tradition of supremacy of dharma, which is very ingrained into the Bharatiya Jnana Parampara since time immemorial. In one of the most ancient texts, the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, it is clearly declared, Yadetat kshatrasya kshatram yad dharmaha tasmat dharmat param nasti. Dharma is declared as kshatrasya kshatram, that is the king of kings or the power to power. And there is nothing more superior to dharma. So even the kings, the rulers, are subject to dharma. Now, why this becomes important is when we contrast it with the Western jurisprudence, where the law is understood as a command of the sovereign, in the Austinian sense. There, whatever the sovereign commands becomes law. However, here, the sovereign is subject to a higher power of dharma, and the king himself is subject to dharma. And therefore, the smritis or the dharma shastras, they continue in this tradition, declaring the supremacy of dharma, and dharma is the basis for the ancient legal system in Bharatiya Jnana Parampara. Further, the resolution of disputes, punishing the guilty, and dispensation of justice was also one of the 5 yajnas of a king. So it was an aspect of Rajadharma, one of the 5 selfless duties of a king. So with this background, when we look at the Vyavahara portion of the Smritis, which I said, like they deal with the codified laws governing the society. There, in some of the Smritis, we have a reference to why Vyavahara was necessary. So Narada says, Dharmaikatana Purushaha Tadasin Satyavadinaha Tadana Vyavaharaha Bhut Nadvesho Napi Matsaraha. So in those times when each and every person was dharma abiding and everyone lived their life according to dharma, and Satyavadinaha, the people were speakers of truth, then we did not have the need for Vyavahara. However, when there was a deviation from dharma, Nashte Dharme Manushyanam Vyavahara Pravartate. When there was a deviation from dharma and people stopped being truthful and did not follow dharma, then we had the necessity for Vyavahara. Drashtacha Vyavaharanam Draja Dandhadaraha Smritaha, again from the Narada Smriti. Therefore, the king became necessary, that is, the state became necessary as a tool to enforce dharma and to make people law abiding. So, to give you an example, in the Smritis, we have the codification in the earlier Smritis, like the Manu Yajnavalkya Smriti. Laws are divided into 18 titles, which deal with Rina, that is when you take a debt, what are the rules which govern that, and also laws of inheritance, marriage, succession, etc. So they are divided into 18 heads. And we also have a reference to both civil and criminal laws in the Smritis. So, when there was a time in society when a person who accepted a debt would return it in a timely manner and was always a speaker of truth, you don't need an enforcing court to come in and say, you owe this person so much, repay it with interest. Or when there is a contract, even if it is an oral contract, when people abide by the word they have given and they stick to their contractual obligations, you don't need a third party to come and decide the dispute, breach of contract, etc. Only when, in the absence of this, you need this court system or any other part, the king or the state enforcing laws, enforcing rules. So that is how Vyavahara came into existence. Now the word Vyavahara is used in multiple senses. One is a transaction. One is this entire process, the legal process of enforcing one's rights and duties and ensuring that justice is dispensed to the parties. Then the Vyavahara, Katyayana says that vi nanartheva sandehe haranam hara uchyate, nana sandeha haranad vyavahara iti smritaha. So the letter V is used in the sense of various. Ava is in the sense of doubt, and hara means to remove. So a vyavahara is basically a legal proceeding where various doubts are removed. So basically, when you have parties which come to a dispute, each one has their own case to put forward. And this process by which one gets to the truth is called vyavahara. And therefore, these vyavahara aspects in the Smritis govern the day-to-day lives of people. And like I said previously, their rights inter se, that is the relationship between people inter se and between the state and the subjects. Now, there are various aspects to Vyavahara, but due to the time we have, I will only deal with two aspects in brief. That is the concept of courts, the gradation of courts and the various courts which existed, the judicial system. And secondly, time permitting, maybe a little bit about judicial accountability and the duties of judges. This assumes significance even today because we are facing an issue where the courts are burdened, especially in many countries like India, many other legal systems in the world. The courts are burdened with disputes and what we call docket explosion. And, we are facing this issue of not having timely justice. So speedy justice is very essential to a legal system to promote rule of law. Therefore, if you go to the Smritis, we see that what we have is a decentralization of dispute resolution. So the power is not concentrated with one particular court or the king. The king, of course, was the highest appellate authority. But we see that the people were given autonomy to have their own courts to decide their own disputes. And today we have a large push for alternative dispute resolution, party autonomy, arbitration, mediation, where the people decide who should be the arbitrator, and they also bear the expenses, and where should the arbitration be held. So this ADR, what we call today, is gaining so much of importance because the courts are unable to handle that volume of disputes and there is delay. So if you go back to the Smritis, there was a higher judiciary, the king and the Pradvivaka, the officers appointed directly by the king. And Brihaspati classifies courts into Pratishtha, fixed courts, and Apratishtha, temporary courts. Mudrita, the court presided over by a judge, Pradvivaka, and Shasita, the court presided over by the king himself. Now, what is interesting here is that the Pratishtha and Apratishtha were private tribunals constituted by the people themselves. And according to Smriti Chandrika, an authoritative commentary, the Pratishtha and Apratishtha tribunals were to be constituted at the request and payment of a remuneration. And Honorable Justice Rama Joyce, who is a great scholar in the ancient Indian legal system, he opines that the Apratishtha were probably mobile courts. They were constituted in towns and villages based on the convenience of the parties. So this shows the high level of autonomy enjoyed by the people in dispute resolution, which is what is gaining a lot of impetus now in the form of mediation, arbitration, etc. Further, they were not just courts, but you see various authorities which had the power to decide disputes. This is a verse from Katyayana again. Kulani Shrenayashchaiva Ganastvadhikrito Nripaha Pratishtha Vyavaharanam Gurvebhyastuttarottaram, which means the kula, that is the gatherings of family councils. So they had the authority to decide, and usually the disputes between the families, etc., or a family dispute, the people there would be more equipped to decide that than a external court. So kulani, gatherings of family councils. Shreni, corporations, that is guilds of people with a similar trade. Gana, assembly. Adhikrita, that is a judge appointed by the king. And Ripa, the king himself. Gurvebhyastuttarottaram, meaning the one which comes later had greater power than the preceding one, which means the king was at the top. He was the fountainhead of justice. So we have similar verses in Narada and Yajnavalkya. So this goes to show the decentralization of dispute resolution. This would automatically prevent clogging in a particular court, so that the disputes are also decided in an efficient way and also in a timely manner by the people best suited to decide those particular disputes. Now, the Mitakshara, which is an authoritative commentary on the Yajnavalkya Smriti, explains kula or family gatherings as groups of agnative and cognitive relatives. Now, not getting into it in detail, but the Mitakshara, which is the commentary on the Yajnavalkya Smriti, has greatly influenced Hindu law. That is the concept of a joint family, succession, coparcenary. All these have been influenced by the Mitakshara of Vijnaneshwara, which is a commentary on the Yajnavalkya Smriti. So this shows the relevance of the Smritis to this day. Further, the other aspect which I thought I would briefly deal with is judicial accountability. One of the challenges which plagues the current legal system is how do you make judges accountable? Of course, like I mentioned previously, dharma was the foundation. So Narada clearly says, Raja tu dharmikan sabhyan niyunjyat suparikshitan vyavahara dhuram vodum ye shaktaha sadgava iva. So the selection of judges was a responsibility placed on the king. Like I said previously, dispute resolution was one of the yajnas which a king had to undertake, one of the 5 yajnas, an essential aspect of Raja Dharma. So the judge, the king bore the responsibility of selecting dharmika sabhyas. That is, the judges had to be the ones who abide by dharma themselves, suparikshitan, that is, very carefully examining who would be the judges. Vyavahara dhuram vodhum, the ones who are very capable of shouldering this responsibility of deciding disputes. Sadgava iva. So this is how there are many verses which when Narada, Katyayana, etc. on the qualities of judges, like they have to be Dharma Shastra, Artha Kushalaha, very well versed in Dharma Shastras, Artha Shastras, Satyavadinaha. They have to be speakers of truth. And most importantly, they have to be people who are not biased. Samaha Shatraucha Mitrecha. So if you see in the latest arbitration legislations, we also have certain qualities of an arbitrator, like neutral and should not be biased, objective, all these things. So these qualities of judges go on to many verses in each of these smritis, like Yajnavalkya and Narada, Katyayana, etc., which are very relevant and also which should govern policy making to this day. And we also have verses regarding speedy justice, as justice delayed is justice denied. Nakala haranam karyam ragnya sakshi prabhashane. Mahan dosho bhavet kala dharma vyavritti lakshanaha. Katyayana says that a huge calamity would incur when there is undue delay, which means when there is undue delay, it causes miscarriage of justice. Therefore, the disputes have to be decided in a timely manner. What is also interesting, and I think I would probably conclude with this, is that not only were these qualifications prescribed for judges, interestingly, Mimamsa also was one of the qualifications, that is Purva Mimamsa, where the rules of interpretation would be relevant to interpret the Dharma Shastras. So that was also one of the qualifications. Apart from the qualifications, we also have provisions on judicial accountability. We have verses which say that when a judge decides, does not decide in accordance with dharma or in accordance with law, then they have to be individually fined equal to twice the sum involved in the litigation. A very old Smriti, Yajnavalkya is much before Katyayana Narada. Even in a Smriti as ancient as the Yajnavalkya Smriti, this is mentioned. Sabhyaha prithak prithak dandyaha vivada dvigunam dhanam. And that, so we see that monetary liability is imposed on judges. Further, there are also verses to say that the judges, when they do not decide based on law, or when they do not speak when they ought to speak, and they know that there is a miscarriage of justice, but they remain silent, even then the judges would be liable. And when the judge does not impress upon the king, when a king is, say, on the verge of deciding something against dharma or law, when a judge does not, a sabhya or a judge does not prevail upon the king, in such a situation also the judge would be considered as and committed a sin, and he would also be liable. So these are some of the very interesting verses in the Smritis. And the reason why these Smritis are relevant, one is not just as a matter of legal history. So that is one aspect. Academically, they are a part of legal history of this Bharatiya Jnana Parampara, which ought to be taught in the modern legal education to know what we have. And just one line about this procedural laws. So a lot of our countries, including India, were under the British, and we got many of our laws from the British, which we follow to date. So the Civil Procedure Code was enacted in 1908. So very interestingly, what did we have before that? What were the procedural laws in India before that? When you see the Smritis of Yajnavalkya, and especially Narada, Katyayana, and Brihaspati, there are many rules which govern procedural laws, which govern the civil procedure, including rules of pleadings. How should a plaint be drafted? How should a reply be drafted? And rules of evidence. And some of the very nuanced concepts which you see today, like for example, res judicata, constructive res judicata, not getting too much into it, these find a mention in those smritis. And some of the aspects dealt with in the smritis, they would also guide the current legal systems and policy formulation. So it is wonderful, and like our great scholars, P.V. Karneji and Shri Rama Joyce Mahodaya have mentioned in their writings, these smritis reflect a very high hallmark of codification of law and represent a very high hallmark of the judicial system in ancient times in India. So these smritis should be referred to, like I said, not only as a matter of academic interest, but also to see how we can better the current legal systems with this knowledge in the smritis. So with this, I would like to conclude by thanking Upasana and Satyavani Garu for this wonderful global ecosystem which you have created for various scholars to come together. And this is a great contribution for now and for posterity. Dhanyavadaha, Satyavani Garu. Thank you so much.
Dhanyavadaha. Thank you so much for bringing the legal aspect too into the forum. And this is much needed. And it's a great food for thought. And really appreciate your presence and your presentation today. Thank you. Now we will move on to the next talk. By Dr. Usha Rani Shankar Garu. She is bringing a beautiful topic, linguistic arts and healing, an attempt to study the effect of arts theoretically on the human mind with special reference to the linguistic skills and analyze its healing effect. This presentation to study the language as an art on the human mind in the areas of healing and well-being is something of a dear subject to her. Thank you, Usha Rani Garu. Thank you very much. And a brief intro Dr. Usha Rani Sanka is presently working as assistant professor in the Department of Sanskrit, Arya University, California, online mode. She has done her PhD in Vyakarana Shabda Bodha along with computational linguistics after Acharya Vyakarana and also Acharya, and she has done MA in Sanskrit literature. She has over 20 plus years of experience in teaching Sanskrit at various levels, both as a lecturer in college and private virtual classes. Proficient in Sanskrit, Telugu, Hindi, and English, she writes, makes translations, and teaches extensively in all four languages. She possesses a rich experience as a teacher in chanting, language teaching through all levels academically and privately. Dr. Usha Rani Shankar is also a full-time teacher in Vyoma, and she is associated with several organizations as Samskrita Bhasha Prachara Samiti, SBPS, Hyderabad, and Sadvidya Pratishtana in Noida, India, and Sanskrit Zealots Society, Moscow, Russia. Namaste, Usha Rani ji. Please share your presentation.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much to Bhagini, Satyavani Bhagini, for making this wonderful program. Like everyone, I'm so much interested. I look forward for the dates, and I just block these dates for not giving any other program, any other occupation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So my topic, as Bhagini said, is linguistic arts and healing effects, a study. I call it a study, but it is only a personal study. Let me make a disclaimer that this is not a research paper, but it can convert into something which is of potential research, something which it has a capacity to turn into a research. Based on my personal experience, I have prepared this. It may not be like a standard, kind of, research proposal, but something very near it. If we can add some small scale research also into it, and some results, some data, something, it might convert into a wonderful work in the society. That's what I believe on based on my own experience. Skip the prarthana, just one prarthana I'll do. Mataram pitaram natva smritva Shri Guru Padukam prarabhe mama vaktavyam stutva vanim vinayakam. So this will cover 7 headings. Let us go to the introduction first. What I want to say about language art. What is a linguistic art? First, let us see the language application areas. Where do we use language? We use it in reading, writing, listening, and speaking. These are the 4 basic uses of the language. Then we also learn pronouncing, chanting when it comes to Sanskritam and languages like Telugu. We have special sounds like la, we have then bandira, and all those sounds are a little different from, and the talavya, the chakara, kind of sound. All these are they give importance for pronouncing. Then we narrate in a language. We do mimicry as an art. Then imitating, we always imitate others just for fun. We memorize things, we keep it in that means Sukshma Sharira is also involved in this. Then we also sing in a language, we hum in a language, and there are many more usages. I have just thrown a light on some parts of it. Now, when somebody speaks, we are speaking a general communication, from general communication to a special communication like this, that we are doing as academic, as something very cultural, something spiritual, and all that. Effect of speech can be good and bad. If I speak bad words, suddenly if I say something very wrong, offensive, oh, what is this? Is this a standard? Something, it will hurt. It has an effect on other person who is listening to it. I got inspiration for this paper, for this thought, from a very old quotation that I have. It's a poem, small poem. It is 8 lines poem. I have taken only 2 lines of the last from that. A timely word may lessen stress. A loving word may heal and bless. So a careless word may kindle strife. It starts it's a wonderful rhythm, and it's a beautiful poem. Okay, and these are the 2 lines. A loving word may heal and bless. So this is the idea I wanted to take. arts play a great role in keeping a person mentally. This we have seen, like people ask, usually I got this question in very early stage of my life. What is Sanskrit for? Why do we need a language like Sanskrit? Or why do we need poetry? That was a specific question they asked. Because I was teaching Sanskrit poetry, it was also related to Sanskrit. So I said, so what do you do when you are tired, when you go home? What do you look for? What's the first thing that you do? So she said, I listen to songs. What is song? Songs is a language. Without language study, can you write a song? Can you become a poet? She said, no. That's the exactly thing. We also have some inward needs. It's not only like physics, chemistry, mathematics that's going to make the world rich. World becomes rich by rich people who are richer by mind and heart. Art plays a great role in making the mind and heart healthier and richer. Now let us see what is language and art, how they are related, when does the language become an art? So first let us see non-art areas, which are like mantra. It helps in healing. Like I want to say a non-art area, which is also healing. So it's a mantra, Vedic mantra, or some Saraswati mantra, or some like, Dukkha Vinashaka, some Sankata Hara Chaturthi, that Hanuma, that's all these kinds of things. Like we have the Vinayaka, Ganesha, and all those things. So these here we are using in the mantra, we use only sound. When it comes to stotra, Vedic chanting, etc., singing hymns and other kinds of things, then the meaning is also involved. So the sound and meaning together are healing the person. So when we have some discomfort, we go to the Purohita. He says your so and so graha is wrong by the Jyotish, or by some, I'm having a lot of pain, somebody is in the hospital, I'm not able to bear this, and no, please read this stotra. We had got those inputs. Like whatever I'm speaking is only from my own experience, which I have underwent since my childhood. Now, let us first see what is art. Now, these are non-art healing areas. Now, let us see what is art exactly. According to like Apte dictionary, I have taken the sixth meaning. Kala. Kala is the word which I was like, it's a very like big word which has multiple meanings. And the sixth meaning is any practical art, mechanical or fine arts. There are 64 arts, music, dancing, etc. Now, if we take language and we consider art, the first idea that comes to us is poetry. Like whenever I think language as an art, it's not a dance form, it's not something to enact, just words, just words. So words make us dance, because Goethe had danced on the like Abhijnan Shakuntala. What was that which made him dance? It's the poetry. It's a simple kavyatva that made him happy. So somebody can dance on the Shri, like we have in Telugu, very famous poet. Like I like his rhythm. He has taken from from traditions also some points of time. The padandi munduku, padandi tosuku, podam paipai. The first thing that attracts is the rhythm. Okay, so the poetry is a rhythmic expression of some words. They are not sentences. Like munduku podam, padandi munduku. No, it's a lot of differences there. When I say it in the rhythm, then it becomes a poetry. And it gives us happiness. The main idea about this happiness that is generated out of poetry is it heals the person, it makes the person happy. As we have said that every language has an effect, every speech has effect. So what is the effect of poetry? Poetry is making the person who is listening to it also equally happy, same as the writer. Same as a poet who is able to generate happiness. While the poet writes, maybe he is a little discomfort finding words, or will this word suit better, or that sometimes it comes in the flow, then he need not think much. But he has some intellectual thing also working there. But when the person reads it, it's just the faculty of heart, the faculty of feeling that is directly affected there. And that's why Vishwanatha in the Sahitya Darpana calls the Kavyananda as Brahmananda Sahodara. What is the Rasananda? Kavyananda is Rasananda. That comes out like the rasa, the happiness comes out in the form of the rasa which is generated. Sentiments they call, but they are not sentiments. They are much purified. They are much higher idea. Rasa is a greater idea than any of the words in English can express. So we have to use the word rasa itself. Now Brahma. Brahma is such a word which has no parallel in any other language. So this is Brahma Ananda Sahodara. This Kavyananda becomes the younger brother of Brahmananda. He did not call it elder brother, because Brahmananda is the ultimate, Kavyananda is a little lesser. Now let us see in the language what exactly are the attributes that contribute to the either whatever effect is being generated, be it poetry, be it prose, be it normal speech. What are the attributes of a language? There are long and short vowels. There are heavy and light vowels. There are great breathed and light-breathed consonants, and there are voiced and unvoiced consonants, there are nasal sounds, there are semi-vowels and aspirants. These are like major categories of the language. So when the poet is writing, just I want to tell why this is here. When a poet is writing a poetry, what is exactly happening? This is a combinations that are. The physical structure of the sound is going to have all these elements. Then we have higher things. What are the special attributes when the language comes into play and it becomes an art? What is exactly happening? Why is the reader able to enjoy or experience or feel or become the target of the effect which the poet wants to produce? There is a melancholy idea. Suddenly we have a happy moment. For example, I passed the exam, I'm very happy, I'm like dancing, I want to party. At that time I read a very like melancholious poem, very bad song. Yaad na jaye beete dino ki, something like that. Then, oh, I feel very like down. Oh, really? So we get that effects into us. Like in the Telugu also, we have like in the background, the films, they play for fun these days, but it's not fun. Actually, it really like affects the person a lot. So how is it happening? The Alankara Shastra describes it in a very systematic manner. The rasa generated. How is it generated? Mahodaya was telling, like Chiraguri Mahodaya was telling, Vibhavas, Anubhavas, okay, Sanchari Bhavas. Along with that, they become Sthai Bhavas. They become like standard now. Now that's from that Sthai Bhava that turns into rasa at a later point of time. So they combine, and that even like eko rasa karuna eva, even like somebody can ask, there are navarasas, then how can we say that the karuna rasa contributes to the happiness of a person? Then they say, my teacher explained this very well in my class. She said, if you have a like grief in life, in the real life, okay, then it pains a lot. But when we watch it through a movie, actually we are like crying along with the scene. We have become one with the hero, or when the whatever the character is playing that role, we become one with that. Many people I have seen like shedding tears, becoming like very unstable. Oh, this fellow should have done that. He should have hit the villain on the face, this, that, and all. How can he say that? They are just reacting, responding to the movie, and everywhere it's the dialogue which is moving that person. So they become one part with that. Whether it be a happy rasa or a sad rasa, the ultimate result is happiness only, is what our Alankara Shastra, they tell with Mukta Kantha. They tell with one voice that it is only ultimate Anandaha that happens as a result. Okay. Then, now what is the artisticness? Which areas can we take? So let us see where general healing also happens. One of the things we saw was mantras. Another is like we have the normal communicated language. I will tell you a situation. Like I'm just alone at home. I want to do something. I just call a person. Nobody is there. Then when I go to some person and talk, somebody is there, a neighbor, a bandhu, relative, friend, somebody who comes home. We are sitting and just talking. That heals us. General talking also has a healing effect. Okay. Then we have something called counseling. Then we tell them, if take my dadi ma, take my somebody who is like elderly, then I say, oh, aunt, somebody. Say, aunt, I'm feeling like lonely. This is what. She says, oh, why are you feeling lonely? Just come here. We'll do something together. I'm cooking. Just come and help me. Or we'll do this task together. Then it's like she's counseling. Then whenever next time it happens, don't sit alone. Write a poem, read a poem, do this, do this. So there is a counseling which heals us. It is non-art. Okay, it's just an art. Counseling is an art, but not a strict art form. Okay, where you can have the vibhavas, anubhavas, and all those things. Okay. Then we have the purpose like language. We have like usage of language in the acting, in the law, in the teaching, media, stand-up comedy, that shows where talking is involved, radio shows, TV shows, etc., where some talking is involved. So these are all other areas. I'm not talking about all these things, but they do contribute. They do. If there is a poem, which like I still remember my father had written a poem, that poem I forgot, but that effect on me, I was 6th standard when my, that last Tanaya, Usha, he wrote that in the last, he wrote a Shardula Vikriditam, and he wrote this as the last line. But I don't remember that Padya, but still it gave me so much happiness. So there is something, a divine touch in the personal, when a poem is written for me, how happy I'll be. Okay, so that is the idea. And when imagine that poem is in Sanskrit, then what happens? This divinity element is also attached to that. Okay, that is what is like we are reading kavyas. People are like spending hours together to understand Sanskrit poetry. They are paying so much money to learn Sanskritam. They are just pumping in like energy. Oh, I'm not able to understand. They feel bad when they're not. Why? Because they are when the Kalidasa's poem is there in front of their eyes. Patum na prathamam vyavasyati jalam. Like Shakuntala. She does not drink water herself before giving it to the plants. That much she loves, and that Shakuntala is going away. So it generates some kind of beautiful pictures in the hearts of the people who are reading it. Okay, so that along with the language itself, Sanskrit as a language also has got a lot of divinity that Mahopadaya had discussed some time back. Now, what is the purpose of this language art? Okay, then we will see the artistic areas now. Now, why do we want it? Why do we actually want it in the healing as a parameter, as a new kind of healing? What like it can do? It can do the Sadhya Paranirvriti. This can be done only by the art form, kind of movie or a poem or something which is either enacted or which is not enacted. Even while we are listening to, like somebody is telling Ramayana story, you know what happened? Then Ravana came in the form of a sannyasi and he carried away Sita. Like this, my Dadima used to tell me story. We would like flow, we would forget all the world around and we would be involved. Oh, is that happened? So we would undergo all that, even just with simple words also we can have. So Sadhya Paranirvritti. Suddenly we forget the world. Suddenly we become non-self. We become something else. We become that story, we become that idea, we become that sound which we are listening. We take that shape, it totally comes into us. This is the area where we can capture the healing as a, it can be a professional healing as well if we involve language, art and all that. So the story is enacted as dramas and even more effective. Like my father would tell one example, I really liked it a lot. He said there was one drama being enacted and Ravana was coming and speaking that bad words to Sita. Oh, you be mine, forget Rama and all that. So this fellow just raises up. He forgets that it's a drama and says, you are torturing my Sita Amma. How dare you? And he beats that Ravana literally on the stage. He doesn't wait for Hanuman to come. So that is a farce that happens on this thing. But he was so involved. What is important here? The person who was watching the drama became the drama himself. He thought that he is one of the characters. He thought that it's his duty to rescue Devi, and all that feelings came to him. The divinity of the characters and all that was playing in the back of the mind, it was playing a role. Okay? Then the Puranic stories and events. I remember my grandmother telling stories, all the women like forgetting themselves. They were sitting, 5 women would come every day to listen to my Dadima. And she would like tell for hours. They had Puranic Kalakshepa, they called it. Then she would tell the stories and read the Padyas and explain. And then they would be like, be like involved in that, and they would come walking from like at least 15 minutes walk, 20 minutes walk. They would not bother. They would come to listen. Why would they come? Just to think. Why would a lady leaving the household work come to my Dadima, sit there before her for 1 hour and then listen? What is she getting in return? That is my question. Okay, that is where we can capture that idea again. Okay, so now let us see how they heal. So that Chitrapada bandhas, there are also something kind, okay, do they heal only body and mind and like heart to feel? No, they have something for the intellect also. What are they? Chitrapada bandhas. So nana nanunno nunneno, nano nanunno nunneno. So it's a single letter. So our mind starts, what is nano, danano, nanunno? What is that? Then we try to break that. It's Bharavi's very famous Ekakshara Padya. So we try to, bring out the idea and break it. Oh, this is the meaning. Oh, then how the Sandhya work works here? Oh, it works like this. Oh, this is happening. Then it gives us an intellectual happiness as well. So Kavya writing process and Kavya readout sessions. There is a novel I read a long time back. In that, he describes, in the preface he writes, he wrote the novel, he wanted to get it published, the author's experience. He said, I read out this novel story for few hours, like it took 1 or 2 hours for him to present the whole. Before, like some people watching their emotions, he was reading it. And then he saw their faces, he saw their responses. Then he thought, okay, this story is good. So that readout sessions had so much, he describes the effects on each of the person's face who was listening. And that also is remaining in my brain while I was writing this paper. Okay. So the readout sessions are very great pastimes. See, prevention is better than cure. What happens after we get somebody gets some problem, a physical life phase, sorry, a physical body problem or a mind problem? Before that, if we start the solution, okay, by precautions, by preventions. So we tell them when mood is bad, oh, watch a movie. It's a very natural thing. So even before mood is bad, if I don't say exactly watch a movie, but we read a poem, we see a, like read a novel, that would like heal us. I remember like hours together we used to read novels in those days. This generation doesn't. I don't think there are many children who read books. It would be like very healing for me. I would live with it. I lived with such experiences. And that process of becoming, like when mother would call, we would not hear. Okay, mother would be waiting for my help, and she would call the book a villain. But for me, the book is the hero. It's not the villain. For my mother, no. So it interacts in the works. So on a positive note, it can do the same thing when we are not happy, when we are unhappy, when we are sad, when we have a problem, when we are mentally very disturbed. In that process also, the book will have the same effect of making me forget the world. That is called Sadharanikaranam. So this Sadharanikaranam, the rasa generating point, will make this feature as a healing feature. Okay, this is the exact healing point, becoming one with the item or the subject of the matter of the poem or the whatever we are reading. And how does this do? Sadharanikaranam happens, and the Brahmananda Sahodaratva also happens for the Kavyananda. How is it happening? We are going to places. For example, we are reading a novel. We are reading Wordsworth. I really remember Wordsworth's poems, like Stopping by the Woods and all that. So those ideas would take us into those areas. We didn't see such an area, but we saw something. I mean, where Wordsworth was experiencing that, we did not see. But we do have some woods in our India also. We go to such places which are calm, only trees and all. Then we, oh, Wordsworth might have like experience. So then we are reading, we are like imagining those, and we are going out of our reality. Sometime we get out of this reality is the point where this creativity, where that comes into picture. So it can heal by being creative. Now we also become creative in imagining. So I have a very good student, he was asking the same question. Oh, do you imagine things? Like when something comes to me, it always comes as a picture to me. When somebody speaks something, does it happen to you? I said, yes, it happens to me. Or I didn't check with other people whether it happens. I'm too visualizing. So visualizing in the brain, in the heart, not outside. Okay. I don't need like videos to, I can imagine my own. When Ravana, Rakshasa, when he says like, uh, um, then she says now that Sita says in that Sundarakanda, MS Ramarao Sundarakanda, we have such a word pictures, like very beautiful word pictures form out of like Ori Ravanani, Kruvina Naluka, Gija Gijaladu, Chutegi Padademi. When she says Kamandhuda, Ni, all these words, she says that she's a very Veeranari and she's like very strongly speaking. So that pictures come to us, and those things are like coming in between the reality of life, and they are creating some alternate, and it is not machine created, it is not like something which we need some device or something. Actually it is happening just by words. Okay. And then the stories and dramas, and I always found that whenever we see a hero, we identify with the hero of the movie. Okay, so he becomes a center, and then we think that we are doing all that. And why do people write such stories? The hero is fighting the villains and he's punching, he's like breaking their legs and hands, making them land in a hospital. So why is this all like giving us happiness? Because we also want to do that with somebody who has done wrong to us. And this hero is, by doing such hitting and all, helping us to, heal our wound in that area which had formed long back. It happened with me also, especially I want to fight my pain. I want to fight something. So then this thing happens. So I will not go through this for a long time. It's a general like information about the language arts. So they can be descriptive, explanative, narrative, and they can be epics, poetry, prose. All this can be put together to become a healing agent. Now this is the last slide which I want to present. As per me, okay, my idea of why this language arts as a healing parameter can become very good practicing point, very good practical this thing. It's financially affordable. There is no money constraints. Okay, to read Kavya's book cost. That's all. Then minimum material requirement. We don't need much. We need a digital screen and all this. We don't need that. Then paper and pen. If you want to write, you just need a paper and pen. And then you should have a capacity to listen. Somebody reads out. Even machine can read out. If you have these days, everybody has a laptop, computer, mobile. It can read out. Okay, that they should understand the words. That's all. The word understanding ability should be there. Hearing capacity should be there. Okay, so they should be able to relate. Some sahridayata is needed. Okay, so the idea which the poet wants to give you should be able to be formed. I mean, we should be that little, we should not be retarded in that. So retardation does not mean that it can happen only for the physical world activities. It can happen to mental world activities. Some people don't have. My own like cousin is there who doesn't understand sher or shairi. When I tell her sher, oh, what is there? Or how should I respond? She says, people say, wow, wow, wow. She doesn't understand that. So we should have that understanding in our hearts. So there is no place constraint. We can sit anywhere. Okay. So I end up my talk by telling one subhashita that our so I have a lot to explain around this, but I think I'll just point out and leave it. This is what we are not doing, and that is what is happening in the society. And for that, this subhashita, I love it. He says, Sangeeta Sahitya Kala Vihinaha Sakshat Pashuhu Puchha Vishanahinaha. And that is what we are seeing, that because they don't eat grass is the like bhagya of the animals. He says that they don't eat grass. We are seeing such human beings around us. We are all facing them because they don't have any kalatmakata. They don't have any sadharanikarana capacities. That's why they are reduced to animal stage only. Okay. So with this, I end up my talk. Sarvam Shrimanarayanarpanmastu. Dhanyavadaha again and again. Namo Namaha.
Namo Namaha. That was such a beautiful study that you have done, and you have shared it so elaborately, and then you really touched many hearts, I'm sure, with your language proficiency, the Hindi and Telugu as well. And it's very encouraging that we will go back to language arts for healing, and you made your point. Thank you so much. Thank you for the study and for your sharing. Namaste. Let's move on to our next talk. Professor Patanjali Tadepalli Garu. He is bringing a beautiful topic today. Again, more in the listening arts, and the topic being the intellectual grandeur of Muthuswami Dikshitar, unique intersection of profound scholarship and divine melody in the compositions. So this presentation explores the unique intersection of scholarship and divine melody in the compositions of Muthuswami Dikshitar. We will dwell, as per the author, into his architectural approach to music, his mastery over the Sanskrit language, and how he encapsulated complex temple traditions and Vedanta philosophy into his timeless kritis. Professor Tadepalli is a dedicated literary enthusiast who has authored 70, close to 80 books to date. He retired from his service as the principal of the government college, degree college in Sadasivapeta, Telangana. Namaste, Guru Garu. Welcome.
नमो नमः महोदय, भवतः विषये संस्कृते किञ्चित् वक्तुकामा अस्मि। प्रोफेसर् महोदयाः ताडेपल्ली पतञ्जलि महोदयाः समर्पिताः सन्ति साहित्यक्षेत्राय। ते रसिकाः, साहित्यरसिकाः सन्ति। अद्यावधि 89 ग्रन्थाः तैः विरचिताः। तेषाम् एकं पुस्तकम् अहमपि जानामि, पठितवती मम वक्तव्यार्थमेव अन्नमय्य विषये। तदहं स्मरामि। धन्यवादाः। भवतः स्वागतं व्याहरामि। वदतु महोदय, वयं श्रोतुकामः।
Please.
Namaste to all. दुर्गे स्मृताहरसि भीतिमशेष जन्तोः स्वस्थैः स्मृता मतिमतीव शुभं ददासि दारिद्र्य दुःख भयहारिणी कात्वदन्या सर्वोपकारकरणाय सदार्द्रचित्त. Namaste to all listeners. Within the 15 minutes allotted to me, I shall strive to convey the brilliance of Dikshitar as much as possible. I will strictly adhere to the time limit. The intellectual grandeur of Muthuswami Dikshitar, a rare confluence of erudition and melody. In the history of Indian classical music, Muthuswami Dikshitar stands out as an unparalleled genius, composer, and visionary. As one of the trinity of Carnatic music, his compositions are not merely devotional hymns, they are extraordinary musical architectures that blend profound philosophical thought, Sanskrit scholarship, temple architecture, and the secrets of astronomy. In every composition, he demonstrated an intellectual grandeur that does not just evoke emotion in listeners, but awaken their intellect and guides them toward spiritual maturity. Introduction defining intellectual grandeur. Understanding Muthuswami Dikshitar's music is akin to exploring a vast ocean. Scholars often compare its style to Narikela Paka, the consistency of coconut. Unlike the Draksha Paka, grape consistency of Tyagarasa's style, it is not easily grasped. The nectar-like water and sweet kernel inside are only reached after breaking the hard outer shell. This hard shell consists of his complex Sanskrit vocabulary, agamic technicalities, and ancient forms of ragas. Dikshitar's intellectual brilliance is most evident in his application of the 8th declension, means Vibhakti scheme, the secrets of Sri Chakra worship, and the seamless integration of Raga Mudras within the lyrics. Historical background of the lineage. The foundation of Dikshitar's intellectual wealth lies in his lineage. He was born in the sacred town of Tiruvayur to Ramaswamy Dikshitar and Subbamma. Ramaswamy Dikshitar was himself a great scholar and is renowned as the creator of the Hamsadvani Raga. Muthuswami studied the Vedas, Sanskrit, and musicology truly under his father's guidance. From childhood, he exhibited deep concentration and sense of detachment. During his stay in Manali near Madras, he gained exposure to Western music and British band music, which later led to the creation of his Nottuswara Sahityas. Muthuswami Dikshitar was born in Tiruvarur in 1775, considered a divine blessing from Lord Muthukumar Swami. His early education in Manali and Madras under his father provided a strong foundation in Vedic studies and music, while also introducing him to Western musical influences. A pivotal transformation occurred during his pilgrimage to Kasi between 1790 and 1796. In Varanasi, under the guidance of Chidambaranatha Yogi, he studied Yoga Shastra, Sri Vidya, and Advaita Vedanta, while also mastering the Drupad style of North Indian classical music. His journey as a composer began at Tiruttani, where he had a vision of Lord Subramanya, leading to his first composition, Srinathadi Guru Guho. Finally, in 1835, he attained Samadhi at Yettapayapuram while chanting the composition Meenakshi Me Mudam. The 7 years spent in Kasi were the most influential period of Dikshitar's life. Under Guru Chidambaranatha Yogi, he immersed himself in yoga, Sri Vidya, and Advaita Vedanta. It was here that he developed a deep affinity for the Drupad style. He masterfully integrated the majesty, slowly tempo means Chauka Kalam, and raga expansion techniques of Draupad in his Carnatic compositions. Legend has it that while bathing in the Ganges before leaving Kashi, he received a divine veena inscribed with the word Rama. This event symbolizes the divine sanction of his Vainika Gayaka, means veena player and singer style. Upon returning from Kashi, following his guru's instructions, Dikshitar visited the sacred shrine of Tirthani. According to legend, after 40 days of intense spiritual practice, Lord Subramanya appeared in the form of an elderly man, placed a piece of sugar candy in his mouth, and vanished. This profound experience gave birth to his first composition, Srinathadi Guru Gho Jayati Jayati, in the raga Maya Maulava Gaula. Through this composition, he adopted Guru Guha as his Ankita Mudra, means signature. The word Guha signifies the fire of knowledge residing in the cave of heart. This signature appears like a mantra in all his subsequent works, symbolizing his devotion to his Guru and his inner realization. This composition is set to Raga Maya Maulo Gavala and Aditala. In the opening lines, Dikshitar identifies himself as Chidananda Natha, means his initiatory name, and teaches that one should constantly meditate on the divine in the heart within the state of Advaita, means non-duality. The phrase Jayati Jayati celebrates the victorious Guru. By choosing Maya Maulo Gaula, which is the primary raga taught to beginners, he commenced his musical journey in a traditional and systematic manner, Anupallavi. Here, he describes the divine as the creator of the diverse world, the five elements, and the various forms and names. He envisions God as the Prachanda Bhaskara, the fierce sun, who dispels the darkness of ignorance, and as the Supreme Lord who bestows true knowledge. Charanam. The Charanam is a testament to Dikshitar's mastery over Tantra and Mantra Shastra. References like Kadimata, Malini Mandala point to the historic secrets of Sri Vidya Upasana. He also weaves complex yogic processes into the lyrics, such as the Ajapa Mantra, means the involuntary prayer of breath, and his Hamsa Dhyana. A distinctive feature of Muthuswami Dikshitar's music is its structural ingenuity. Listening to his Krutis feels like walking through a grand temple, a quality often referred to as musical architecture. Being an accomplished veena player, he ensured that every note was articulated with rich gamaka. The Vedic style, veena influenced style in his music, is characterized by several key elements. Chauka Kalam means slow tempo. Most of his compositions are set in slow tempo, allowing the complete essence and form of the raga to unfold fully. Jaru Kamakas essentially used slides that act as bridges between notes, as heard in masterpieces like Ashtalinga Vibho or Balagopala. Madhyamakala Sahitya. To provide contrast to the slow tempo, he included segments of faster paced lyrics at the end of sections, which add a unique momentum and variety to the music. Samaṣṭi Charanam. Furthermore, he breathed life into many rare ragas by following the Asampurna Mela scheme, the 72 Melakarta scheme. His efforts in preserving the ancient characteristics of ragas remain unparalleled. Sanskrit scholarship, the significance of Vibhakti Krutis. Dikshitar used Sanskrit not just as a medium of language, but as an intellectual tool. His Vibhakti Krutis are the crown jewels of his grammatical expertise. By systematically employing the 8 declinations, Vibhaktis, of the Sanskrit language across a set of compositions, he provided a logical and sophisticated structure to his musical output. Major groups of Vibhakti compositions. Muthuswami Dikshitar's compositions are often organized into thematic groups based on specific deities or shrines, utilizing the Sanskrit linguistic structure, means Vibhakti. Singing these compositions in sequence is akin to performing a complete ritualistic worship, puja. His mastery is evident in the choice of words, rhythmic prasam, and the poetic placement of padas. Gurukuha Vibhakti Krutis, dedicated to the Lord Subramanya of Tiruttani. These are his earliest works and reflect a deep state of yogic realization. Tyagaraja Vibhakti Krutis, dedicated to Lord Tyagaraja of Tiruvarur. The set consists of 13 kirtanas composed in complex and majestic ragas. Kamalamba Navaratna Krutis, dedicated to goddess Kamalambika of Tiruvarur. These explain the 9 enclosures of the Sri Chakra and are stepped to in the secrets of Mantra Shastra. Abhayamba Vibhakti Krutis, dedicated to the Mayurnatha temple. Some of these compositions are written in the Maniprabha style, a blend of languages. Nilotpala Vibhakti Krutis, dedicated to the goddess in Tiruvarur. These are notable for the use of rare ragas such as Narayan Gaula and Purva Gaula. The Tyagaraja Vibhakti series, a spiritual journey. Dikshitar composed a systematic set of kirtanas in the 8 Sanskrit Vibhaktis dedicated to Lord Tyagaraja Swami, means Shiva of Tiruvarur. It is important to note that Tyagaraja here refers to the preceding deity of the temple, not the composer Tyagaraja. Pradhama Vibhakti, composition. Tyagarajo Virajite Raga Athana Tala Ropakam. This describes Lord Tyagaraja shining all his glory, transcending names and forms. Ditya Vibhakti, composition. Tyagarajam Bhajare, an exhortation to the mind to serve Lord Tyagaraja and abandon the 3 types of worldly miseries, Adhyatmika. Next, Chaturthi Vibhakti, Tyagaraja Namaste, repeated salutations to the Lord, describing him as the Somaskanda form and the granter of liberation to all beings. Panchami Vibhakti, Tyagaraja Danam na jane, Tyagarajat Anyam na jane. I know no God other than the Lord Tyagaraja. The composition praises him as the Ashtamurti, the 8-fold form including earth, water, etc. Sastry Vibhakti, composition, the Tyagarajasya. I become a devotee of Tyagaraja. Dikshitar mentions that by becoming a devotee, one attains Saptami Vibhakti, Tyagaraja. I surrender all my deeds, right or wrong, unto Tyagaraja. This signifies total surrender and the path to Videha Mukti. This is very important point. Next, Sambodhana, Veera Vasanta, Adi Tala, a soulful call to the Lord, O valorous Tyagaraja, protect me quick. In addition to these 8 primary Vibhakti Krutis, he composed other famous works like Tyagaraja Yoga Vaibhavam, Tyagaisam Bhajare. Next, Abhayamba Vibhakti Krutis. Dikshitar also composed a set of kirtanas praising goddesses Abhayambika, the consort of Lord Mayurnatha in Mayavaram. Abhayamba translates to the mother who is fearless or the mother who grants refuge and protection. The Abhayamba Vibhakti series, a musical pilgrimage. Key features: grammatical structure and style, Maniprabhala style. Next, list of Abhayambika Vibhakti Krutis. The journey begins with the Dhyana Kirtana Abhayamba Jagadamba in Raga Kalyani. It then moves through various grammatical cases like other kirtanas. Next, the Nilotpala Vibhakti Krut series, reviving rare melodies. Dikshitar composed this set in praise of goddesses Nilotpalambika, the consort of Lord Tyagaraja in Tiruvarur. Analysis of the Nilotpalambika compositions. Prathama, Nilotpala Jayati, Nilotpalamba Jayati. This portrays the goddess as the eternal pure soul who destroys primal ignorance. Likewise, other kirtanas. Next, Kshetra Krutis, temple architecture and iconography. Dikshitar was a person who traveled across India. Wherever he visited, he composed at least one song praising the presiding deity. His works are not mere hymns, they are living testimonies to the history, architecture, and iconography of these temples. The Panchalinga Sthala Krutis, as like Panchalanga integration of occult sciences, astrology and mantra shastra, Navagraha Kirtanas, as like so many key highlights of the Navavarna Krutis. Very most important in musical dictionary of Mantra Shastra. Each composition describes the preceding deities and powers of a specific avarana of the Sri Chakra. Scholars regard this set as a intellectual of Karnataka music. Vibhakti Mala. He employed the 8 declinations of Sanskrit grammar in a sequential manner. The goddess's name changes its grammatical form in each song. Philosophical depth, universal ruler, as so many we can see in these Navavarna Krutis. Time is nearing. The members of the Vijayawada based cultural organization Samagana Lahari, Sri Maladi Suribabu, Sri Maladi Sri Rama Prasad, and Sri Maladi Ravikumar, with the divine blessings of Muthuswami Dikshitar, have published my work titled Meanings and Significance of 429 Muthuswami Dikshitar Krutis in 4 volumes in Telugu. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Kallur Satyarama Prasad Garu for his elegant English translation of these volumes. I am also deeply thankful to the organizer, Srimad Kallur Satyavani Garu, for providing me with this wonderful opportunity. My sincere thanks to all the listeners. Thank you.
Dhanyasmi. This was so beautiful. You brought the empowering language. Usha Garu took us to the healing side. You took us to the divine and the travels of Bharata. We are very blessed to hear these words of wisdoms from the scholars, Samaṣṭi here. Thank you so much for your time and your participation. Namaste. Now we shall move on to a panel session, SVASTA panel. The theme being SVASTA, being established in oneself, in the homeostasis, the healthy being, both mind, body, complex. As a social system, the human system, from individual health to collective balance is our goal today in the panel, to address how the individual health leads to collective balance. To rephrase it, we have panelists Dr. Gururaj Manjunath and Dr. B.K. Durga Prasad. Welcome. Thank you so much for being with us today. Manjunath ji, you can unmute yourself and stream your video, please. He should be here. Namaste, namaste. Dr. Gururaj Manjunath ji is a distinguished expert with over 30 years of experience in Ayurveda, yoga, and spiritual sciences. He serves as a senior associate professor in the division of yoga and spirituality at S. Vyasa University, Bangalore, and is a consulting Ayurveda physician at Arogya Dhama. Holding a BA-MS and an MSc in counseling and psychotherapy, Dr. Manjunath bridges ancient Vedic wisdom and modern therapeutic applications. An esteemed academic and MD, he has served as a visiting professor at Yunnan Minju University, China, and has been the chief guest for International Yoga Day at premier institutions like ISRO and IIT Guwahati. His work focuses on integrating the Vedas and Upanishads with contemporary scientific understanding to promote holistic health and healing. Thank you for being here. And Dr. B.K. Durga Prasad, he's coming from the clinical side. You can see that. He's a distinguished radiologist and professor and HOD of radio diagnosis at NRI Institute of Medical Sciences and IRIA Teacher of Excellence with a PhD in biochemistry. He's a pioneer in the intersection of medical imaging and music science. He is a Vainika, a musician, and he performed the first ever CT scan of a veena, the instrument, and authored a book, Your First Pluck, and the Springer textbook, Injuries in Musicians. Also an accomplished A-grade veena artist and a TEDx speaker. Dr. Prasad uniquely bridges the gap between clinical radiology and performing arts research. Welcome, both of you. Thank you for being here. Ushaji?
Yes, नमो नमः मञ्जुनाथ महोदयः आयुर्वेदवैद्यः अपि अस्ति, योगशास्त्रे अपि निष्णातः अस्ति, संस्कृतमपि जानाति, देशान्तरमपि गत्वा भारतस्य विषये सम्यक् प्रचारमपि करोति, सम्यक् वक्ता अपि अस्ति. मम भाग्यमासीत्, अहं श्रुतवती तेषां भाषणम् इत्यादिकं. सः अपि कार्यं कुर्वः स्म तदानीं. महोदयः चीनदेशं गत्वा तत्र यूनान् मिञ्जु विश्वविद्यालये अतिथिप्राध्यापकत्वेन सेवां कृतवान्. पुनः IIT गुवाहाटी मध्ये अपि तेषाम् अनेकसंस्थाभिः सम्बन्धाः सन्ति. अद्य पैनल् डिस्कशन् मध्ये भवतां स्वागतं महोदय. अधुना दुर्गाप्रसाद् महोदयस्य परिचयं कारयामि. एषः रेडियोलजिस्ट् अस्ति. विशाखापट्टणस्थितस्य NRI चिकित्सा विज्ञानसंस्थायां रेडियोनिदानविभागस्य प्राध्यापकः अपि अस्ति. वैणिकः अस्ति. चिकित्सीयप्रतिबिम्बविज्ञानस्य सङ्गीतविज्ञानस्य च संयोगक्षेत्रे नाम द्वयोः अपि संयोजनेन एषः कार्यं करोति, संशोधनादिकम् इत्यादिकं करोति. योर् फस्ट् प्लक् इति पुस्तकरचयिता अस्ति. पुनः इंजुरीस् इन् म्यूजिशियन्स् इत्यपि ग्रन्थस्य लेखकः अस्ति. महोदयस्य अपि स्वागतं व्याहरामि. नमो नमः.
Namaste.
Namaste.
So, welcome to the SVASTA panel for the India segment. This conversation explores well-being not as a medical or therapeutic concern alone, but as a way of living shaped by rhythm, values, and daily choices. In the Indian context, well-being has traditionally been embedded in ordinary life through routines, relationships, and responsibilities. Today, we reflect on how this understanding is being lived, challenged, or reinterpreted in contemporary India. So, as a first question, how is well-being understood and lived in everyday life in India? Your perspectives. Panel is open. Please.
Thank you. Namaste, Satyavani ji, and all the dignitaries here gathered. Hope I am audible.
Yes, you are.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you once again, Satyavani ji, for giving me an opportunity here to participate in this discussion panel, and by prostrating to Lord Surya Narayana today, being Ratha Saptami, where Arogyam Bhaskaradichet, Dhanamichet Hutasanaha, Shankarad Gananamichestu, Gatimichet Janardanaha. There is a beautiful saying in our ancient wisdom. So we are discussing on the beauty of the well-being of the individual on this day, where the whole world is respecting the Surya Narayana Bhagavan on this Ratha Saptami day, where we need to Saptarkaparana Snana. Arkaparana Snana is a very important, and that is an indicator of health, actually speaking. Saptarkaparana Snana, that is Calotropis gigantica, botanical name. What we have, we call it as Arka, which is very much pleasing to Lord Surya Narayana. Saptashvarathinam ekachakram ekadhuram. In Asyavami Sukta, in Rigveda, we get this Saptashvarathinam Ekachakram Ekadhuram. So where Saptarkaparana Snana is considered as the most important for the health of every human being, where we are going to do so many sins throughout life and in our previous life and next coming lives also. So, Yanme Maya Saptasu Janmasu Yadyat Janma Kritam Papam Maya Saptasu Janmasu Tanme Rogancha Shokancha Makari Hantu Saptami. Saptarka Parana Snana is considered as one of the most important for today. And on this day, we are discussing a beautiful theme on the well being of an individual, how this well being is understood and lived in everyday life in India today. So, the concept of well being, it is from the time immemorial. We can take it as, because as and when the human beings existing or existed in this creation, we say that the human being life is chaturveda purushartha siddhyartham, dharmartha kama moksha siddhyartham, dharmartha kama mokshanam arogyam moolam is the beautiful quotation from Charaka, Sushruta and Vagbhata. For achieving purusharthas, we need to be physically, mentally, intellectually, emotionally, and spiritually fit. We need to be fit in all the 5 dimensions of our life, because we are not just a physical being. We have this Panchakosha theory already established in our Vedic wisdom. And that Panchakosha theory, which establishes from the Taittiriya Upanishad and many other Smriti Puranas, which says we are made up of this Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, and Anandamaya. So all these koshas must be in a well intact position for achieving Vedic wellness. We can call it as Vedic wellness. This is the life which has been led by our ancient Rishimunis. Rishimunis, kings, the kings turned rishis, where we say on every day in the morning Suprabhatam, we take this Mangalashtakam. Mandhata Nahushom Barisha Sagarau Raja Prutur Haihayaha Shriman Dharmasuto Nalo Dasharatho Ramo Yayatir Yaduhu Ikshvakuscha Vibhishanascha Bharatascha Uttanapa Dadruvau Ityadyabu Vibudharascha Satatam Kurvantu no Mangalam. We take actually all these sacred kings, divine personalities like all the Rishimunis, Vishwamitra Parasharaur Bhrugavo, Agastya Pulastya Kratuhu, Srimanatri Marichi Kautsapulaha, Shaktirvasishtongiraha, Mandavyo Jamadagni Gautama Bharadvajadayastapasa, Srimad Vishnu Padam Bujayka Sharanaha, Kurvantu no Mangalam. We seek blessings early morning. What a beautiful day today, Sunday being, but unfortunately there is no sun in our Bengaluru. It is cloudy, and it, after my chanting of Aruna Prashna, immediately drizzled. The rain also came in this Bengaluru city. So, which is a beautiful showering of God. That is how this beauty of our Indian culture lies in each and every traditional activity. It can be Ratha Saptami, it can be tomorrow Bhishmashtami, or it can be tomorrow Madhva Navami, or any other occasion. All the 365 days in our Bharatiya Panchanga is oriented towards health only, upgradation of our health. So this is what is the purpose of our Bharatiya Tattva Darshana, Bharatiya Panchanga. Based on that, when we celebrate any activity in our life, whether it can be any Ganesha Puja or Yugadi or Janmashtami or any other Durgashtami or Navaratri festival, Deepavali, whatever it is, it has one or the other health orientation, without which we don't do. See, in Chandogya, there is a beautiful saying, Yadeva Vidyaya Karoti Shraddhaya Upanishada Tadeva Viryavattaram Bhavati. What you do, first you must know it, and then believe it, and then do it. So this is a beautiful guidance from Chandogya, which is told, Yadeva Vidyaya Karoti Shraddhaya Upanishada Tadeva Viryavattaram Bhavati. So that activity or action will become fruitful only when that action is preceded by knowledge and belief. So this we need to believe. Why we are doing this Smriti, Upasana, Swastha, everything, it is for the benefit of the whole world. Sarve bhavantu sukhinaha. Sarve santu niramayaha. For the purpose of only well-being of the whole world. For that only, Sarve janaha sukhino bhavantu. With that attitude only is the main motive for behind all this activity. So therefore, whatever we do, first we should know it and then have belief in that. Many people know it, but they don't have belief in that. Then there is no question of carrying out execution of that activity. Many people know it, believe it, but they don't do it. Then it is also of no use. So we need knowledge, belief, and action to be synchronized in a perfect way as per our Chandogya Upanishad. As the question is put here, in the present time, what is that attitude? Just now I told you, till now, all our ancient wisdom and views. And what is this in everyday life in India today? Attitude of this health and well-being. Now the well-being in this present country, in this land, it is turning out to be only physical oriented. That should not happen, because we are not just a physical being. As the very existence of our life is fivefold: physical, physiological, mental, emotional, intellectual, and spiritual. So we are existing in all these five, six dimensions way. So we need to not just consider the physical well-being as the complete well-being. So we need to take up, and this is being propagated, and this is being very much practiced everywhere. But nowadays, modern science, somewhere it is lacking, I feel. It is losing its sanctity of our Vedic wisdom touch because of non-belief. We don't believe in that. When you don't believe in that, then there is no question of sanctity being there. Whatever you know, first you have to have belief in that. So the ancient medical wisdom, ancient Vedic wisdom, ancient, all the Puranic wisdom, they are all oriented towards our well-being only. So let us, by doing this, all this summit, virtual summit, and all Samaṣṭi, all this are to motivate the present generation to look back and just follow our ancestors. Yadyad acharati shrestha. That is what Krishna said. Tattad devetaro janaha sayat pramanam kurute lokastadan vartate. So we need to be very much a role model for our future generation. When we follow the footsteps of the ancient, then it will be a role model for our youngsters to follow it. This is what is my opinion on this present day. Regard, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we have Prasad, Durga Prasad ji. Well, he made a statement. What is the clinical side thinking? Well, you have a lot to cover. Please,
Yes.
your opinions.
Namaste to everyone. I think I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, there are two aspects in the topic that has been given. One is health at an individual level and health at a society level, institution level, country level, world level, you name it. Now, because in my introduction you have mentioned about music and medicine, the way I'm trying to integrate, I'll stick to my two very basic things. music as a form of improving one's own health. It's a simple technique. It's a it's a medical technique without side effects. See, any drug that I prescribe inadvertently will have a list and host of side effects. Now, the music as a therapeutic option, I am not saying, I am not using the word music therapy. I am only using it as a therapeutic option because our understanding of music therapy is very much below par. We have not gone to that extent because I've been in this field for the past 4 decades. I've understood a reasonable amount of that. There is a great saying that a well-tuned veena, aka, is a well-maintained body. What I'm trying to convey, because I had done a CT scan on the veena and then compared it with the human body, I could understand that we have 24 frets on the vena. We have got 24 unfused vertebrae in the human body. There are 7 strings in the vena. There are 7 nervous plexuses in the human body. There is a resonator in the vena. There is a brain in the vena. There is a kunda, the resonator, and you have got a tumba on the left thigh that we place. It is your back. It is only meant for giving support, not necessarily as a part of sound production. The reason why I brought out these things is if the veena is properly tuned, it's only then you would be able to enjoy the musical nuances. The previous speaker was speaking about Muthuswami Dikshitar kritis. There is a lot of veena in Muthuswami Dikshitar's kritis.
Yes.
I mean, it is like an inbuilt stabilizer, as we used to call in our childhood days, some of the electronic items. So the veena is inbuilt in Muthuswami Dikshitar's kritis, something brilliant. So a human body is almost as identical to veena as it can be. That is the structural part of it. Now we'll come to the emotional aspect as well. In the present medical scenario that I am actively involved in, now we hear to news that some cardiologist who is physically fit passed away. Yesterday there was a urologist who is about 38, 39, absolutely fit person, gym person, who passed away in Vijayawada. Now, as sir was pointing out, we are looking at the physical aspect in a big way, going to the gym. Even I too go to the gym. We give a lot of importance to physical training, but we forget that there is a mind, there is a soul behind the body. Now it's time that we give a lot of importance for that aspect as well. That comes with our tradition, that comes with our culture, that comes with what we have been witnessing since times immemorial. In that aspect, the easiest way to get connected is through music. You hear to anything that you are comfortable with. Only thing you should ensure is that music should not become noise. There's a thin line between something being called as music and something being called as noise. So if you can, because the point which I'm trying to make is, supposing you were to hear to pretty loud noise, obviously your heart rate would increase. So the therapeutic action of the sound would go down because your heart rate has increased because of the noise. Then you cannot call it music any longer. That is point number 1. Point number 2, ensure that it is individual thing. It's not Brundagana cannot become therapeutic. That's what I feel. It will make you feel happy, but if you want to really enjoy the therapeutic aspect of music, it should be individualized. Once you win it at the individual level, probably you can you can put it on to the society as well. That is the second point which I wanted to impress upon. The third point is that we have talked about physical health, we have talked about mental health, and there's something called spiritual health or emotional health. That abstract thinking, that lateral thinking, that creative thinking, all these things are embedded in music. The great physician, musician we have seen of yesteryears, Dr. Sripada Pinakapani, he described music, he defined music, M being melody, U as universality, S as scientific approach, I as individuality, and C as creativity. And he said, music without melody makes you sick. So I'm a person who deals with both music and melody, both melody and melody rather. So as a musician, I deal with melody. As a radiologist, I try to look after the melodies as well, both at the individual level as well as at the society level. Then the fourth point I wanted to make, even the National Medical Council, which is our apex body, is now looking at self-directed learning. There is something called self-directed learning, and nowadays we are not called teachers. We are being called mentors. The aspect of teaching is slowly getting dwindled down with the advent of electronic media that is at our disposal. Knowledge is available in abundance. What we lack today is the ability to use that. The discretion is something which is lacking. Vijnata versus Vijnanam. It is something like that. So the health aspect has to start at an individual aspect only. It has to start from individual. Then only we can see it growing in a big way. The last but not the least is that we are living in a world where only results matter. And we want instant results. This health is something where you cannot expect instant results. If it were to be an instant one with an instant result, the converse would also be true. So it should be done in a phased manner, in a graded manner, so that you grow. It's like building a nice house with a pure quality foundation, have a platform, and then build up the तीसरी मंजिल, fourth manzil, whatever you want to, but not at the cost of compromising the foundation. So we come back to the original topic, that please make use of the available cultural heritage in abundance so that your fundamentals are right, and it would be easy for you to accept anything that is new. Thank you very much.
Yeah. That can take us to the second question, like what tensions do you see today between traditional rhythms of living and modern pressures in life in India?
The first thing that I can see is we want instant money, instant name, and instant fame. It's a twofold problem. When I joined as a radiologist, say 25 years back, I was probably the 16th radiologist in the city. So patients used to wait for me for days together to have my opinion. Now there are 260 radiologists in my city. Now nobody waits. The quality comes much later. First of all, get the work done. So I am in a hurry to ensure that I look up to more patients, earn more money. So we are now running after, we are in the rat race, whether we like it or not. And your peak will be, say, for 15 years or 20 years. It is during that time we want instant results. And the worst part of the scenario is comparison. Comparison should be done with somebody who is much greater in life, not necessarily somebody who is great in terms of earning riches. No, they say greatness is of three types: who are born great, who earn greatness, and on whom greatness is bestowed upon. Now we have lots of the third category happening in the society, and we are forced to be a part of the rat race. Fourth point, which I can, if I may add, is that self-contentment is lost. The option of self-contentment is not being practiced, which is there since times immemorial in our system. Contentment is extremely important, and present day youth have gone away from that basic concept of self-contentment, which probably is resulting in all this nonsense, nuisance, whatever you call it. Thank you.
Manjunathji, your take on this? You are muted. You can unmute, please.
Yes. There was another swara in front of my house.
Okay. Well,
That might disturb. That's why I just muted myself. Okay. So this is something amazing. This music and well-being, as our radiologist has said, amazing to the rhythms of life.
Mhm.
We are all beings with rhythms in life,
Mm.
whether we know music or not, but we respond to the rhythms of life. This is where we need to recognize our rhythm and get the rhythm getting sync with the reality. That is where the satya, the truth of life, which can be recognized. On the path of recognition of this truth, on the path of realization of this truth, we need to get ourselves very much in sync. That syncing only when it is going to become arrhythmic or no rhythms, proper rhythms. Even our heart has to have that rhythm to keep us in a homogeneous state. That is where the harmony of our body, mind, and the spirit, it has to be in rhythm. Then only we can have that higher consciousness experience. If it becomes arrhythmic, then definitely the whole life gets crippled. We try to keep syncing our rhythms of our life, and we struggle to do that because everywhere we have different frequencies, which is unmatching frequencies in our life, in all the activities whatever we do. Sometimes we get our rhythm get sync with the people with whom we deal with whom we interact with. Then becomes, that is what is yoga, something where we get that syncing of the rhythm of our frequency with the other's frequency. When it is almost matching, then we enjoy that life. So that is where all our quest, search throughout the day, in and day out, we search for this syncing the rhythm in all walks of our life. So that is why Krishna said in Bhagavad Gita, see, Ruksama Yajurevacha, he said, only three Vedic. He said, I am the Rigveda, I am the Samveda, and I am the Yajurveda. And he says, Samagana Priya Nadavilola. There is a lyric, actually, it is a beautiful filmy lyrics. It says, Samagana Priya Nadavilola. Krishna says, I am very much accessible to everyone through music. But unfortunately, we don't get that syncing, or we don't get that frequency perfectly matched there. So the walk of our life, the effort of our life is to match with the real frequency of the truth. And that is where we are all moving in that direction to match that frequency. So the mind of God must be very much in sync with our thoughts here on this earth. So then only that kind of ecstasy we can feel. And it is easily possible through music. Easily accessible and possible. Everyone will easily get melted to the music on this earth. Forget about human beings. There are only human beings who hate music, some people. But otherwise, even all the living entities enjoy the music. When Krishna was playing this flute, in Vrindavan, all the animals used to stop munching only their food, and they used to even forget that half of the food is outside and inside like that. That used to be the beauty of the music of Lord Krishna's flute. So every human being, for that matter, every living entity enjoys this music, and we need to bring that synchronization in this music with the rhythms in all walks of our life. This is my view. Thank you.
Yeah, our conversation can go on. Well, unfortunately, we are a bit time bound. But
Yeah.
that said, uh, maybe we can lead into the final question here. What
Yes.
needs to be consciously protected or renewed so that well-being remains rooted in daily life rather than becoming an external pursuit?
What should be
Yes.
done? Yeah,
Huh.
shall I start? Yeah, I'll
Please.
finish up.
Please.
Yeah. As has been pointed out since morning, it is better to get back to the roots. One
Yeah.
line answer. One line answer. Get back to your grandparents. Send your children to your grandparents. 50% problem is solved. Or get your grandparents to your house, the other 50% is solved. The simplest answer I can offer.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Not forgetting the roots. Don't forget the roots. The present has got its roots in the past. So this we need to remember. Whatever is having, we are having the present, it has got roots in our past. See, this nuclear family, that concept itself is going away. Earlier, we used to have one family means minimum 10 to 12 people. Now, husband and wife together itself is a joint family. Husband and wife, if they are unitedly living, that itself is a joint family concept. Forget about children having the connectivity with all the relationship of uncle, then chikkappa, dodappa, like that, grandparents, sisters, cousins. This is how we can re-establish the rhythm. This is how we can bring back the real music of our life understanding, and we can get along with that. This is what.
That's beautiful. And any concluding remarks other than your the one mentioned now? From a clinical perspective, and then Manjunath will come from the Shastra side.
Yes.
Let this good work through this organization continue. I think I wish that the most.
Thank you. Manjunath from...
Yes. Shastra, the Shastras say that Satyam vada dharmanchara swadhyayanma pramadaha. Taittiriya Upanishad says, go to the basic roots of our life. Make the children or the present generation or the coming younger generation to have the values. The human values is very important. We need to teach the youngsters the values of not the things, not the materials. It is the values of our walk and talk. Walk the talk. Walking the talk is the best way to bring back our ancient glory. Walking the talk is very important. Please make a note. Not just talking. Not talking will alone will help. Walking the talk. That is where we need to be the role model, and even the Shastras also say, Yadeva Vidyaya Karoti Shraddhaya Upanishada. Chandogya, which says, where we need to know the things, knowledge, but we need to have belief, firm belief in that. Right? So, firm belief and knowledge will definitely take us to the glory of the execution of the action. And further, the truth will be realized automatically as per the Shastras.
Beautiful. So this discussion reminds us that well-being in the Indian context or globally, indeed, has long been sustained through daily living. So let's renew that. If there is any failure there, and if one is thriving, let's continue what we are doing. And Sarve Jana Sukhino Bhavantu, Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu, then it is. Thank you. Thank you. Doctor.
Namaste. Once again, Satyavani ji, namaste. Durga Prasad sir, namaste for being with us, and all the dignitaries, Usha ji, and all speakers who spoke today. Thank you, ma'am. Satyavani ji. Namaste.
Thank you.
God
Thank
bless.
you, Manjunath ji and Prasad ji. And we shall move on to our next, another Swasta well-being topic here. We have Dr. A. Shrinivasa Sharma. He is bringing us an alternative approach to disease diagnosis, and his topic is Vaidya Jyotisham. Vaidya Jyotisham represents an interdisciplinary framework that integrates classical Jyotisha principles with medical inquiry, examining planetary configurations as correlates of disease disposition, predisposition, and progression. Its focus lies in offering an alternative diagnostic lens, emphasizing preventative and orientation and holistic interpretation of health through astrological chart analysis. Dr. A. Shrinivasa Sharma, a distinguished scholar and practitioner in the field of Jyotisha, he serves as an assistant professor in the Department of Yoga and Spirituality at S. Vyasa University, Bengaluru, where his work bridges ancient wisdom with contemporary relevance. Dr. Sharma holds a PhD in Jyotisha Shastra from the National Sanskrit University, and his academic journey reflects a deep commitment to preserving and revitalizing India's intellectual traditions. He was awarded 2 gold medals in his master's degree. He has previously contributed to as an IKS course developer at SKF Foundation and continues to share his expertise through astrology classes at various platforms, including Shri Kameshwari Foundation. Beyond academia, Dr. Sharma is the founder of the Ananta Mihira Astrology Center, a school dedicated to nurturing authentic astrological knowledge and guiding seekers on their spiritual path. Namaste. Thank you for being here.
Namaste.
Thank you. Yeah.
Namaste. Am I audible?
Yes.
Namaste, Ma. Namaste.
नमो नमः। भवतः विषये संस्कृते वक्तुकामा अस्मि, किञ्चित् परिचयं कारयामि। श्रीनिवास शर्मा महोदय ज्योतिषशास्त्रे विशिष्टः विद्वान् साधकश्च अस्ति। सः सम्प्रति बेङ्गलूरुनगरे स्थितस्य एस् व्यास विश्वविद्यालयस्य योग अध्यात्मविभागे सहायकप्राध्यापकत्वेन कार्यं करोति। सः राष्ट्रीयसंस्कृतविश्वविद्यालयात् ज्योतिषशास्त्रे PhD उपाधिं प्राप्तवान्। 2 स्वर्णपदकमपि तेन विजिते स्तः। पूर्वं सः SKF प्रतिष्ठाने भारतीयज्ञानपरम्परायाः पाठ्यक्रम विकासकरूपेण कार्यं कृतवान् अस्ति। महोदयानां स्वागतं व्याहरामि। भवतः शब्दान् श्रोतुकामाः वयं स्वागतं। हरि ओम्।
Namaste. Thank you so much. So it's very happy and privileged to be part in this Upaasana-SMRITI. So I thank deeply to Satyavani garu for giving this great opportunity, being with this great scholars, and it's very privileged to me. Thank you very much. So let me start my presentation. So I think my presentation is visible now.
Yes, sir. Yeah, please.
Yes. So here my topic is Vaidya Jyotisham, an alternative approach to disease diagnosis. So as we know, nowadays diagnosing the disease is completely depending on machines. But previously, the disease diagnosis is very simply diagnosed by doctors. Just with pulse, they used to diagnose the disease. And not only that, through astrology, through Jyotisha Gnana, also our ancients tried to diagnose the disease. So how they tried to analysis disease and what steps they have taken to diagnosis and even to know which is the correct path to approach and to cure that particular disease. So that is a very magnificent path which our ancients practiced earlier. So let us go into that information, that topic to understand. So first, what is Jyotisha and what is medical astrology? Let us try to understand. Jyotisha, the ancient Vedic system that offers a profound lens for understanding the interconnectedness of cosmos, the human psyche, and well-being. So it is just not a science which gives predictions of what will happen in future. It is a connection between cosmos to human psyche, and which also makes us understand which is good and which is bad, and for to our well-being. So this is what said by the great Indian scholar and doctor Master E.K., which he was called as Ikirala Krishnamacharya, famous doctor and a scholar in Andhra Pradesh. Even there is we can see a great physician, Greek physician called Hippocrates said, a physician without a knowledge of astrology has no right to call himself a physician. So with this we can understand so how astrology is very much essential in medical science. So even in our all Ayurveda granthas, Charaka Samhita, Sushruta Samhita, we can find many astrological insights to find disease, to diagnose disease, and to cure. What are the steps to be taken? Those were very much deeply explained in those samhitas. So let us understand why Jyotisha is very much essential in this Vaidya. So as we know, Ayurveda is Upaveda. So it is Upaveda of Rigveda. So as we know, we have 4 Vedas. In that, Rigveda is the first Veda. In the first Veda itself, the Upaveda is Ayurveda. Whereas coming to Jyotisha is called as Vedanga. So 6 out of 6 limbs, Jyotisha is very important limb, which is connected, which is symbolically said as I to the Kala Purusha. So these limbs makes us understand easily the essence of Vedas and Upavedas. So with the Jyotisha knowledge, we can easily understand the Ayurveda Sara. The meaning and the depth of Ayurveda can be easily understand with the knowledge of Jyotisha. That is the link between Vedas to Upavedas to Vedangas. So as we know, why we will suffer with diseases? Because of our Purva Karma. As we know, Purva Janma Krutam Papam Vyadhi Rupena Badhate Pidate. So whatever the Papa mischiefs we have done in the Purva Janma will be reflected or resulted as Roga, Vyadhi. So what is the connection between karma to the Roga, which can be explained or understand through Jyotisha? So the great scholar called Varahmihira explained in his Grantha, Brahad Jataka and Laghu Jataka, यदुपचितम अन्यजन्मनि शुभाशुभम तस्य कर्मणः पंक्तिम व्यंजयति शास्त्रमेतत् तमसि द्रव्यानि दीपयिव. Like a light in a dark room, this great science, Jyotisha, explains us whatever mischiefs or good things we have done in our previous janma. It explains like a light. It dwells like a light, and it shows whatever our purva janma karma. Horet Chahoratra Vikalpameke Vanchanti Purvapara Varnalopa. Here in Brahajataka he says, Karma Arjitam Pragjanmani or Purva Janmani Yattasya Panktim Samabhavyanektim. So whatever the karma we have done in our Purva Janma, the result will be shown or should be affected in this Janma. So the karma will be reflected as Roga, and that Roga can be known through Jyotisha, and even we can understand, we can know our Purva Janma Papa, Purva Janma Karma, and with those all things we can rectify, we can correct our present and even our future also. So by these all things we can understand karma and Roga is directly connected with by Jyotisha, we can even understand better our Purva Janma, and not only Purva Janma. See, whatever karma we have done in this Janma also will be reflected in this Janma also. Certain small karma results, we can see the result in this Janma only. So if, for example, so if you go out in a rain, immediately we'll get cold and fever. So going in a rain is nothing but karma, and the result is fever. So this is also can be known through Jyotisha, which is karma phala. So not only Purva Janma, Purva Krutam Papam, Purva na kevalam Purva Janma Krutam Papam, Purva Krutam Papam api Vyadhi Rupena Badhate, Tad Shastram, Jyotish Shastram, kevalam, only Jyotisha Shastram, with Jyotisha Shastram only, we can very much understand this process. So why astrology or Jyotisha in ancient medical science? Why it is very much essential? In Jyotisha, we understand a person's total his symptoms through his case study. We'll check his horoscope, we'll analysis throughout his horoscope, and we will go in many ways. So even in medical science like Ayurveda and other ancient Indian medical ways, we will take the total case study, we'll just not approach the disease. That is what we have to, we'll say in Telugu, rogiki mandu veyali gani roganiki mandu veyakudadu. We have to treat the patient, not the disease. So even astrology treats with the patient or with the person, not with the situation. So it's the same thing here, we can parallelly view. So possibility of curability. So Jyotisha can easily makes us understand whether this case, this disease can be curable or not. That can be very easily can be known through Jyotisha. And mode of treatment. Through Jyotisha, we can understand which mode of treatment will be better. So if it is very much essential for surgery, to go under a surgery, with Jyotisha knowledge, we can first only say that it is better to go surgery. If Jyotisha, if Kundali is saying by taking surgery, it may lead to very chronic diseases and it may lead to very problem, danger, we can understand through horoscope. So by knowing that, we can stop undergoing surgeries or any operations. So the mode of treatment can be known through Jyotisha. Diet and daily habits. So even Jyotisha, by understanding our totality of symptoms, we can analyze what proper diet should be taken. Even in Ayurveda and other medical science, Indian medical sciences, we can see they will say a proper diet for a particular person. So not to the particular disease, to the particular person. So we can easily understand even whether the disease is chronic or very subtle or very simple disease. So that thing also can be known. If someone comes with small disease, with small fever or something, with headache, something, by seeing horoscope, if some meningitis or some braid fever, very very chronic diseases if we diagnose, then easily we can give suggestions to take a very serious action on them. So those things also can be known by horoscope. So the totality of symptoms can be easily known through astrology. So both, it differs individually. That is what we have said, we have discussed. So we will treat the patient, we will treat the person, not the disease. So that is the correct approach, which astrology, in even Ayurveda and other the Indian ancient medical approach will also be. So if we go, let's go into the science more deeper. So in Jyotisha, we know grahas, rashis. So our Parashara, Varahamira, and great other saints, Narada and other Bhrigu, they have differentiated planets with doshas. We have three doshas, Vata, Pitta, Kapha. And we have three gunas, Sattva, Rajas, Tama. And we have dhatus, Sapta dhatus, Rakta Rasa, Majja, Shukra, Mamsa, Medha, Asti. And these planets, signs, rashis, are differentiated under three doshas, trigunas, dhatus, and even masculine and feminine. It means Purusha and Stri. And even elements, bhutas, Agni, Bhumi, Vayu, Jala. So with these all basic things, we can easily understand what certain dosha is there in that for that particular person. So which dosha is predominantly giving effects, and under trigunas, which guna is giving more problem, and which dhatu is affecting more. These all basic things can be easily understand by seeing the horoscope. So these are the basic things which one should understand under this. And we also know there is the whole Rashi Chakra is classified as Kala Purusha. So Kala Purusha is nothing but our body. So our body is also called Vyadhi Mandiram, Shariram Vyadhi Mandiram. So where can this disease be? Where they can stay? Means they can only stay in our body. There is no other way to stay. There is no other place to stay. That is why it is said as Shariram Vyadhi Mandiram. So in Brihad Jataka, there is a famous mantra, famous sloka, Kalangani Varangamani Mirat Hrut Kroda Vaso Bruto, Vyastivyanjana Murujana Yugle, Jangi Tato Angritvayu. So all these 12 signs are differentiated or divided under 12 major body parts. So by understanding these 12 signs, so which sign is affecting more, which sign is damaging that particular body part may affect on his life, and that particular body part, they may get many diseases, and many such type of analysis can be done through this knowledge. And even we know we have 12 bhavas. So the first bhava is Lagna. So we have 12 bhavas. So we have 12 signs and 12 bhavas. As 12 signs are divided, even bhavas are also divided. Kadi Vilagna. So even bhavas also divided into 12. And these 12 bhavas also again divided with 12 different body parts. So which bhava is affected? So with that bhava's part, we have to check whether that part is affecting or not. That part has having any chronic or major diseases. With that also we can easily diagnose the disease. And there are many other approaches also, as we have showed us a varga, 16 types of classification of Rashi system. In that, one of that is Drekana Chakra. It is also called as Dreshkana Chakra. So as we have divided 12 parts, and again it is divided 3 out of each part. So each part is divided by 3. So first left part, right part, and middle part. So more deep analysis can be known by Drekana Chakra. Not only Drekana Chakra, this I have just given for an example. They have many such type of, even one Rashi is divided by 60, means 1 by 60. This is 1 by 3, just one Rashi. One Rashi will have only 30 degrees. So out of 30 degrees, 10, 10, 10. So 1 10 degree comes under one part of a body of body. And again, 2 other parts comes under 2 different parts. In that, one part is again divided by 60 parts, means we can easily understand how deeply they have went and they have searched. And with that, we can easily understand which particular minute part is also affected in our body. So there are many such type of analyzing diseases. And even planets are again divided under our indriyas. So we have Chakshus Parsaru Parasagandha. So we have the different indriyas. So Sun, Surya, Chandra is connected to Chakshu. So even in Veda also we can see. So Chakshus Suryo Rajayata. So the sun is came out from Paramatma's eye. So the both sun and moon resembles eye. So if sun and moon are affected, or if any aspect is there, they may easily get eye diseases. So Mercury means Buddha and Shukra rules nostrils, and Saturn, Mars governs ears, and our throat governed by Jupiter. Vaksthana, Adhipati is Jupiter. So here the Vayu, so he governs Jupiter. And Saturn also, Saturn governs bones, and Rahu and Ketu rules excretory organs. So even more deeply we can see in the next PPTs, next slides. So each planet is again divided into certain portions and functions within our body. So Sun governs heart, spine, general vitality, and moon governs stomach, digestive system, female organs, lymphatic system. Mercury governs brain, central nervous system, thyroid gland, even our 5 senses also. So here previously we have understood senses through planets. Again, we can see here Mercury governing senses means a planet govern, if for example, if throat is governed by Jupiter, means the sound system or the Shabda Gunakam Akasam. So Jupiter is Akasa Tattva. See, we can relate. Shabda Gunakam Akasa. The Guna of Shabda is Akas. The Guna of Shabda, the Guna of Akasa is Shabda, and the Akasa is governed by Jupiter. Space. Jupiter means nothing but space. But we should get that connection. So that connection gives through Mercury. So the connection between the Indriyas is given by Mercury. That is why the sense is given by Mercury, and sense organs is governed by certain planets. So there are certain different types of these functions that we have to know while entering into this medical astrology. And here more deeply we can see in this slide also each planet governing parts of body, different parts of body. And let us see, first of all, before analyzing a horoscope, we should know the longevity of that person. If many diseases are diagnosing, but it may diagnosis or it may not. And a person may have many great Raja Yogas, many Dhana Yogas, Saraswati Yoga, many yogas. But to experience, to undergo with that yogas, that person should have longevity. So first we have to know whether that person having a good longevity in his life. And after knowing that, we can also understand if that person is affecting with very chronic disease present. But if, for example, the particular patient comes to us, if he is having some 80 years of longevity, and that person came at some 30 years or 25 years with a very chronic disease, we can easily understand that he will definitely overcome with that disease because he is having a good longevity. Those type of approach also we can undergo. So here he's saying, our ancient saints saying, Kendre trikone bhavaneshu na yasya papa lagnadipa suragurus chaturashtamastha bhuktva sukhani vividhani cha punya karma jivetu varasha shatameva mukta rogaha. The one who have done good karma, adbhuta karma, punya karma in his previous life, he will get a very great planetary alignment in this life. So if there are no malefic planets, no bad planets in Kendras and Trikonas, Kendras means 1, 4 from Lagna, 1st, 4th, 7th and 10th, and Trikona means 1, 5 and 9. If there are no evil planets in Kendras, Trikona, and if the Lord of Lagna is in 4th house and Jupiter is in 8th house. So here we have to know the importance of 8th house. 8th house symbolize longevity. So if any good planet exist in 8th house, definitely they will have a very good longevity. So if a person having a good planet like Jupiter in 8th house, and if the Lord of Lagna is in 4th house, and there are no malefic planets, evil planets in Kendras, that particular person will have good longevity. He will definitely overcome all his early diseases. So such type of things also can be known. So I'm just giving some glimpse, some examples, how to approach this medical astrology. So the major houses to diagnose diseases are 6th house, 8th house, and 12th house. In 12 houses, 12 bhavas, 6th, 8th, and 12th house are the major houses to understand about disease. The 6th house signifies or governs on sickness. The house of sickness is called as house of sickness, Ripasthana, Rogasthana, and it is also called as Shatrusthana. And 8th house is called as house of death, Mrityusthana. And coming to the 12th house is called as house of hospitality, house of hospitals, means it is called as Vyayasthana. So these three things are the major houses for diagnosing a disease. So if many evil planets, malefic planets are there in 3 of these houses, we can estimate or we can analyze that particular person may undergo with very severe chronic disease, and he may have very less longevity in that particular life. So those things can be known with these 3 houses. So let us mainly see the 6th and 8th house. So here you can see, so each planet, if it is in those particular houses, so what diseases they may suffer. So if 6th and 8th lords conjoin with sun, so the 6th house and its lord So if sixth house is Karkataka, Cancer, if its lord means if its lord is moon, if its lord is conjoined with sun, means both moon and sun are in a one sign, it is called as samyoga. It is samyoga. If it is samyoga, definitely they will get fever, even in eighth house with sun. So in that manner, sixth lord and eighth lord, and the planets which are there in sixth house. So by that we can diagnose what sort of disease they may suffer. Coming to the next slide, that is women's health. So in Jyotisha Shastra, Stri Jataka is very differently and elaborately explained by our ancient seers, because Stri is the main basic nature in this universe. So who is the Trivarga Karana? So who can manage all this Srishti, Sthiti, Laya, everything. So the Stri Jataka is differently explained. So even how to know their problems, their minimum basic diseases, those approach are also very beautifully, very deeply explained by our ancient seers like Varahamira, Parasara, and many more. For example, here I am showing one horoscope. In the left side, we can see Mesha Lagna, Lagnadi, and Sun is in Taurus, Vrishabha. And here, Moon and Saturn, Moon and Venus, sorry, the two female planets called Moon and Venus, which governs on their reproductive system, periods, and many things, blood. So if Saturn, so here you can see Moon and Venus, both female planets, are affecting by the evil planet Saturn. So if such type of aspect is there in a Stri Jataka, they will get very irregular periods and severe pain in abdomen. So periodical problems will be very much for those who are having Saturn effect on their female planets. Here you can again see another example where Mars is affecting both Moon and Venus. So here Venus and Mars are conjoined in one house, one sign, and Moon is getting Samasaptaga Drushti, Samasattava Bhava, or opposition effect by Mars. So here both again female planets are affecting by evil planet Mars. So by these basic things, we can understand that that particular lady in her life may get very this period problems, irregular periods, or heavy bleeding problems, and even too much of abdomen problems and PCOD and many such type of problems that lady may suffer. So these are the basic things we can understand immediately by analyzing by the horoscope. So now let us go. I will do a simhavalokanam of all my other slides. So each planet governs Vayu. So Vyana, we have Prana, Apana, Vyana, Udana, Samana, Saprana. So Sun governs Vyana, Prana in our body. And psychology of Sun and emotions, how if Sun affected person gets emotions. So what are the emotional level, the one who is affecting by Sun? So anatomy and also disorders. So if Sun is very badly affected, what sort of disorders they may get, what sort of diseases they may get, these are the effects. So if Sun is very much affected, heart disease, because the Simha Rasi is the Sun's sign. The Simha governs heart. So here you can understand heart diseases may get the one who is having Sun position in a evil place, or if Sun is affected. So like that, every planet, their mind, their vayu, emotions, psychology, anatomy, diseases, those can be understand if we decode each and every granthas with comparative study. So here, these are my analysis or my research on each planet on different levels. On Jupiter, Venus, Saturn, and many other things. So there is a let me conclude with this topic, which is called sympathy and antipathy. So disease caused due to antipathy. Why? Let us see. So let us see. In Jyotisha, there are signs. Rashis are divided into 4 types with 4 elements, 4 bhutas: Agni, Bhumi, Vayu, Jala. So if here fire and air are sympathy, fire and water are antipathy. So if fire element, or if we can see, if we pour water on fire, what happens? It will be disturbance will happen in this nature. In the same way, if a fiery sign is affected with a watery sign, if a watery sign is affected with fiery sign, if a earthy sign is affected with fiery sign, so these opposite bhutas are affected, disease will generate. Disease may develop. So those things can be known. So if, for example, let me conclude with one example. So if someone is having too much of fiery signs, so too much of effect of fiery signs, his body will be very heat. Pitta tattva will be increased. If another watery sign or watery planet is aspected on that particular fiery sign, what happens? Both Pitta and Kapha will join, and a new disease will develop. So what happens? We can see many people, for example, a person may get a wound which will have which will get a liquid. We can, in Telugu it is called as what will say, liquid will come on the wound. So what happens here? Both Pitta and Kapha is fighting there. So both Agni Tattva Graha or Agni Tattva Rashi and Jala Tattva Graha or Jala Tattva Rashi are affecting together, so that a new disease may develop on that particular body part. So those type of things can be known through this bhutas and on the body parts. So there are another Swabhava Chakra, means we have Charasvabhavas, Tirasvabhavas, Dvishvabhavas. Through Swabhavas also we can analysis diseases. So if one particular disease is developed in one Swabhava, one Rashi in particular Swabhava Chakra, for example, we can see Charasvabhava, which is called as cardinal cycle. So if Aries, in this cardinal circle, we can see Aries, Cancer, Libra, and Capricorn. So if a disease developed in one particular sign, another 3 signs, which are Cancer, Libra, Capricorn, they may also get the disease, may transform, or the disease may again generate in other 3 parts of body. That can also known through this Swabhava Chakra. So very often we can see the second cycle, which is called fixed cycle. There you can see throat, ankles, genitals, heart. Very oftenly we can easily know if throat is affected, like if any glands, thyroid, such type of things, if generated, they will definitely get, if they are women, they will definitely get PCOD and period problems after some years. Even for the gents also, if throat is affected, they will get genital problems and many such type of growth problems. So this is a Swabhava Chakra system which will governs on our body. So if one particular part is affected, we can easily suggest, or we can easily analysis that another 3 parts may also affect. So in that manner, we can easily diagnose disease one after one. So there are many such type of ways to diagnose this disease. So here are some examples here. So in this chart, this lady suffered from cold and throat issues since childhood. 20 years after marriage, a big growth of blood clot has been developed on her spine. Due to unbearable pain, she got that clot removed. Immediately, she got attacked with a tremendous gynec problem, and it finally led to the removal of her uterus. So, why this has happened? Because this meant that the disease started in Taurus, which is the lord of throat, moved to Leo, and finally caused the removal of the body part related to the Scorpion. So, gynec and the removal of ovary are these things are governed by Scorpio. Here, planet Sun is in sixth house. The sixth house stands for illness of the native, and sixth Lord Venus is in seventh house, which is its enemy house, and Scorpio falls in the 12th house, Vyasthana, so that the body part of Scorpio was lost. So such type of very amazing diagnosis can be easily known through this approach, which is called as Svabhava Chakra. And there are many such type of examples which I am showing here. So maybe I think my time is completed. So with this, I will actually I have also prepared for this autism cases, also some autism cases, how we can understand autism cases which are very strongly affected in this mundane life. So those things also I thought to give. So okay, no problem. So I thank deeply to Satyavani Garu to give this great opportunity to being with you all, and I thank Upaasana-SMRITI and all other other samsthas who are been here and who gave this great opportunity. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Shrinivasa Sharma Garu. Such a beautiful insight you have brought. There is so much of science, there is so much of data. So it's not just the chart alone, but the backbone behind it, the analysis, the data. There is so much going on into astrological sciences. And thank you for bringing it to spotlight here. Really appreciate taking your time and being here with us. Dhanyasmi. Now, we shall move to the next segment. Again, this is from the yoga perspective. We are, the next topic is leading us to diabetes epidemic and yoga cure. It's part of the Stop Diabetes movement by esteemed scholar, doctor, clinical doctor, and yoga yoga doctor, we can call her, Dr. Nagaratna. She's mostly addressed as Didi in S. Vyasa University, where she's stationed, and she's done a lot of work for decades. So I would like to introduce her. She is a globally recognized physician and a pioneer in integrative yoga therapy. She serves as the medical director of Arogya Dhama and Dean of Yoga and Life Sciences at S. Vyasa, Bengaluru. She has an MD in internal medicine and a fellow of the Royal College of Physicians, Edinburgh. She transitioned from conventional medicine to specializing in the clinical application of yoga. She is renowned for developing evidence-based yoga protocols for chronic conditions such as asthma, diabetes, and cancer. Under her leadership, she led this big project Stop Diabetes movement and has authored over 30 books and 80 plus research papers on yoga therapy alone. Recognition: her honors include the Kannada Rajyotsava Award and the paid Patanjali Award for her contributions to health and humanity. And here we can see a video sent to us for the summit, prepared in S. Vyasa University under with the help of Dr. Nibedita, who is going to interview her. And let's all watch this segment. It leads us, gives us a lot of information on diabetes and yoga cure. Let's watch.
Namaste, Didi. There is an interesting question that comes up to my mind today. You have treated so many lifestyle diseases in Arogya Dhamma. Now, one such lifestyle which has become so very common these days is diabetes. Now, talking about diabetes, people usually say that it runs in the family. So, if diabetes is already genetically programmed, what is the role of yoga in the management of diabetes? Yeah.
We have been working with integrated approach of yoga therapy for diabetes, that too the adult onset diabetes, for several years, for the last 40 years.
Okay.
Let us look at the role of yoga in preventing diabetes and managing diabetes when people have already been diagnosed with diabetes, and rehabilitation of patients if they have developed complications to promote towards better and better quality of life.
So, hormones play a role in diabetes?
Yeah. Glucose level in the blood is very, very important. As we know, what is the major problem in diabetes? Now all diabetics know that they have to check their blood glucose level regularly, and if the blood glucose is above normal, they have to work on it to help themselves to keep the blood sugar under control.
Okay.
But if blood sugar is the culprit,
right,
is glucose a toxin that way? Is the big question that comes up.
Absolutely.
The
Yes.
answer is no.
Okay.
Glucose is very essential. Imagine somebody faints and you find out that he had not eaten for
Correct.
12 hours. Immediately what do? You go and drink a glass of glucose and
Right.
let the person drink.
Right.
That means glucose is essential
Essential.
for our bodily cellular functions.
Correct.
Then why is it that we are worrying about the high levels of blood glucose? Maintaining blood glucose in the right way is very necessary, because every cell in the body requires glucose. There is a beautiful system that is set into our system.
I see.
That there are hormones which we call as chemicals released from the pancreas and other parts of the body.
Correct.
Where if the glucose goes very high, it releases insulin. If glucose goes low when you are fasting or not eaten, in a normal person, it releases what we call as glucagon also from the pancreas. And both insulin and glucagon, let us say, is related to maintaining a balanced blood sugar level between 100 to 150 milligrams per cent.
Right.
But there are situations which can create this imbalance.
Oh, talking about imbalance, something comes up to my mind. So, lifestyle must be playing some role in this.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
So, can you talk a little about it? Like, how can lifestyle influence all of these?
Yeah. This imbalance is related to the maintenance of releasing right quantity of insulin and right quantity of glucagon with a beautiful programmed, involuntarily arranged program in our body. Lifestyle has a very important role to play in this.
Correct.
How do we get glucose in our blood? In the food that we eat. So when we eat foods which contain carbohydrates.
Correct.
It gets into the intestine.
Right.
From the intestine, it gets absorbed into the blood, and from the blood, it reaches all parts of the body.
Right.
And this should depend on what you eat and how you spend the energy. So you
Correct.
take a lot of sweets, then also body releases lot amount of insulin so that it will be pushed out of the blood into the storage area. But if there is a disturbance, genetically determined disturbance, and lifestyle, the capacity to push the glucose from the blood into the tissues becomes disturbed and creates an imbalance. So in lifestyle we talk about 4 things. Healthy diet, regular exercise. In fact, we say if you happen, being a diabetic, if you happen to eat 1 laddu, you should run 10 kilometers to spend it out.
Spend it out,
So
yes.
spending is at the tissue level through exercise. So exercise is very, very important. And bad habits like wrong habits of sleeping, sleep at late night, or have sleep disturbance, or other bad habits. Nowadays, what do we see? Screen habit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes, yes. Long time exposure to blue screen, blue light radiation.
Not only that, all your energy is only spent with the eye and the brain.
Correct.
And not much physical activity.
Correct.
That too, it happened after the pandemic.
Yeah.
That all youth had to do their studies on the mobile.
Oh yes.
On the screen, and that has become a big, big negative habit. In fact, we used to say earlier, nowadays our youth sleep at 1 a.m., wake up at 9 a.m.
Correct.
But after the pandemic, it has become 4 a.m. and then 10 a.m.
Yes, yes.
Because of this irregular biorhythm.
Biorhythm, absolutely.
Is very, very important.
Absolutely.
And of course, psycho-emotional stress.
Correct.
It is the major factor. Look at all these 4 factors. What controls all that is our mind. And in the mind, what is it that is happening? It is the long-standing, persistent, negative emotions like anger, fear, worry, frustration, suppressed, or expressed, or recognizable, which is making you eat the wrong food at the wrong time, make you lose out on your exercise, and develop this wrong sleeping habits, and too much of brain work, overwork on the brain cells. So this is where we have to understand what exactly we are doing in our mind when we say we are stressed, which is long-standing chronic frustrations, chronic anger, fear, worry, depression, etc.
Yes.
Our sages have given a very, very clear, simple definition for what stress is. Normally we tend to say stress is because of my job, my wife, my husband, today generation problem, interpersonal relationship issues.
Yes.
We tend to blame the outside.
Correct.
But the medical science itself has proven that stress is a mental response to demanding situations of life. So situations are there. How am I reacting? Am I taking it in the right sense? Taking it as a objective way, or we get stuck in our anger, fear, worry, frustration. Long-standing, persistent, not...
it's not about a one-day thing, overnight. Yes.
If you get angry for one day, there is no problem.
Correct.
But it has become our habit.
Yes.
That is the one which causes all this imbalance.
So basically, emotional stability plays a major role.
Exactly. And how do we achieve this emotional stability is the greatest understanding that our sages have given us. Patanjali says, you first learn to recognize that you are stuck with the emotion, negative emotions. Replace it by positive emotions like prema, conceptual, shanti, happiness. In fact, people say that love takes away a lot of your stress.
Oh, yes.
So
Yeah.
a happy emotion to replace the negative emotions.
Correct.
But how to do it? This is where a big contribution here is given by our rishis, where Sage Vasishta says, learn to recognize when you are emotionally charged, there is uncontrolled spinning speed of thoughts, which pulls your confidence level down, takes you away into a emotionally charged state.
Correct.
So what we need to do is to learn the trick of slowing down the mind and get mastery over the modifications of the mind.
Correct.
Mastery over the modifications of the mind. Chitta vritti
Nirodha.
which Sage Patanjali says has to be achieved by mana prashamana upaya, or slowing down trick.
So mind is absolutely like a monkey. We will have to train it accordingly.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Okay.
what is mastery? Welcome anger, bye-bye anger.
Oh yeah, so beautiful.
Welcome anxiety, bye-bye anxiety. Nobody wants to welcome it. Comes and swallows us like a big cloud in front of the shining sun.
Correct.
So this causes this long-term imbalance. Long-term imbalance between overactivity, irregular lifestyle, increased stress hormones, and release of insulin from the pancreas. So the balancing the mind first. What we understood all these while is everything seems to be controlled by our mind only, isn't it?
Correct.
Whether it is craving for junk food or lack of physical exercise.
Yes.
So developing a balance at the mind level is the one which is going to help them to develop that stability and correct their imbalances.
Okay. Absolutely. Right.
So we start thinking what exactly we should be doing, what we should be consuming.
Correct.
If you are already a diabetic,
Yeah.
and also for preventing diabetes.
Right.
So one thing everybody knows in the diet is
No sugar.
No sugar.
Correct.
No sugary items.
Right.
No sugar, not even the brown sugar or the white sugar. Avoid all forms of sweets and non-vegetarian, and avoid artificial ghee also.
Okay.
Which is one of the culprits. It creates more cholesterol in the body.
Okay.
And diabetics are prone for high cholesterol, which causes cardiac problems. So high fiber in our diet is very, very necessary.
Okay.
And for that we have one simple formula. Eat at the right time. Simple, wholesome, homemade, freshly cooked food. Now it has become a big habit that you cook some 10 items,
Yes.
keep it in the deep freeze, warm it up with the microwave and consume this. Yoga very clearly says whatever food you have cooked and kept, it loses its vitality within 6 to 8 hours after consuming. So freshly cooked, vegetarian with 2 or 3 times more vegetable than what you are consuming. Green leafy vegetables.
Okay.
And all plant-based foods. Definitely no non-veg.
Right. So portion of vegetables have to be more than the other nutrients.
And protein if necessary.
Okay.
If they are on the underweight side.
Okay.
But most diabetics are overweight. So they have to be cautious about fat intake also.
Correct.
Very, very important. So in other words, what we call as junk food. Junk food is the one which has all these unwanted high cholesterol producing fats and lot of stagnant reused oil.
Reused
one of the major things.
Of course, fiber plays a definite role. That's why they say we can munch maybe 2 packets of chips, but it is definitely impossible to munch a second cucumber if we have had one. Salads maintain that satiety in our body, and that plays a major role. Now we can understand that. Yes.
Now coming to the next point, which is the physical activity. How does physical activity help in reducing the blood glucose? Let us understand. When we consume glucose, it goes into the liver and comes into the tissues where it is converted into energy for carrying out all our activities.
Right.
And muscular system is the major area where we can spend any amount of glucose. If so, there is glucose in the blood, it has to enter into the muscle tissue.
Right.
We need insulin there.
Right.
That because of obesity, insulin resistance develops, and the cell lining does not allow the glucose to enter from the blood into the cell, which is making it remain high in the blood. So it's almost like you are in a ship in the middle of the ocean, but you have no drinking water.
Right.
So scarcity in plenty. So what sages told us was use a lot of dynamic yoga practices also to burn out the calories. So what we do in integrated approach of yoga therapy is to add on enough dynamic Surya Namaskaras, dynamic physical exercises, maintaining final postures with a lot of isometric contraction. Or if they already have cardiac, then you do isotonic, but exercise done at the body level, more so on the trunk level, burns out more calories because we have thicker muscles in the trunk than the upper limb of the lower limb. So if somebody is used to walking, they can do walking, plus come back and do yoga. We always say all walking or jogging or running or sports spends energy from the limb muscles, which we call as Vyana Prana. But what is important is to see that we use the truncal muscles also, which also helps in understanding the yoga way of healing ourselves. So we use many specific asanas. For example, in diabetes there are two culprits. One is the extra fat on the tummy and lack of ability of the pancreas to release the insulin. So we have to go to that particular point where the sick organ is not functioning by giving a stretch. What is very, very important is local conscious wakeful rest of the sick organ has to be achieved by maintaining a spherical posture. For example, in diabetes, we give them Vakrasana. Why? Because when you are maintaining in the Vakrasana, there is a stretch that we experience at the upper end of the lumbar region and lower thoracic area. It's just there underneath where the pancreas is situated, and you are twisting the obese cells also. Consciously, if you feel that stretch, then Patanjali says you have to do Prayatna Shaitilya in the final posture and do Ananta Samapatti. So while maintaining in Vakrasana, we ask our patients to focus their mind on the stretched part, go deeper, imagine your pancreas and give conscious rest to that part and diffuse your mind from that area. That is what is the healer within. So to understand this concept, Patanjali clearly says, when you give conscious rest to the pancreatic area, the pancreas starts functioning better. We have demonstrated this in our research. When people were doing yoga, the beta cell functioning of the pancreas had improved. So improvement in beta cell function, beta cell mass. Beta cell is the one which releases insulin. And of course, reducing the fat on the tummy is easily understandable when you do these practices. So we move on from physical activity in which we use specific asanas to help in this way. And what is very important is the pranayama, meditation, because when you do pranayama meditation, you are working on the root cause of the problem. What is the root cause? Root cause is the mind, in which we are stuck in our uncontrolled spinning speed of thoughts. So to slow down the mind, restful practices are very important. So it's almost 50-50. 50% of your yoga time should be dedicated to physical yoga, 50% for relaxing yoga. Relaxing yoga, which includes pranayama, slow pranayamas, meditation, relaxation techniques, and intellectually work with our mind through Jnana Yoga to silence the mind when not required. So I combine all these practices. There is one specific, in fact, in our mega project that we conducted around the country, we were doing yoga to 6,000 people around the country, selected from rural area and village area and city area. We tend to think that city people are more stressed. What we showed was rural people responded better and the prevalence was the same both in rural and urban areas. And we asked all of them a question, common question. All our teachers, 1,200 of them, who were teaching around the country, when they were asked to ask the participant, which part of the yoga helped you? Is it the asana? Is it the pranayama? Is it the cyclic meditation? Even the rural folks said that it was the cyclic meditation that helped them, which we have proven through research. Obviously, people ask us, where is the scientific evidence? Correct. So we have been carrying out research on teaching integrated approach of yoga therapy. Our very first publication was from the Royal Free Hospital, London, where for the first time we were able to demonstrate significant reduction not only in HbA1c and blood sugar levels, but medication requirement had reduced in severe diabetics who were not responding to the standard medical management techniques. Ever since that publication in 1980s, we have been repeatedly having several publications, and I should share with you this big project that we took up, which was promoted by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, who said on the day of International Day of Yoga, which was first announced in the very first International Day of Yoga, he said that please work on lifestyle modification in diabetes patients, and we got funds from both the Central Health Ministry and the State Health Ministry, and we did a very big project called Niyantrita Madhumeha Bharata, which we called it as Stop Diabetes movement around the country, in all parts of the country. We screened 2.5 lakh people and selected pre-diabetics and diabetics from all parts of the country, and we were able to demonstrate these responses. Not only the blood glucose level reduced within 3 months, but their symptoms were much more reduced. They had better quality of life, HbA1c reduced, triglycerides reduced. So in this Stop Diabetes movement, this study that we carried out, which was submitted to American Diabetes Association, where we were given this award. Award for the hard work that we had carried out.
So nice. Okay. It's a pan-India study that was done. Very nice.
Ever since then, we have been continuing to look at the root cause of diabetes. What did we notice in this pan-India study was prevention of pre-diabetics from becoming diabetic.
Okay.
We had control group, both rural and urban, and the yoga group. They all practiced for 3 months.
Okay.
And we were able to show these results where there were 1,712 people with pre-diabetes out of age. In the yoga group, 192 people became diabetic, whereas in the control group, 534 became diabetic, showing a significant, highly statistically significant difference of 20% people who did not become diabetic, although they were pre-diabetic.
Okay.
So, similarly, in this study, we also showed that there was better reduction in the people pre-diabetics. Not only pre-diabetics did not become diabetic, but there were pre-diabetics who reversed to normal glycemic level, which was also another observation in this study.
Okay.
Younger people demonstrated better results. People who had obesity showed better results, and therefore we have been publishing large number of papers in this area. And from this one single project, we had more than 30 to 35 papers published in index medical journals.
So nice.
Therefore, let us all become yoga teachers.
Yeah.
Let us all learn how to help ourselves with yoga and help the society through yoga.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, ma'am, for such wonderful insights. Thank you so much for your time.
Namaste.
Thank you. Namaste.
So that was Dr. Nagaratna and Dr. Nivedita. Nivedita has work experience in the field of yoga and naturopathy, and she is currently working in SVASTA, Arogya Dharma, as a medical officer. And we have live with us Dr. Nagaratna herself. Namaste, Nagaratna ji, Didi, as many call you. It's very nice to have you here in this Samaṣṭi 2026. Any message that you please?
I have been listening to all the programs that have been projected through Samaṣṭi. Wish you all the best. I'm sure this word Samaṣṭi itself will help large number of people to move from their limited concept to expanded universal being. The small I becoming a universal I is what is the role that you are playing when you organize such programs. Wish you all the best, Satyavani ji.
Thank you, Nagaratna ji. Thank you so much again. And now we shall move on to our last segment. We have esteemed Dr. Gauri Mohalikar ji from CIF, Velianadu, Chinmaya Mission. She has sent her recording. She's been traveling, unfortunately, and couldn't join us live. And she is bringing a great topic here, a civilizational continuity. How does knowledge remain alive across generations? The pillars of civilizations. Dr. Gauri Mohalikar is a renowned Sanskrit scholar and the academic director of the Chinmaya International Foundation, former head of the Sanskrit department at Mumbai University. She is a recipient of an honorary D.Litt for her lifelong contributions to Indic studies. Her expertise spans Vedic studies, Vedanta, and manuscriptology, with over 150 research papers and 12 books to her credit. A globally recognized speaker, she has lectured at Oxford, Harvard and Columbia and many, many more institutions, and was awarded the Adi Shankara Fellowship for her research on the life of Adi Shankaracharya. Let's listen to Gauri Moholikarji. Thank you.
Hari Om, Namaste to all. I'm indebted to Satyavani Kakarla for this wonderful opportunity to give my own opinions about the civilizational knowledge continuity. And during this third annual summit of Smriti Upasana, I'm speaking on civilization. So, what is civilization? First of all, we often confuse between culture and civilization. But then culture, I feel, is more on a vyashti level, on individual behavior and ethics and all, whereas civilization comes as a community on a Samaṣṭi level. And it's a very complex idea that way, because it involves so many things, like it has to have, to call a particular, like we have the Sindhu Saraswati civilization, the Egyptian civilization, the Assyrian, Akkadian, Roman and all, Mayan civilization. For that, what we need is some organized structure, a social structure, then agricultural advancements, then art and architecture, big monuments which stand the testimony to their material development, and sophisticated human development, big cities many times, and educational development above all. So all these make a civilization. And we had so many ancient civilizations, as I mentioned just now, and I'm going to talk about our Sindhu Saraswati civilization, which has survived for thousands of years. I mean, we don't even know exactly what is the starting point. I mean, we may just say that, this is the first Harappan phase, the second Harappan phase, and all that, but then this is really a mind-boggling thing, because even now in the excavations we do find the proofs, the evidences to the material development of our ancient Sindhu Saraswati civilized people. So I feel sometimes, there are like 6 pillars of civilization. So what really makes a civilization last or, endure? So these are like systems should be in place. First and foremost is the natural resources, ample food, ample water. Unless, the person, the people, they are like not worried about their survival, they cannot have any progress in the material life. And therefore ample natural resources of food and water. And I may tell you, I mean, this is just a reminder to all of us that all these ancient civilizations have flourished on the banks of the rivers. And therefore the potable water, the drinking water, or the water for agriculture and farming, water for their cattle, it was in abundance. So that is the first and the foremost, natural resources. Then the systems at place, educational system, the governance, the governing system should be in place. It must have a rich culture. Culture would include, like the festivals, the vows, the food habits, the cuisine, then the attire, the veshabhusha and all. Then there should be a language which can bind people from different communities, because all people are not equal. But a language should be there which can bind them all. Then a social structure, in the sense we had like ashrama vyavastha. So a brahmachari should be engaged in brahmacharya, adhyayana, adhyapana, A grihastha should be, employed as he is like Dhanyo Grihastha-ashrama. It's the yoni of all other ashramas, and it is his responsibility to take care of the brahmacharis and the sannyasis as well. And vanaprastha is a retirement from the active social life, active life for earning for the material pursuits and giving whatever we have. It may be wealth through dana, or it may be knowledge through dissemination and distribution of knowledge. So social structure has to be in place. Then there should be something like religious practices, yajna or dharma. In fact, India boasts of the 4 purusharthas, dharma, artha, kama and moksha, and that also gives a social structure besides the ashrama vyavastha. So all these are like pillars of civilization, and through this civilization continues. Whatever knowledge is gathered, that gets transmitted and transferred to the next generations. So now there is a question whether the continuity should be through preservation or through practice. So that is the main question which I need to address, whether preservation is more important or practice is more important. Now we see in the Egyptian civilization, the civilization is no more, it doesn't exist anymore, but we do find the pyramids, right? So in the Greco-Roman culture also, that civilization also, the huge monuments are still there, they are standing. They are proofs of their material development once upon a time. But does it suffice? Where is the where is the civilization, or where is the continuum of that? As against that, we have the Sindhu Saraswati civilization. It is not only in the form of monuments, it is still in practice. So it is like uninterrupted tradition or legacy. And therefore what I feel is only preservation is not sufficient. It's not paryapta. What we need to have is practice. Now for this continuity, the 3 main things which I feel are a must, very, very essential, are number 1, the written documents. Written documents regarding that civilization, or which developed as the material pursuit of those people. And we have with us the Chaturdasha Vidyasthana, the 4 Vedas, the 6 Vedangas, the 4 Upangas. Then add 4 Upavedas to that, Ashtadasha Vidyasthana. Then there are the Agama Granthas. Then there are like sciences in Sanskrit. So much material is there, and it is still there. With the names of the authors, we do have that written documents, which is the Indian knowledge systems, Bharatiya Jnana Parampara. That is number 1. Second is the standing monuments. Now, it is not just sufficient to say that we have, great works on architecture and engineering, like Mayamatam, Samarangana Sutradhara and all. What are the proofs to that? So there are proofs in the form of, say, Brihadishwara temple at Tanjore, or Konark temple, the Sun temple in Odisha. So like that, there are Sri Rangam temple, Padmanabhaswamy temple. So there are so many such temples which stand as the testimony of the rich knowledge tradition, which is depicted through the text which are written there. But these are the monuments also, which are standing even now. For thousands of years, they have survived so many earthquakes and storms and rains and whatnot. The pillar, the Mehroli iron pillar, without rusting, it is standing even now tall. So we had that metallurgical knowledge, and that is the proof for that. So that is number one. One is the written documents. The second is the monuments, which are the evidences of this knowledge. And the third is the prevalent practices. And these prevalent practices, I feel, more so they deal with the orality of history. It's an oral history. It comes from generation to generation through oral tradition. And that is also, we cannot just neglect it because it's oral, because oral tradition also has so much of authenticity. And therefore, when it comes to preservation vis-a-vis practice, I feel this practice, which has percolated down to us from generations together, that also matters much. And these practices, we see that the ancient educational system, it was mostly in the open air, in the ashrams, in the proximity of nature, the Gurukula system. And even now we have the revival, the resurgence of Gurukula tradition even now. And this comes from generation to generation. For example, a very skilled sthapati, architect, his child will learn the nuances and the secrets of the trade right from the childhood. So this is how the knowledge gets transmitted from father to son, to his son, to his son, or his shishyas. This exactly is the Guru Parampara, the Guru Shishya Parampara. And daily practices. So they have been practicing this, and therefore this tradition is still alive. Otherwise, mere writing doesn't help. Pustakasthatu ya vidya parahastagatam dhanam karyakale samutpanne nasa vidya natadhanam. So if the knowledge is confined only to the text, only to the scriptures, it will remain there in the scriptures. If it is not practiced, what is the use of that? Karyakale samutpanne nasa vidya natadhanam. And therefore that vidya has to be practiced. And this has exactly happened in our Saraswati civilization, or the Sanatana Dharma, which we call. It is Sanatana. It is continuous. Sana and Sanat, these are the two adverbs. To that we add the pratyaya tana, like adyatana, yastana, sanatana. So this is perpetual. This is from eternity. And therefore, this eternal civilization, pravahatat, samskritamandakini, like that, this civilization, may it run for thousands of years ahead. Thank you. Hari Om.
Thank you. That was the concluding talk for this Samaṣṭi, the third annual virtual global summit. I would like to share one document here. So we are at the end. After a long yajna, we had two segments, a 7-hour-long segment, which was the diaspora, which started earlier in California time, 6 o'clock a.m. That's where the summit has been streaming. And with a small break, we waited for the India scholars to wake up and start the summit at 6 o'clock again, India time. And we are at the end of it now. And what an reverberating and enlightening sharing of knowledge that has happened, pravaha, in this one. Not just participation in this, but it is being digitally archived. And thanks to the technology now, And as Gauri Mohilikar ji and many others have said, we should continue, go back to the roots and take that as a responsibility. And with that, I wanted to actually share a quick back run through of what was already shared in the segment 1. And in the segment 2, I didn't get to share, but Upaasana-SMRITI+SVASTA, in the Upasana project, which is the umbrella project, it stands for the pilgrimage, the becoming aspect of it. It's a space, entering of the space of quiet power, the art of presence and inquiry. And Smriti stands for the memory, the transmission, the pulse of insight, like the Yajna we did today, a confluence of memory, insight, and purpose, where we remember, reflect, and realign the ancient knowing in motion, Sanatana. And Swasta is supposed to remind us the rhythm, the integrity, the alignment, the pulse of everyday integrity, rhythms of dignity and well-being. And the story of the Upasana project was done in the previous segment, but I would like to conclude. Please do visit and watch the segment 2. Lots of scholars and inputs have been given in the other segment, and we are in the second segment here, concluding. And it is all about yatra. I just put the travels together, a storytelling of the yatra that took place from 2019 to this day. A quick glance. Samaṣṭi, the very first one was conducted in 2024. Then more yatra, meeting more people. We landed in 25 with the second Samaṣṭi, the connect. And Upasana-SVASTA came into being at that time. And more yatra, more people collecting and living, attending yajnas, Veda Patashalas, many more, and hosting acharyas and watching them practice their dharma. All these led to meeting lots of people, visiting institutions and visiting temples. They were the institutions, learning institutions for us back then. And with that, we have landed in 2026 with the third summit. And the Yajna went beautifully, and we received blessings. We started with Veda Paarayanam and Swasti Vachakam, and we have come to the conclusion with divine blessings. We can say that a great Yajna has taken place. Please visit this site, visit and watch the beautiful talks that many scholars have put forth. They worked and we all congregated, and this is to be preserved and shared. Please forward and benefit from this yajna. You will, this is again coming from Upasana, Smriti, and Svasta. It is a curated project. Please do visit the website upasana.net. Also, the knowledge part of the Sanatana Dharma curation is happening at smriti.upasana.net. We have a Facebook, smriti.upasana. Please do visit. And YouTube channel, which is the Heartline. We are investing a lot of curation there at Upasana-SMRITI. And we have Instagram, Upasana_SMRITI. And any questions and comments, please do forward them to upasana10@gmail.com. UPAASANAA 10, upasana10@gmail.com. So with that, we almost want to conclude. One last sharing. Wisdom, I would like to share a quote here. Wisdom endures when it is lived with care, when remembrance becomes practice, and practice becomes responsibility. Across voices, generations, and disciplines, we have witnessed continuity, not as inheritance, but as conscious stewardship. So, with gratitude, a big namaste to one and all for the participants, the technical help we have received, and friends and family who have supported us in the journey and who have viewed this. And please do share this project and keep supporting us so that more valuable content will be curated in the next coming years. Please support, subscribe, and share. Namaste. Dhanyasmi.